everybody, and welcome to the 8th weekend of the Quick Fit British Touring Car Championship in 2025. We're back where it all began this season at Donington Park, but this time we're on the Grand Prix loop as we get ready for another scintillating weekend of touring car action. The first session is underway, the green light has gone on, and the practice is go. Drivers out on the route lap now. Let's join our commentary team trackside for all of the action. So we're all set there and ready to go. First session is underway. Ash Sutton heading out there onto the circuit alongside Rowbottom and Osborne. Looks good as well that we also should bring you news that Josh Cook is back in the championship as well. He's ready to go. So already we're going to be seeing a rather scintillating weekend of touring cars. 9 times out of 10, we're expecting a lot more of the go mentality. Personally, I think this is going to be a cracking one. As we wait on to see what the weekend is going to bring. And 9 times out of 10, we're just waiting for the music to stop on the initial run as well. Which is always a fun thing to try and do. And for that end, we're going to catch up with some audio from trackside and listen to our championship leaders. First of all, though, let's take a listen to Tom Ingram, championship leader, as well, what he said after race 2 at Knock Hill.
Tom, congratulations.
Thank you.
That was a spectacular drive. Fist bumps everywhere. How are you feeling?
Yeah, really pleased. Really pleased. It was, it was about as much as we wanted and could have asked for, really. So, yeah, good. Sort of a good opening lap, and sort of managed to move into the gap that was created with the rear wheel drives having a good start. From there on in, it was trying to get on the attack early. Had to do a bit of a risky move on Charles, and then likewise with Jake, we kind of both needed to sort of be giving each other enough room there, which we did. And Jake and I have raced against each other for forever, so we kind of know how each other play.
Exactly. It was a great lead that you were building up at the end of that as well. Kind of the seconds were piling on. It was brilliant, and you could just see nothing in your back. Yeah.
I mean, the Team Virtue cars felt strong this year, but particularly in that race was just unbelievable. I couldn't ask for it to do any more than I was asking it to do. It was the perfect race car. So it was a pleasure to be behind the wheel of it. It really was. So yeah, very enjoyable. Puts us in a nice place. Obviously P6 we've pulled now for the reverse grid. So let's see what goes on there.
It's a pleasure for you to do it. It's a pleasure for the fans to be watching you, extending that championship lead as well, isn't it?
Yeah, really good. And obviously we're getting down towards those to the run in now a little bit, so we've got to be looking at those points a little bit more than we maybe were at the start of the year. But we keep focusing on what we need to do, which is control ourselves. And if you just look after yourself and let's not worry about anyone else, what anyone else is doing, we'll keep focusing on ourselves. The cars
are looking great, but the BMWs have been particularly strong around here, haven't they, this weekend?
And obviously they'll get rid of the medium and back to the soft tyre, which will be advantageous for them. So I think Darryl is on pole for this final race, so you'd say he's in the pound seat. But for us, it's a case of keep it clean and try to get a result.
Another manoeuvre like you did down there. That's what we want to see. Congratulations.
Wait and see. Thanks so much.
Thank you.
More action for him as well. Let's take a listen to Ash Sutton after race 3.
Ash, thoughts at the end of Knock Hill after that race?
Yeah, it was a chaotic race 3, wasn't it? It was
dramatic.
Yeah, it was very dramatic. We had to do the best ever bit of defending I've ever had to do at the first few laps, just to overcome the dominant high and eye of Tom Ingram. I feel like we did that absolutely. We executed that perfectly, and then obviously once we got a bit of clean air and Tom become under a bit of pressure, I was able to crack on and picked off the next 2 places within 2 laps. So we made some real good progress then. And then we tried the old switcher on the last lap with Dan, but unfortunately the yellow flag that was out with Darryl was just reversed those. So we end up P3. So it's fine. It's just one of those. We did try playing the team game, but a yellow flag coming out for a stationary car just undone that, so it's not a problem.
Yeah, is that where you've just gone to find out that?
Yeah, unfortunately, it is what it is. It's it's just motorsport. At the end of the day, the yellow flag didn't appear on my dash until I was past Dan, but apparently from the external cameras we were level with the yellow flag. So yeah, can't argue with clear evidence. So,
but like you say, you had the decisions. It seemed like it was a really, really great race, which is always what the race 3 kind of does. It's the tussles, isn't it? But you had Jake out in front, and then you had the battle, and then another battle, and there were loads of different tactics going on, and it was just fantastic to watch. It was
just another standard race 3 of British touring cars. Typical argy-bargy, get stuck in. What more do you want? So from the fans, it was fantastic. The weather's been great this weekend, hasn't it? So I think the fans have loved it, and hopefully everyone at home watching it on telly had a great time as well.
Okay, let's rejoin our commentary team trackside for the first practice session.
100-lap endurance race. Riders out for their morning warm-up, Super Sport, Superbike and Clubman riders out there. When we get a chance, we'll look at what rider number 1 will be, so we should hopefully be able to see that from the timing screen, and I will see out of the commentary box window.
It's nice in the paddock, Grim. Until they go racing, and then it'll completely change. But I like a 100-lap endurance race, and I'm glad that we've managed to get one. We didn't get one the previous year, so we've got one this year, which will be good.
Yeah, we're certainly ready for that. It's a great way to kind of...
I've had to put my headset on because, for some reason, and I have no idea how this has happened, but Toka Live... sorry, on the timing screen, the TSL, is not actually what we need to be listening to. It's the bike race that's come through. So I have no idea what is going on right now. As we try and get pictures back and bring you the action, let's hope we can get it shortly. This is very unusual live stuff action, but I think we can go now, trackside.
Back in the mid-1970s in terms of touring cars. We've had 149 different races around this track now. So the winner of race 1 tomorrow will be the winner of the 150th British touring car race at this circuit. We've had 56 different winners, so it's been very evenly spread over the years. And Andy Rouse, the 4-time champion, most wins around Donington Park as a touring car driver with 12, but somebody on the grid that almost matched him, could match him this weekend, is Gordon Shedden, 11 wins around this circuit in British touring cars. Tom Ingram's got a good record here as well. He's had 7 wins. Ash Sutton has had 5 wins around Donington now, 2 of which came here at the start of the season around the national circuit, and he's helped Ford to become the most successful manufacturer around this circuit so far in the history of the championship. They've had 32 wins, Honda have had 28, and Vauxhall have had 19. So you've heard from Alan Hyde and me, Chris Hartley. The other voice that you're going to be hearing a lot of this weekend is down in the pit lane at the moment. It's a very good morning to Josh Barrett.
Good morning, Chris. Good morning, Alan. Good morning, everyone. It's great to be here at a very sunny Donington Park, as Alan described earlier. You may have noticed, though, Chris, one car hasn't headed out into this first free practice session, I'm afraid, which is Nick Halstead's Power Max Racing Cupra. The team have been furiously working underneath the bonnet of the Cupra that, of course, the team had to debut at Knockhill after that devastating fire the team had. But I think the Nick Halstead car, in a few minutes' time, will be pushed out onto the pit apron, and we'll see the Cupra out onto the track for the first time today.
Thanks very much, Josh. Yeah, so we'll look out for that. The other Cupra of Mikey Doble is heading out, or the other Power Max Cupra of Mikey Doble, as I say, one of the race winners this year, about to go down the pit lane exit and head out onto the circuit. I've only had 3 actual lap times set so far. Jake Hill, Nick Hamilton and Aidan Moffat, the 3 drivers that have made it over at the line so far and actually set a lap time. But this is all about just shaking down the cars at the moment, just getting a feel for things, checking systems, checking everything works, right down to whether the radio is working. And then we'll see some quicker lap times in the second half of the session, and more productive session it will become. And then the second free practice session this afternoon, having worked predominantly on setting things up, maybe some longer runs. They'll try to focus a bit more on single lap pace traditionally, at least at some parts of the second free practice session. Just to give you an idea of what sort of lap times we can do around here, the qualifying lap record around this version of the circuit, set back in 2023 by Ash Sutton, it was a 1 minute 33.1. Our best lap so far is a 1 minute 36.1, so we still haven't seen a competitive lap time yet. Average speed pretty high around this circuit, 96.12 miles an hour. Now, tyres, a big talking point this weekend in the British Touring Car Championship. As always, there's a standard tyre and an option tyre. We have the 3 different compounds of slick tyres provided by Goodyear. The soft tyre, which are quicker, stickier, get up to temperature faster, but don't last as long. You have the medium tyre with the yellow sidewalls, and then you have the hard tyre with the red sidewalls. And most of the circuits, Thruxton being the exception, we have the situation where you have to run the option tyre, whichever compound that is, for at least one of the races. So here, across the course of the weekend, drivers are going to get 2 sets of medium compound tyres and 1 set of the harder tyres, which they have to use. But there is a change in that they are allowed, the teams, to bring in carryover tyres from any previous round this season. Any tyres that have previously been nominated for an event, including soft tyres, can be used in qualifying. So you might see some variants of compounds being used in not just the qualifying session, but potentially also the free practice sessions here this weekend. Mickey Butler from Goodyear, who looks after he's the event leader for Goodyear at the BTCC events, and he said that this is a pretty big challenge, Donington Park, for the Grand Prix circuit for tyres. It's one of the most comprehensive challenges for our tyres, he says. The extended layout features 3 big heavy braking zones, including the Melbourne and Goddard hairpins, and then the Fogarty S's section as well, where drivers rely on braking stability and high traction as well to get the most from their Goodyear tyres. So tyres are going to be a big part of the weekend, and as I say, that option to use carryover tyres when we get to qualifying this afternoon, which is something new potentially to look forward to. In terms of the championship, drivers-wise, Tom Ingram has 323 points, 17-point lead over Ash Sutton, who's on 306. 95 points off the championship lead. In 3rd place is Dan Camish on 228, and 109 points off the championship lead. 4th is Dan Rowbottom with 214. Jake Hill, 5th place in the championship, despite having to sit out the Croft weekend, but got those 2 wins and a podium at Knockhill last time out. He's on 197 points in 5th, and Adam Morgan is 6th on 170 points so far this season, with 3 weekends to go. The Jack Sears Trophy for drivers who've only had no more than 1 podium before the start of the year has been led by Daryl De Leon by 1 point from Charles Rainford. So the 2 WSR drivers in the BMWs having a big battle. You've got Sam Osborne, who's only 32 points adrift of that particular championship lead as well. Alliance Racing Ford lead the Manufacturers Championship by just 11 points from Hyundai, and Napa Racing leads the Teams Championship by only 7 points from Team Virtue. So it's very close in all of the championships coming into this weekend, Josh.
And I can tell you, Chris, that Nick Howson has done an installation lap and come back in. The team is checking everything over. Hopefully all is okay, and we'll see a lot more on end of Nick Howson for the remainder of the session. But it's been such a challenging month for the team, hasn't it, since that fire. But just to be at Knockhill and to be here at Donington Park is one achievement. And the cars just look fantastic, don't they? If you didn't hear that story, you'd have no idea. No, absolutely not. No, amazing. And also the support that they receive with the donation of cars.
That's amazing.
Yeah, with the Patterson family and just everybody rallying around, showing that, yeah, we're all rivals within the championship. But, you know, there's a lot of respect there as well. It's one big family, one big motorsport family at the end of the day. And that was quite heartwarming to see, actually. And Adam Weaver and the team, was that determination to be out there. It was almost like it was never in question with him when he was massively against the odds.
When the cars came out on Friday night for their shakedown at Knockhill, playing on the PA system was "The Boys Are Back in Town," and it was quite a little moment. Yeah.
Yeah, fantastic. And of course, they already had one big obstacle to overcome by losing a major sponsor just before the start of the season as well.
They've been up against it this year, haven't they?
So, yeah, I think people will be pretty happy if they have a good weekend this weekend.
Did you hear about Adam Weaver's trip up on the Friday to Knock Hill?
No,
so,
right.
There was, if you remember, there were two aircraft that came together, I think, at Manchester Airport.
Yes.
And knocked the tip of a rear wing off or something like that. It was only quite a small bit. I'm sure they'd have been fine to take off, but it caused all sorts of delays.
I wouldn't have been. I'd have been straight off.
It had a bit of a knock-on effect, and so therefore his plane was cancelled.
Right.
So had to drive up at the last minute to Knock Hill, desperately trying to get there in time to see the cars go out for their installation laps, which was it was all a bit touch and go. So it really was for Adam Weaver, for the team. It was one thing after another.
Yeah, he must have been thinking, "Come on, life.
Yeah,
what else are you going to throw at me now?
Please, can I have some luck now?"
Yeah, but he's out there. Well, yeah, hopefully so.
Something else that is familiar but different this year is Josh Cook's car that's sitting in the pit lane because Josh is back with Toyota, the car that he was on pole in at this meeting last year. So he's sitting in the pit lane for the last few minutes, but Josh Cook about to go back out in the Corolla after a few changes to the team since the last round at Knock Hill.
It is a crime for Josh Cook not to be in a car, so that's great news that he's back.
Yeah, it's sad that One Motorsport have now announced they're not going to be back until next year at least.
So.
But yeah, it's very good news for Josh to be in a car. It's a shame though for James Dorling, who's had to make way in that year, which will be obviously he's driven a touring car this year with all the new systems and the new things to get it right. But no doubt he'll be up there somewhere or thereabouts. Senna Proctor just going through down into Redgate Corner, who's been absolutely sensational since his return to the championship earlier than planned. Was always going to do the second half of the season, but he came in a couple of rounds earlier than expected when Michael Crease had to sit things out. He's been absolutely brilliant so far this season, so we see how he gets on. Ash Sutton at the moment is top of the times with a 134.3. Dan Rowbottom, he's on the medium tyre, Ash. On the hard tyre, Dan Rowbottom is second on a 134.6 and only 34 thousandths of a second behind him. Also on the hard tyre, the BMW of Daryl De Leon, Josh.
And like Darren Camish, who's just headed out onto the circuit, Ash Sutton's car looks a bit different to what we've seen over the course of this year, but very familiar for long-term touring car fans, because both of those Fords are in a familiar livery from 30 years ago when the Ford Mondeo run the Valvoline livery. That's what we see on those two Napa racing cars this weekend. Are in a familiar livery from 30 years ago when the Ford Mondeo run the Valvoline livery. That's what we see on those two Napa racing cars this weekend.
Yeah, on Dan Camish and Ash Sutton's car looks absolutely fantastic. They're very good with their liveries, aren't they, Napa and Alliance Racing? They produce different things over the course of the season with that very popular black and yellow Napa livery on Ash Sutton's car. They always bring out a different livery for Knock Hill event as well, and this is stunning. This Valvoline livery, isn't it?
For touring car fans that have been following this championship, let what Josh just said sink in.
I know.
30 years ago.
How is 1995?
It's
30 years ago.
Did you see how Ash was preparing for this weekend? He was on his simulator driving the Valvoline car from 95, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, and the noise on whatever simulator he was running was absolutely on point for that car.
Fantastic. So yeah, we get to see those on track for the first time in this session. We've got a black and white warning flag for Daryl De Leon at number 2 for, I'll say it now, I won't say it for the last time, track limits, as Chris Smiley goes to the top of the times. 1 minute 34.163 seconds for Chris. He was going great guns in not his first second season, but the team's second season in the championship, and the team's first season, Restart Racing, with the Hyundai. They're doing a fantastic job within the Independence Championship. We had a very good weekend at Knock Hill. So Restart Racing lead the Independence Teams Championship. But all the other championships are pretty close. They've got a bit of headway, a bit of a lead. They are 71 points clear of Motor Parts Direct with PMR Powermaxed Racing for the Independence Teams Championship. And in terms of the Independence Drivers Championship, the Independence Trophy, Chris Smiley leads that one, but again not by too much, 13 points, but he did have 3 class wins out of 3 at Knock Hill last time to move himself up into first place. So he's got 290 points. Mikey Doble is second on 277, only 13 behind, 20 points available for each race win. So 60 points available this weekend, still 180 points available. It's all very close. And Dan Lloyd is third, 25 points off the Independence Trophy lead on 265 points. But Chris Smiley, 1 minute 34.163 seconds. He's just under 0.2 of a second quicker than Ash Sutton. As Charles Rainford makes his way into the pits. You've got Aaron Taylor-Smith is up there third, so the top two on the medium tyre. The next four, Taylor-Smith in third, Rowbottom in fourth, Lloyd who's fifth, and De Leon who's sixth now, all on the hard tyre and all in the mid 1 minute 34s.
And after doing that fast lap, Chris Smiley's brought his Hyundai i30N into the pit lane to restart racing, checking over the car at the moment. Those medium tyres staying on the car, so presumably going to continue with those for the next stint of the session. But that car has been quick all season, hasn't it? Whether it's with the Team Virtue squad or with Restart Racing, and all those cars are contenders over the course of the weekend here at Donington Park, I'm sure.
Yeah, indeed. Chris is top 10 in the championship overall, and just the one podium at Alton Park, but a very consistent point scorer this year, Chris Smiley. I think I'm right in saying he's only had 5 races this year where he hasn't finished in the points. Most of the races he's been in the top 10, top 12 as well. So he's been a regular overall points finisher as well, which is why he's up there in the Independence Championship. He's actually had 8 class wins, 8 Independence wins now with that hat-trick that he scored at Knock Hill.
The reigning champion, Jake Hill's BMW's been in the pit lane for some time, so I'm not sure if we've seen a proper lap time out of that car yet, but we might well do before the end of the session. Lots of setup changes going on, the Laser Tools racing with MB Motorsport, BMW, and as I mentioned, I'm sure we'll see it go out again. We're about to see that because the team are wheeling the BMW back into the fast lane. And Jake Hill, the double Knock Hill race winner, is about to head out onto the circuit here at Donington Park.
Yeah, he's had a couple of laps so far. His best is a 1:35.1, just over a second away from the quickest lap time, which now belongs to Tom Chilton on the hard tyre. 1 minute 34.142 for Tom. 21 thousandths quicker than Chris Smiley on the medium. Ash Sutton third with a 1:34.2. Just under 0.2 off Tom Chilton's best time, also on the medium tyre. Aaron Taylor-Smith fourth, Dan Lloyd fifth, Dan Rowbottom sixth, then Darryl De Leon seventh, Lloyd Rowbottom and De Leon all in the pits at the moment. Chris Smiley's just come into the pits, and Dan Camish has just gone through that Valvoline livery on his Ford Focus to go third quickest. He's on the medium tyre as well, so 1 minute 34.2. More track limits warnings coming, one for Mikey Doble, one for Josh Cook. So they're exploring the limits, let's say, in free practice, but you know, you'll lose lap times if you start doing that when we get to qualifying this afternoon, and that certainly has cost drivers positions in races for the opening race of a weekend, losing fastest laps or losing lap times in qualifying, maybe even knocking them out of one phase of qualifying, as we saw with a couple of drivers at Croft certainly a couple of rounds ago. So Nick Halstead's the only driver that hasn't yet set any kind of lap time. He's been out, but he hasn't completed a full lap as yet. Max Buxton, Nick Hamilton have been out, but they haven't set anything super quick as yet, so they're still building up at the moment in this 35-minute session, which already has only got 11 minutes left to go. As I say, that Nick Halstead goes past me in the Cooper and stays out, so he has now completed his first full lap of the session. So Nick making his way through the right-hander at Redgate Corner, about to go through the famous Craner curve section as well. Great to see lots of you out on the banking already in the middle part of the course. You get a good overhead view of the Craner curves and the run down towards the old hairpin. Lots of cars out on the outside of the old hairpin as well.
Had a little look around and seen how gorgeous Donington looks this weekend. It's
yes,
it has summered incredibly well, and the lines in the grass and everything about this circuit just looks superb.
Yeah, it does look great, doesn't it? And campsites looking very busy as well. And hopefully, as I say, it's going to be pretty good weather for at least the majority of the weekend as Aaron Taylor-Smith comes into the pits. Dan Camish gets a track limits warning. Turn 4 is where he's getting it, and we've got him second quickest now, but not fastest, because Tom Ingram has gone quickest with a 1:33.692. So both Ingram and Camish into the 133s.
Who had a warning for track limits at turn 10. Tom Ingram had a few laps ago, and I think that's where there is a new series of sensors. So there's very little argument when you've got sensors in place.
Yeah, and turn 4 being the old hairpin when Dan Camish just got triggered. Sam Osborne's got one as well now.
So
it's
turn
quite
10?
a big club. Turn 10 would be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. The Fogarty S's.
Is it?
I think,
okay.
yeah.
Right.
Confirm that. I think it's the Fogarty S. It's down to the Melbourne hairpin. Josh has got some news, I think, in the pits.
Yeah, you mentioned Max Buxton hasn't done a proper lap yet. Things haven't got any better because the air jacks just failed. So the team are having to get out some old-fashioned jacks to try and lift the car up. But as well as that, they had engine data engineers plugging into the car as well. I know a lot of the teams do that quite regularly, but I'm not sure all is quite as it should be with Max Buxton's car, and then life's just been made a little bit harder by the air jack as well.
Better to happen now than later on in the weekend, though, I guess. Part of what pre-practice is all about, isn't it? Shaking things down.
They need a turn of luck, that team, because they were suffering with a problem that put Flash on the back seats for the whole weekend during the Saturday, and that was a problem at the front of the car, and now a problem befalling Max Buxton. They just need a bit of turn of luck.
Indeed, yeah, and well, maybe Josh Cook will bring a bit of that with him potentially this weekend. Smoking the tyres as he came into the pit lane entry about 30 seconds ago was Dan Rowbottom, so he was certainly pushing hard back on the way into the pits. He's 9th quickest at the moment. The driver from the West Midlands, from Kidderminster, rather than here in the East Midlands, but he classify this as his home circuit. Previous Jack Sears trophy winner. And a driver that always hopes to go well here at Donington, having his best season so far in the British Touring Car Championship.
Did you see how Josh kept himself busy at Knock Hill on the Saturday?
Yeah.
Doing his dad jokes.
Yeah.
so I think it's a blessing for all of us that he's back in a car, to be honest.
But as a dad, I was laughing, so...
I'm afraid I laughed at every joke, and also his delivery.
Deadpan delivery,
he would deliver the lines so well.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
So if I told the same jokes, nobody would laugh.
No.
Because Josh was telling them.
Yeah. And it was funny because he came over and told me one. Actually, he told me two.
Yeah.
The first one I didn't get, so that didn't make it to the final cut. But the second one did, because I genuinely laughed. And he sort of came over in a... He's not a comfortable person in front of the camera naturally, so he came over sort of quite awkwardly. I thought, what is going on here? I have no idea what's about to happen.
Well, stand-up, featuring stand-up might asterisk away at the end of his racing career, possibly. So how's he getting on at the moment? He's 16th at the moment, 134.9, so 1.5 seconds away from the best time, but we're not necessarily just looking at absolute best times here, as I said, in free practice 1. Josh?
Yeah, and that was Josh Cook just leaving the pit lane, as you were talking about him, Chris. Yeah, he's been in and out of the pits a lot. I've been doing lots of setup changes, just getting the car back to where he would like it, I'm sure, and that'll continue through FP2, and then we'll really see what Josh Cook can do come qualifying this afternoon.
We've got a couple of milestones coming up tomorrow. Race 2 will be Tom Ingram's 350th race start in the Quick Fit British Touring Car Championship. Race 2 will also be a landmark for Dan Camish. It'll be his 200th start in the championship. And they're first and second at the moment in this session. Tom Ingram with a 133.486, 4 tenths up now on Dan Camish, who's done a 133.917. Ash Sutton third with a 134.024. Tom Chilton on the hard tyre with a 134.142. Was quickest at one point. He's now fourth. Chris Smiley is fifth. Aaron Taylor-Smith is sixth. Dan Lloyd seventh. Senna Proctor eighth. And then Adam Morgan ninth. Dan Rowbottom 10th. Those on hard tyres at the moment. Chilton, Proctor, Morgan he's come into the pits, and De Leon and Buxton, who's also in the pits, but the majority on the medium tyre at this juncture, with just about 5.5 minutes to go. Apparently
Tom Ingram and Ash Sutton are inseparable even in practice, because they come down the pit lane absolutely nose to tail. And I wonder how many times we'll say that this weekend.
That's what we want to see.
Yes, it's happened a lot this year, hasn't it? And it feels like it's going to keep happening as well across the course of the weekend. and how much will the team drivers come into this as well. We saw it at Knock Hill, didn't we, with Senna Proctor first, making way for Tom Ingram to get onto the podium in race 1. Dan Camish did it twice, only once successfully to, on the run to the line, allow Ash Sutton through to gain a place for second place. Didn't end up getting second place because of a ruling that he'd overtaken during yellow flags, double waved yellows, so that position was subsequently reversed. But yeah, if you are in the thick of a championship fight and you're Tom Ingram up against Ash Sutton, or you're Ash Sutton up against Tom Ingram, two greats of the championship, I think you probably agree, then the more help you can get from your teammates, the better at this run into the championship. You want them to be quick, and certainly in the case of 2 of the teammates for Ash Sutton, they are quick, because they've got Dan Camish up there third. You've now got Dan Rowbottom, who's just gone to the top of the times with a 1:33.473 second lap to put him just 13 thousandths of a second clear of Tom Ingram. So Robo now up to the top of the times here. Over the last 3 seasons, including the event at the start of this year, Tom Ingram's had 4 wins here since 2022. Dan Camish has had 3. Ash Sutton's had 4. Tom Chilton's had a couple. There have been 1 each for Gordon Shedden, Jake Hill, Rory Butcher, Aidan Moffat and Colin Turkington. That's across both versions of the Donington Park circuit. So certainly in Dan Camish, Dan does go well around here. Dan Rowbottom, as I say, having his best season so far in the championship. Also looking to, if you can, get out there on the podium and fight for wins this weekend. But as ever, qualifying is going to be absolutely critical to come this afternoon.
It's always a worry when you get a message come into the studio that says, when you guys are on air, could you mention, well, we are. So
yeah, we are.
We're already on air. It's just a quick message to the owner of a vehicle, if they could return to the vehicle. Its registration number is X17TMY, X17TMY. If you could pop back to your car, which is on the campsite, I think you would welcome the opportunity to return to the car. So X17TMY, if you could go back to your car immediately, that would be really good. Thank you.
Thanks very much. Yeah, one thing we will talk about more as the day goes on is boost and the turbo boost, that extra delivery of 70 brake horsepower that you get on top of the 375 brake horsepower that these cars have, but less use of it in qualifying and less use of it in race 1 for the key championship protagonists, for the top 7 in the championship. So whereas everybody else that's not in the top 7 in the championship will get to use that extra boost for 15 seconds per lap during the course of qualifying. If you are Tom Ingram, the championship leader, you get just 1 second of boost per lap in qualifying. 3 seconds for Ash Sutton, who's second in the championship. 5 seconds for Dan Camish when we get to qualifying, who's third in the championship. Dan Rowbottom will have 7 seconds, he's fourth in the championship. Jake Hill will have 9 seconds of boost on qualifying laps, he's fifth in the championship. Then 11 seconds for Adam Morgan and 13 seconds for Tom Chilton.
So I've spotted 2 black flags now,
yeah.
One for Aidan Moffat, one for
Josh Cook's just got one, hasn't he?
Yeah.
And this is for excessive ignoring of or breaking of the track limits rules. And it's not totally uncommon, we do see it every now and again during the course of free practice sessions, but they will have to leave the circuit, and with a minute and 10 seconds to go, we're not going to see them again anyway.
Yeah, Aidan Moffat's already drove into the garage. Also out of their cars are both the Toms down at Team Virtue, so Tom Ingram and Tom Chilton ending the session just a few moments earlier than the checkered flag. That obviously means, I'm guessing, that they're quite happy with how things are. Both drivers at the moment having a debrief with their team. We'll see if we can have a word early in the day with Tom Ingram, possibly. Tom has now gone back to his race engineer, so don't want to interrupt that too soon if we can.
Pretty good pace already, I would say. Dan Rowbottom's quickest time of the session is a 1:33.3, and as I mentioned earlier, the qualifying lap record around here, set by Ash Sutton 2 years ago, is a 1:33.1, only just over 0.2 of a second quicker, and we're only in free practice 1, so we already saw lap records going around the national circuit at the start of the year. So with the conditions, if they stay like this for qualifying, could well see a new qualifying lap record being set if that pace is anything to go by.
And Tom's made his way out to the front. Tom, ending the session slightly early, but everything all good at this point of the day?
Yeah, fine. We just sort of ran out of sync by the time we came in for the last stop. We had 3 minutes to go, so we wouldn't have got a lap for it. So we just kind of called it that. Car feels fantastic. Feels really, really strong. So good way to start the weekend. See how it goes.
And I guess all focus going forward in the championship now, is it watching what Ash does and trying to make sure you score points over him?
Not really, no. I'm not. I'll be honest. I've not looked at where anyone is in the timings. Ultimately, I don't care. So we'll just keep doing our own thing.
And is the car good on the Grand Prix circuit? Does the Grand Prix look good for the car?
Yeah, it seems to be. We were fast here last year. We obviously had that recovery drive in race 3. So yeah, the cars work well all the way through the season. So you like to think when we come here, it should do again, and it seemingly has done so far. So very pleased. Yeah, very, very, very happy at the moment, so we'll see how the rest of the day goes.
And a little bit of talk already that the conditions in potentially these 2 free practice sessions may be different to qualifying. How much of a challenge would it be if it did rain when you haven't got any wet running before then?
I don't know. We've not, I mean, our forecast is saying something different. We'll wait and see. It will decide what it wants to do. It's the Great British Summertime, isn't it?
Thanks for having a chat. Good luck this weekend. So there's Tom Ingram, I think, was second in the session, Chris.
He was, yeah, which is now about to come to an end because the checkered flag is out. The last few drivers just coming through.
He's much more sensible with Josh
than with you.
Yes. What can I do differently to get those sensible answers?
He's known you for a very long time now, Alan.
Yeah, way too long, clearly.
Very comfortable with you. So Tom Ingram there, the championship leader, talking with Josh Barrett down in the pit lane, second in the session behind Dan Rowbottom. Dan Lloyd with a late improvement, going up to third place, 133.855. And then Dan Camish fourth. So if your name's Dan, you're probably in the top 4 in that session. Rowbottom, Lloyd and Camish all in the top 4 at the end of the first 35-minute session. And as I say, Tom Ingram with a good record here. He got 2 wins at Donington last year in the on his way to second in the championship. He was a winner here around the Grand Prix circuit in 2023 as well. Won at Donington in his championship winning year of 2022. Got a win back in 2019 at Donington as well. So he tends to go very well around this circuit. I mean, he goes well everywhere, doesn't he? But very good record here.
We are just an Ingram away from having the top 3 as only Dan's.
Yes, nearly, yeah. Tom's sporting.
So close, so close.
So, at the end of 35 minutes of free practice 1, number 32, Dan Rowbottom, quickest. Great start to the weekend. 1 minute 33.376 seconds. Only 0.2 of a second away from the qualifying lap record. 0.1 seconds behind him with a time of 1 minute 33.486 was Tom Ingram, the championship leader in the number 80 Hyundai. And then third at number 123, Dan Lloyd, 1 minute 33.855. Also in Hyundai for Restart Racing. Then fourth place for Dan Camish, number 27, 1 minute 33.917 with exactly the same lap time, 1 minute 33.917. Charles Rainford in the number 99 BMW, fifth. Dan set the time first, so he's classified fourth. Charles set it afterwards and is therefore classified fifth, even though they got exactly the same time, to within a thousandth of a second of each other. Then sixth place, Ash Sutton, second in the championship in the number 116 Ford Focus. His best time was 1 minute 34.024, just over 0.6 of a second away from the fastest time of the session. Seventh, number 40, Aaron Taylor Smith. Eighth, number 3, Tom Chilton. Ninth, number 22, Chris Smiley. And 10th, number 2, Daryl De Leon. The top 9 within less than 0.8 of a second of each other. And then in 11th place was number 18, Proctor, 12th, number 52, Shedden, 13th, number 77, Osborne, 14th, number 33, Morgan, and then in 15th, number 1, Hill, 16th, number 66, Cook, 17th, number 17, Patterson, 18th was the 88 car of Doble, 19th, number 16, Moffat, 20th, number 28, Hamilton, 21st, number 50, Halstead, and 22nd, number 19, Buxton. More free practice to come before we go qualifying. The second session for the touring cars will get underway at 11:50.
Get Get in touch with us at Toka Live. We're on WhatsApp and email. Add the number 07482 877 877 to your WhatsApp contacts or email us at studio@tokalive.net to get in touch. Say hi to someone, wish someone a happy birthday, or wish a driver good luck. Anything you like, get in touch now with Toka Live.
And that's how you get in touch with us. It's on WhatsApp, message plus your first name and your message to 07482 877 877, or you can email the studio@tokalive.net. That's how you get in touch with us. Morning to Perrin. He's messaging already to say, I want to say good luck to everyone at Team Virtue and Tingram and everyone at Westbourne Motorsport and James Sherrington as well. Perrin, great to have you listening. Just a quick reminder without the cars going around, if you haven't done already, the car with the registration number X17TMY. It's on the campsite and you need to return to that car soon as you can, please. X17TMY. And thanks very much indeed to Houghton for writing in that message. Thank you very much indeed. This one says, morning all, have a great weekend everyone. I hope it's a pointsy one. P.S. You aren't on TSL commentary. It's bikes from Knock Hill. From Vicky. It's okay. I've checked it now, Vicky. It's all okay. But yes, apparently a couple of people got the dulcet tones of Duncan Vincent, who was BTCC commentator a couple of weeks ago. And I think they might have got their wires crossed a little bit first thing in the morning. However, we are now...
I'm literally talking to you.
I couldn't hear you. I literally couldn't hear you.
Specific page, you can go straight there just by typing in tokalive.net and going there, and it will take you straight to the live audio page. Or on TSL, go to the live timing page for BTCC and just click the commentary button at the bottom. That's how you can listen to us all weekend. Vicky, great to have you listening. Thank you very much indeed. And this one says, it's from Hayley. Hi, Hayley. Says, hi, Al, we're on our way to Donington, but could you please wish our son a very happy 24th birthday? He's been McLaughlin's number one.
I've got Alan High.
Many thanks from John and Hayley. Hayley, thank you very much indeed. Great to have you listening. And we shall indeed enjoy quite a few birthdays, I think, over the course of this weekend on Donington. I didn't realise that at the start of the year when we started Toka Live that we would have so many birthdays being celebrated on a race weekend. But it seems, Chris, that's a great birthday present or a Christmas present that you can kind of look forward to for the whole year.
It's my wife's birthday today.
Is it really?
It is, yeah. I did say she could come to Donington Park for her birthday, but she declined the offer.
Did she decline?
Yeah.
She's been to race meetings before, hasn't she?
Yeah. Gone to the zoo instead.
Just very rare. Well, there's nothing wrong with going to the zoo. Which zoo?
Bristol.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
very
our
nice.
local one. Yeah. Yeah, gone to the zoo.
With the kids?
With the kids, yeah. Gone for a day out. I'm missing out.
Oh, it's a shame she
I did see her this morning, but it was at like 6 o'clock.
Yeah,
so.
yes.
She was a bit bleary-eyed.
And she really wasn't interested. No. No. Okay, very good. Right, you can get in touch with us. WhatsApp, message plus your first name and your message to 07482 877 877. We're a few minutes away from getting our next qualifying session out on circuit. 10:25 until 10:50 for the Vera Tools F4 British Championship, certified by FIA. Down in pit lane is Josh Barrett. Well, he was.
Yeah, we just...
And he is again.
Ash Sutton's going to have a chat with us, I think, in just a moment's time. He's just looking through the data, and then hopefully we'll be able to speak to both our championship contenders early on in the morning here at Donington Park.
We're getting more messages coming in. Thanks very much indeed. It's on WhatsApp. This one says, hi, it's Reese. I'm at Donington tomorrow for my 21st first time BTCC has been on the same day as my birthday. Really looking forward to supporting Aidan Moffat and Charles Rainford as well. So very much a BMW fan heading up to Donington tomorrow to celebrate 21st birthday here at Donington. Reese, look forward to seeing you, welcoming you here to Donington tomorrow. If you want to get in touch on WhatsApp, it's a message plus your first name and then your message to 07482 877 877, or if you've got more to say, you can email us studio@tokalive.net. That's how you get in touch with us. How does the timetable line up for today? Well, qualifying is coming up, as we say, for the Vera Tools F4 British Championship, certified by FIA. At 11:05, we've got qualifying for the Virtue Mini Challenge Trophy. That's coming up for half an hour between 11:05 11.25 and 11.35. And then the second free practice session for touring cars on track between 11.50 and 12.25. That's when we get into a lunch break. Hopefully a couple of guests will come up and join us up here in the commentary box. We'll also keep you company over the course of lunchtime with a bit of music as well. And you can request a bit of music over that hour lunch break by WhatsApping to us, message plus your first name and your musical request to 07482 877 877. And after the lunch break, we're into qualifying for the Porsche Carrera Cup GB. That's over half an hour as well. 2 races for the Viratools F4 British Championship and for the Virtue Mini Challenge. And our final track action of today is qualifying over an hour. Of course, the quick 6 format for qualifying, which has proved to be a great success over the last couple of years.
Not sure what that might be. I'll hang around and see if we can have a word with Ash, because it'd be good to hear from both our championship contenders at this point of the season. But if we get to the point it continues, we might have to move on to F4 qualifying.
Or you can have a chat to maybe a driver or two that's not deeply engrossed in a post FP1 debrief. And,
I'll have a wander down the pit lane.
Yeah,
and
that's
see
a
what we can do.
good idea, Josh. Top work. This one is from Graham. And Graham, thank you very much indeed. We will pass that message on. So thank you very much indeed for writing in. WhatsApp message plus your first name to 07482 877 877.
Live from the BTCC, this is Toka Live.
With Josh Barrett down in pit lane, hopefully grabbing a couple of touring car drivers following FP1, FP2 coming up at the end of the morning. And of course, we don't know necessarily what they're doing with their cars in free practice. It's essentially, Chris, and we've said this many times, it's basically testing in public, isn't it, when we have these free practice sessions?
Yeah, because other than just a tick over somewhere, not at a racetrack, the shakedown, that anybody won't have driven the cars at all since Knock Hill, since that last race weekend a couple of weeks ago. So very much a short, sharp 2 35-minute sessions just to try and get in the zone for qualifying.
And down at West Surrey Racing with Aidan Moffat. Aidan, another circuit. Is this one that's going to favour the BMW, do you think?
I think we're pretty struggling in general this year, to be honest. I don't think we really struggled here at the start of the year, so the nature of the hairpins, I think we'll struggle a little bit with rear stability. Specifically my car, we seem to really struggle with the rear end and the braking all year. It's a bit of an issue we can't get on top of, so I don't think it's going to work any wonders for us. It'll just be another day.
But anything can happen in a touring car weekend. I'm sure you'll do everything you can to try and firstly qualify well and then see you go from there.
Yeah, you just got to plod away and see what happens. Really, there's nothing else for it, but everyone's doing the same thing. So yeah, but I think hopefully the rain's later and I'll spice it up a little bit and see where we are there.
There's not really been much rain for a British Championship season, but do you think in the wet weather that's something that equalises the cars out a bit more?
Sometimes it does. Some tracks, like the Thruxton, was a very hard one for BMW because it's so on the edge that you'd rather have the front wheels pulling you straight around there. You really want a bit more of a twisty track to really benefit. So this is somewhere in the middle. So it may help us, it may not, but there's only one way to find out.
In general, is Donington Park a circuit you enjoy coming to?
Enjoy the National. I can't say I'm a biggest lover of the GP. More so because of the luck we've had here. Last year we were doing well and got taken out twice, so yeah, you kind of enjoy places based on your memories, and we've never had very good memories here.
Let's hope you make some good memories tomorrow.
Thank you, mate.
So that's Aidan Moffat, West Surrey Racing, looking for a better weekend here than in previous seasons.
Yeah, certainly in terms of Donington as a place, I had some good memories here, not around the GP circuit necessarily, as he said, but got his first ever independence win here as a touring car driver at Donington, got his first outright race win at this circuit around the national version of the circuit as well. So, yeah, not sounding full of confidence, Aidan Moffat. Still some issues with the stability of that BMW, he was saying, but we'll see how it gets on over the course of the next re-practice session and qualifying this afternoon as well. So the next session on the cards is going to be qualifying. This is for the Viratools F4 British Championships certified by FIA. The entry list you'll find on page 51 of your race programmes if you're here at the track and you've got one. The cars are all these days powered by 180 brake horsepower engines, Abarth engines. They're tuned and equalised by NBE, Neil Brown Engineering. And they used to use a Ford EcoBoost engine up until 2022 in a Miguel chassis, but that all changed. The second generation of cars came in with those Abarth engines, the Tatius chassis that they now use, and the other big switch a few years ago was onto Pirelli tyres, because this Formula 4 internationally, with all the various championships that you have in F4, not just here in the UK, but in other countries as well, the Italian F4 Championship being a particularly strong example of international Formula 4 racing. It's very much seen as a stepping stone up to Formula 1 these days, and with Formula 3, Formula 2 and Formula 1 all using Pirelli P0 racing slick tyres. That decision was taken a few years ago to switch them onto Pirellis as well when we had the second generation cars coming in. They only weigh about 605 kilograms, that's including the driver, so very lightweight cars. Power to weight ratio is therefore around about 240 brake horsepower per tonne on these cars. They'll have a 20-minute qualifying session coming up shortly. They have 2 new sets of slicks per race weekend, which they have to make last for this qualifying session and 3 races. So you cannot just bolt a new set of Pirellis on every time you go out. You've got to manage your tyres, work out when is the best time to save your less used tyres for, and a lot of that will depend on where you are on the grid for the race this afternoon and the 2 races tomorrow, and that all depends on what happens in this next 20-minute qualifying session as the cars make their way out of the holding area onto the circuit via the Grand Prix loop. They'll come down into the pit lane, and the session, when it gets underway, 25 minutes long it will be. The fastest lap time for each driver sets the grid for the final race of the weekend. So tomorrow afternoon's race 3, that is determined by everybody's fastest lap time in qualifying, where they start on the grid. Your second best lap time sets the grid for the first race of the weekend, the one we get this afternoon. So you've got to get 2 quick lap times in, not just the 1. And there's a top 12 reverse grid as well for the middle race of the weekend for race 2. So if you qualify fastest overall, you are going to be 12th on the grid for the middle race. If you qualify 12th on the grid, you'll be on pole position for that middle race of the weekend, which is the one tomorrow morning, and everybody in between those 12 positions gets reversed as well. So everything determined in terms of the whole weekend starting positions by these 25-minute qualifying session. The races with non-reverse grid, so races 1 and 3, have 25 points available for a win. It's an FIA Championship point scoring system, same as Formula 1. So 25 for a win, 18 for second, 15 for third, down to 1 point for 10th. You do get a bonus point for the fastest race lap, provided you're a classified finisher. And there's also 2 points for setting the fastest lap time in qualifying as well. So it's not 2 points for each pole, as in you don't get 2 points if you're on pole for race 1 with the second best lap time. It's just the fastest lap time that gets you the 2 bonus points in qualifying. At the middle race, the reverse grid race, there are still championship points, but it's a different system. So only the top 8 score. So same points system, but the points for third in other races become the points for first in the middle race. So 15 points for a win, 12 for second, 10 for third, down to a point for 8th. But you also, in that middle race, that reverse grid race, can score bonus points for gaining positions, for overtaking. So you get 1 point for every place you gain from your starting position. So conceivably, you can start towards the back of the grid, not even get up into the top 8 or the points, but still score good championship points by making progress. And there's a maximum of 10 bonus points that you can get for that. So you can gain a maximum of 10 points for overtakes. And conceivably, you could get the win as well from a lowly grid position and end up scoring 25 points in that race. So lots of points still available in the championship. They've got, like the touring cars, 3 weekends to go. They haven't been on the Toka package every time this year. They've had a couple of away days, including at Zandvoort before they went to Knockhill. So at Zandvoort for their 6th weekend of the season. Then they were back on the Toka package at Knockhill a couple of weeks ago, and they're back with us for the rest of the season now. Here at Donington, they go to Silverstone at the end of the month and Brands Hatch in October. So they've got 9 races still to go in the championship, and you've only got 40.5 points between the top 2 because there was a half points race earlier in the season, and it means that Finn McLaughlin has got the championship lead with 247.5 points. 40.5 behind him is Martin Molnar, the Hungarian, in his second season of the championship. Jimmy Pezik, who is back in British F4 after a year away. The Australian raced in the championship 2 years ago, went back to Australia, won the Australian Formula 4 championship last year, and then got the opportunity to return to Europe. So he's third in the championship on 190 points, 57.5 off the championship lead. So they are the top three in the standings. We've had 4 wins so far this season for Finn McLaughlin, the championship leader. We've had 2 wins for Martin Molnar, and we've had 3 wins for Jimmy Pezik, but they're not the only race winners this year. In fact, in total, we've had 11 different race winners this year. And a bit further down the order, another second season race of the Swedish driver with the Finsis Argenti team, August Reber. He's had 3 wins this year, but they all came in the first few weekends of the season. So it's a very wide open championship. It's truly an international field of drivers, even though it's the British Championship. You've got drivers from all across Europe, from Australia, a couple of drivers from Ukraine, South Africa, China, and even the USA and the UAE as well. So a very international field of drivers to take part in these 3 20-minute races this weekend, and this 25-minute qualifying session, which in the sunshine here is now underway, and up into the early 20s, the air temperature, track temperature now. The air temperature is pretty nice as well, pushing up towards 19 degrees at the moment. So it's getting warmer, it's getting stickier. And these drivers have had 2 test sessions here, but back on Thursday, because unlike most circuits, the test day is on a Thursday rather than a Friday of a weekend. So I had a day off yesterday. For what it's worth, the fastest driver 2 days ago across the 2 tests here in F4 was Ethan Jeff Hall, who's in the number 25 Argenti Motorsport car. Did a 1:28.997 and was only 64 thousandths of a second quicker than Dries van Langendonk, the Belgian driver in the number 15 car, one of the Rodin cars, and then 66 thousandths of a second adrift of the fastest time was Rowan Campbell-Pilling, the British driver in number 42 on Thursday in the JHR Developments car. So very, very tight during practice on Thursday. Josh?
Yeah, I'm not sure if you've heard the story behind Van Langendonk, who's making his debut in the championship today. He's 15 today, and you can't race a single-seater in the UK until you are 15. So he's doing it at the earliest opportunity. I don't think he's raced a car elsewhere before. As you say, he's from Belgium, and he's part of the McLaren driver development programme. So we've seen Ella Lloyd's car in the past this season in the McLaren livery, and this weekend Dries will be in the McLaren livery with Rodin Motorsport.
Yeah, and just to complete the circle, a former driver that raced in British F4 and made his debut at Donington Park on his 15th birthday and was a McLaren development driver was Ugo Ugochukwu, the American driver, the New York-based driver. He did exactly the same thing on his 15th birthday. His first competitive session was qualifying, and he banged it on pole position, so no pressure for Dries to try and do the same. But as I say, he was pretty quick, wasn't he, on Thursday in the practice?
Yeah, I think he's done a little bit of testing, because you can test while you're 14. Like you said, he was here Thursday. They had a test, I think, here last week as well, and he was at the sharp end. But yeah, there's some parallels there already, aren't there? We haven't even started the competitive part of the weekend, so we'll see if that continues. Well, I understand last year he was a European karting champion. He was a world champion before that as well, so he's got lots of karting heritage coming into this very competitive Vera Tools F4 British Championship.
Yeah, as of pretty much the whole of the field, all with enormous karting skills, be it in national or international championships.
And if ever you were in any doubt about just how much involvement McLaren would have with a young driver in their careers when they're doing single-seaters in a Toka paddock. Many years ago, I remember Lewis Hamilton competing in Formula Renault, and we were given the information, and we rolled with it because it was found to be absolutely true. The bodywork of the car was actually finished at McLaren, and it looked spectacular all year. It was the silver and black livery, and it just looked fantastic. And then more recently, you mentioned Ugo Ugochukwu. I couldn't quite believe my eyes. It was at Brands Hatch, and he won a race. And I was stood on the podium making the presentation, and the person that was filming him on the podium with his trophy was Zach Brown in front of the podium. Do you remember that?
Yeah, I remember that. Yeah. had an interview with him, didn't you?
I did, yeah.
Yeah. He just come along to watch his, had a weekend off, so I thought I'd go to Brands Hatch and see how Ugo's getting on. And he's now gone all the way up to racing F2. And Macau Grand Prix winner as well, Ugo Ugochukwu, as was a former British F4 champion, Luke Browning, won at Macau as well a couple of years ago in dominant style. So it is a great training ground, this. Famously, we often mention this, Lando Norris won the first season of this championship. It wasn't called British F4 back then, but it was essentially the same championship, the MSA formula. And Lando's current McLaren teammate, Oscar Piastri, was a front runner in this championship on his way up through the single-seater ladder before he went on to race and win championships in Formula Renault Euro Cup and F3 and F2, and now, of course, a multiple race winner and championship contender in F1, racing at Zandvoort this weekend, where these young drivers had the opportunity to race a couple of events ago. So the championship leader, Finn McLaughlin, is now quickest, 129.702. He's in the number 5 car. The Irish driver, one of the high-tech TGR run cars. The driver that was quickest on Thursday, Ethan Jeff Hall, is his nearest rival at the moment in car number 25. He's done a 129.732, only 30 thousandths of a second behind. So Ethan in that number 25 machine, one of the Argenti Motorsport cars. And then third quickest is currently number 46, Ari Bansal, the Indian driver who made his debut at Alton Park. I mean, again, not being old enough to race right at the start of the season. And he's done a 129.7 as well. And so in the 129.7s too are Jocelyn, number 26, who's fourth, and the aforementioned Van Langendonk has done a 129.7 as well. So that all means it's very tight in that battle for getting onto the front row of the grid, but it's all going to change, and it has changed already. Jimmy Pezik goes to the top of the times, the Australian, with a 129.390. And then across the line, Van Langendonk puts his second quick lap time in, and the number 15 car, and on his debut goes second quickest, 129.399. And now there's only 9 thousandths of a second between the top two. McLaughlin is down to third place with 129.5, which is still an improvement for him. Everybody in the top 6 setting their best lap times of the session last time around. Jeff Hall, number 25, is down to 4th. Bansal, number 46, is down to 5th. And Rowan Campbell-Pilling has just put his best lap of the session in. It's also a 129.7 to go into 6th place. Jocelyn down to 7th in car number 26. Make it 8th because Martin Molnar's just going into Redgate Corner in the blue number 24 machine, the Hungarian, who came to watch a race here a couple of years ago at Donington. Thought, I fancy being involved in this championship. That was in 2023, came here as a spectator, came into the championship in 2024, and is now, in his second season of F4, fighting for the championship title, the first and only Hungarian driver ever to race in the British F4 Championship in an FIA single-seater championship. He's down to 4th place now, though, because McLaughlin's just gone into 2nd place. He's found 0.3 of a second, 129.393 seconds, which is only 0.3 thousandths of a second away from Jimmy Pezik's provisional pole time. You've got 9 thousandths of a second between the top 3 now. Number 93, Pezik, number 5, McLaughlin, and number 15, Van Langendonk. And 70 thousandths of a second between the top 4, because Ethan Jeff Hall has just improved as well in the number 25 car. So that is the order at the moment in terms of fastest lap times. This, remember, sets the grid for the final race of the weekend. For today's race, the grid is based on everybody's second best lap time. And as it stands, McLaughlin is quickest on second best lap time. So he'd be on pole position as it stands for this afternoon's race with a 129.515. So he's had 2 good lap times within 1/10 of a second of each other. Jeff Hall is second based on second best lap times, and then Bansal, Van Langendonk, Pezik and Raber are the top 6 as it stands on second best lap times.
But it could all change very soon because tyre changes are starting to begin down here in pit lane, including to my left a couple of the Fortec Motorsport drivers, Henry Jocelyn and Ari Bansal, who were 2 of those drivers that you were mentioning within that top 10. Chris, they are putting on some fresh Pirelli tyres, which might give them just that little bit more grip. And you don't need much more grip to gain so many positions in this qualifying session, so close it is.
Absolutely right. Lots of these drivers also had the chance to race in a non-championship race at the British Grand Prix weekend. There was F1, F2, F3 and F4 for the first time in a Grand Prix weekend.
What a bit of history that was,
yeah, it was, yeah. And many of there were some guest drivers, but many of the regulars from the British Championship took part in that as well, which is fantastic
And to be a
experience for
young
them.
driver, and you mentioned right at the start of this session how it's got such an international feel. You only have to look down the TSL timing screen online. We've got the nation's flags of all of the drivers, and it feels very much these days. I've said this for a couple of years now. Feels like the British F3 Championship back in the 1980s when drivers from all around the world. This was really the one and only F3 championship in the world that they wanted to win, and they came from all over. You know, famously, Ayrton Senna came over from Brazil, drove with WSR, and Dick Bennett, who's down in our touring car pit lane to this day, based himself in Surrey, just to claim the title in British F3, and that's kind of where I think we've got to with the British F4 Championship now.
Yeah, Senna narrowly beating a young Martin Brundle, famously.
And what epic battles the two of them had that year.
Yeah, absolutely, and you can see it depicted in that Senna series that came out on Netflix earlier in the year, although the tracks look a bit different.
The sweeping hills and mountains of Snetterton.
Yeah, the budget may have restricted which venues they're filmed at somewhat. It's still pretty good, pretty well made depiction of Senna's
I didn't get
life.
through all of it, but that's a kind of a to-do list for the winter, I think.
Yeah, it's worth a watch. Have you seen the F1 film yet?
I haven't, no.
It's good.
I had a feeling that question was coming. Yeah.
It's it's a bit Hollywood,
sure?
but I don't mind. Yeah, that's a bit Hollywood, but I don't mind. I did go into it expecting to be annoyed by it, by going, oh, that doesn't happen. This doesn't happen in F1.
Yeah.
And there is a bit of exposition for the non-well-versed motorsport fans. With the commentary kind of explaining, this is what they're doing now on a formation lap, and this is where they change tyres at the pit stop. But it's well made, and Brad Pitt is still. Very likeable movie star. But it's really well made. I mean, they spent 2-3 years filming it at the British Grand Prix, amongst other places.
I was amazed after the last Grand Prix of last year. I was working at Yas Marina circuit the weekend after, and the team, if you like, the team that were in the Grand Prix film was still there. They were filming some scenes at night time. And there was enough equipment there for a Formula One team. It was a proper Formula One team.
Yeah, no, they built it up proper. I know a guy who worked on that, actually building the sets for the garages.
It was absolutely superb.
There's an awful lot of attention to detail went into it. So
and I could look out my hotel window and watch Brad Pitt driving around the circuit underneath me. So it was quite a cool thing, I have to be honest.
Yeah, not bad. Right, so pretty much halfway into the session, just under 11 minutes to go. Van Langendonk, before he came into the pits, went to the top of the times with a 129.355. So he's now 35 thousandths up on Jimmy Pezik and 38 thousandths of a second up on Finn McLaughlin. They are the top three, Josh.
And Van Langendonk, I think, stayed out longer than everybody else because he is the last car now to trundle back down the pit lane and onto the Donington Park Grand Prix circuit on fresh Pirelli tyres. So maybe watch at the end of the session because he'll have the freshest tyres for the last stint.
Yeah, we've had an improvement from Tommy Harfield just now. He's gone into the top 10. He was 15th. He's up to 7th place now. So Tommy with a time of 129.687. It's only 0.3 of a second away from the fastest time from provisional pole, but that only puts you in 7th place at the moment. So he's one of the Chris Dittman racing drivers, the Gloucestershire-based team run by Chris. They will have the maroon and yellow and black racing liveries. So Tommy doing a good job. He's the first one to make a big improvement since they went back out of the pits. But we've got Yuhao Fu on a personal best lap at the moment. Fastest lap for him last time around. He's just done an personal best first sector. And we've had 14 places gained up to 11th place now for number 33, Cole Hewitson, the South African in the Excel Motorsport car. It's done 129.809. So he's found a big amount of time as well. Fu might be worth keeping an eye on. He's back in 16th, but you've only got to find, I mean, the top 17 are covered by 0.9 of a second. So you've only got to find 3 or 4 tenths of a second, and you leap up the order here. Van Langendonk's had 2 good lap times, crucially, as well. This is really impressive because he did, as his best lap, a 129.355, and as his second best lap, he almost matched it, a 129.399, only 44 thousandths of a second between his best and his second best lap time. So he's on for a double pole position at the moment, still building up a bit of tyre temperature. In the Red Bull liveried car is Finn McLaughlin, who's currently 3rd quickest, but ahead of his closest championship rivals as it stands, although Jimmy Pezik, still very much in the championship fight, is just ahead of him, 2nd at the moment in the standings. He is in car number 93. As I say, won the Australian F4 Championship last year, but raced in this championship 2, albeit with a different team. He raced with High Tech in his first season of British F4. Finished 5th with a couple of wins at Silverstone and Snetterton for the future, potentially giving up on a championship title in Formula 4, but good to see Jimmy back. Now, Tommy Harfield has said improved just after the break, after they came into the pits. He's improved again by an enormous amount. He's gained 6 places. He's fastest now with a 1:29.111. So Tommy Harfield on provisional pole position. His second best lap time. He puts him 3rd on the grid for this afternoon's race as well. So number 21 Harfield with 7.5 minutes to go, quickest. Second is Van Langendonk, number 15. Third is number 93 Pizik. Fourth is number 5 McLaughlin. 5th, number 25 Jeff Hall. And 6th, number 24 Molnar. 7th is number 46 Bansal. 8th, number 42 Campbell Pilling. 9th, number 47 Raber. And 10th, number 26 Jocelyn as it stands. On second best lap times, the grid for this afternoon's race, Van Langendonk is still on provisional pole from McLaughlin, who's second based on second best lap times. Harfield 3rd, Jeff Hall 4th, Bansal 5th, Pizik 6th, so he needs another good lap really. 7th Raber, 8th Campbell Pilling, 9th Hewitson, and 10th Ian Kraling, the German driver in car 62. But there are going to be more improvements. There's just been one for number 90 Chase Fernandez. The British driver's popped himself up into the top 10. He's gone 7th quickest with a 1:29.649. There's a whole gaggle of drivers in the mid 1:29s from sort of 7th down to about 12th, 13th place. There's only a couple of tenths between all of those drivers. So you've got to be out there at the end improving. I've had 1 lap time disallowed for track limits by Yuho Fu, so he's still back in 17th place, although his last lap was the last lap that counted was still his best lap of the session so far. Now, one to watch is going to be Harry Bansal. Personal best sector 1, absolute best sector 2 in the number 46 machine. So the Indian driver in one of the red and white Fortec cars in the final sector at the moment, on course for potentially a big improvement that could put him somewhere near the top of the times. He's 8th quickest at the moment, but if he strings it together in the final sector, then surely he's going to be right up there. He's just coming out of the last corner now. He's the next one over the line. Harry Bansal goes through as McLaughlin goes 2nd quickest and Bansal goes 3rd quickest. So he gains 5 places. Just ahead of him on the road, McLaughlin did a 1:29.232 to go 2nd quickest. Harfield still on provisional pole. McLaughlin 2nd now, but there's 0.3 of a second between them. And then Bansal with that improvement, he's gone 3rd, but he's nearly half a second down. So the gaps are spreading out between the first few. And only 0.6 of a second behind Bansal, though. 4th quickest now is Van Langendonk. Make it 5th quickest because Henry Jocelyn goes across the line to go 3rd quickest. So he in the number 26 car with a 1:29.263. Harfield, by the way, is on for a double pole position because he improved his own pole lap time last time around, which meant that his previous pole lap time became his 2nd best lap time, and that is now quicker than everybody else's 2nd best lap time. So with just under 5 minutes to go, number 21 Harfield is fastest with a 1:28.895 second lap. 2nd quickest is Finn McLaughlin, the championship leader, with a 1:29.232, just over 1/3 of a second behind. Then it's number 26 Henry Jocelyn, 1:29.263 in 3rd. 4th, number 46 Harry Bansal with a 1:29.349. And now he's 5th because Martin Molnar crosses the line. He's just into Redgate Corner in the blue machine, and the Hungarian goes 4th quickest with a 1:29.344. But Van Langendonk isn't done yet. Absolute best sector 1, absolute best in sector 2. He's going over the grid hatchings in the orange and black machine, and he goes to the top of the times. Provisional pole with just 4 minutes to go for Van Langendonk, 1:28.777. This is fantastic from him. He's just over a 10th clear of Tommy Harfield. Harfield has still got pole position for race 1 though, because his 2nd best lap time is still a couple of tenths up on Van Langendonk's 2nd best lap time. So we've got 2 different pole sitters as it stands, but it would be Van Langendonk on pole position for the televised race on ITV tomorrow as it stands. In terms of the qualifying and the pole positions this year, obviously Van Langendonk, this is his first qualifying session, hasn't had a pole yet. I'm just looking at, I don't think Tommy Harfield's had a pole, not even a front row. No, his best qualifying was actually the first qualifying of the year. Guess where? Donington Park. He qualified 6th. So He's on course for his first pole, albeit on second best lap times, and certainly his best qualifying session of the season so far. Ethan Jeff Hall, though, has just popped himself into the mix, gone third quickest in the number 25 car with a 129.1. It's 3 tenths away from pole, 2 tenths away from being on the front row of the grid. But Ethan Jeff Hall, who looked quick here, as I said, at the start of the weekend on Thursday. He's qualified second once at Silverstone, third twice at Knock Hill last time out. So this will be equaling his best, or one of his best qualifyings of the year so far. Could do with another good lap though, Jeff Hall, because his second best lap time is currently 7th. Van Langendonk goes over the line after a slower lap. So is he just letting the tyres cool to have one more go at this? We'll keep an eye on him. Van Langendonk just making his way through the first part of the lap, down through Hollywood and then down through the Craney Curves. The lap divided into 3 sectors. Sector 1 obviously starts at the start-finish line, takes in Redgate Corner, Hollywood, and ends halfway down the Craney Curves. If you're down there, you'll see a white line across the circuit. That's the end of Sector 1. Sector 2 takes in the bottom of the Craney Curves, Old Hairpin, the run through Schwantz Curve, McLean's and Coppice. So it's a long sector, Sector 2, and Sector 3 takes in that run through the Fogarty S's, the Melbourne Hairpin, and the last left-hander at Goddard. So that's how you divide the lap into 3. That's how we can track the lap as it goes. Still 1 or 2 green sector times out there, but no absolute bests at the moment. Van Langendonk went through the first sector with a pretty good first sector time, 19.7. The best is a 19.6. And he's just gone through the second sector with the absolute best, 34.599. So Van Langendonk, who's already on pole position, trying to get a double pole position here by getting another quick lap time in at the moment. As it stands, he's first on quickest lap times, and currently 4th on second best lap times, because Martin Molnar has just made another improvement, stays 4th overall, but he's now 4th on second best lap times as well. McLaughlin 5th at the moment, goes through the minute and 20 seconds to go. He's running out of time to get himself up onto pole position. Over the line then goes Van Langendonk, and it's a 128.929, which is enough to improve his second best lap time onto provisional pole position for race 1. So he's on for that double pole position now, which is absolutely fantastic from the Belgian on his debut. 128.7 as his best lap time. He's just done a 128.9. So he's now quickest on second best lap times as well. And we're into the final minute of the session. So time is almost out for anybody else to shift him off that double pole. Tommy Harfield at the moment still on for his best qualifying of the season so far. He'll be second on the grid for race 1 and second on the grid for race 3. And then Harfield, now that's, I think that lap taken away from Van Langendonk, the last one, because he's just on the timing screen, dumped down to second. No, he's kept the lap time, but Harfield's done a 128.907, slightly quicker, so he's back on pole for race 1 by just 22 thousandths of a second. Overall fastest time, though, and pole for race 3 with 15 seconds to go. Looks like it's going to the rookie, unless Martin Molnar can dig deep. He's had a pretty good sector 1. He's done a personal best in sector 2. He goes over the line. Does he improve? Yes, but not in terms of position. It's a better lap time from Martin, but he stays 4th quickest on both fastest lap times and second best lap times. Taking the checkered flag now. The first one to take, one of the first drivers to take the checkered flag is McLaughlin, the championship leader, who did do a personal best lap right at the end, but not good enough to break into that top 4. So 129.210. McLaughlin, number 5, stayed 5th quickest, and he's 5th on the grid for race 1 based on second best lap times as well. So just a few left to run through now, but I don't think anybody looks like they're going to threaten that pole position. Martin Molnar's done another good first sector time. It's not amazing, it's not a personal best, but it's within a 1/10 and a half of the best first sector time. Sector 2's the longer sector, as I said, so if he can get that right, he still might have a chance of improving. He's only 70 thousandths of a second behind Jeff Hall for 3rd. Molnar's done a 34.9 through the second sector, which is about 4/10 off, so I think the tyres have just faded a bit and he might not even finish the lap, but I don't think he's going to improve even if he completes the lap. And he looked like being the only real threat. Jeff Hall is still out there, but he's lost 2 or 3 tenths through that middle sector as well, relative to the best sector time. So they're still trying those two, but I'm not sure they're going to have enough to be able to come through. Martin Molnar now crosses the line And yeah, it's not a bad lap, 129.2. It's a couple of tenths away from his best. He takes the checkered flag. Jeff Hall has already been through. Neither improved. And therefore, on debut, on his birthday, it is pole position to number 15. What a story. Dries van Langendonk, the Belgian, for Rodin Motorsport. 128.777 seconds. And by just over a tenth of a second, he will be on pole position for the third race of the weekend. Ahead of number 21, Tommy Harfield, who has the best qualifying of the season so far. He's second with a 128.895. Third, number 25, Ethan Jeff Hall with a 128.948. Fourth, number 24, Martin Molnar with a 129.018. Fifth, the championship leader, Finn McLaughlin. Car number 5, 129.210. And sixth, Ari Bansal, number 46, with a time of 129.262. He was only a thousandth of a second quicker than Henry Jocelyn, number 26, who was seventh. Eighth, number 7, which was Thomas Behrman, back in ninth place in the end, despite being a provisional pole halfway through the session, was Jimmy Pezik. So Jimmy, number 93, back in ninth place, because you've only got just over half a second between the top 10 in that session. 10th place, number 47, August Raber, and then 11th was number 12, Al Azari. 12th, number 62, Kraling. 13th, number 19, Savinkov. 14th, number 33, Hewitson. 15th, number 90, Fernandez. 16th, number 42, Campbell Pilling. 17th, number 69, Fu. 18th was number 2, Smith. 19th, number 23, Palmer. 20th, number 8, Ingram Hill. 21st, number 13, Mercier. 22nd, number 27, Edge. 23rd, number 44, Albag. 24th, number 4, Avramidez. And 25th, number 40, Orzechowski. And the second best lap time, Tommy Harfield. He'll be on pole position just ahead of Van Langendonk for the first race of the weekend this afternoon.
Yeah, and Dries van Langendonk's just got out of his car. He looks all pretty chilled about this. For his first race, his first qualifying session and his first pole position, he's now being congratulated by one of the Rodin Motorsport mechanics. So he gets a handshake, and then we'll try and grab a word with Dries. They will also have to be weighed, so we'll make sure that post-session protocol will be done now. He's being congratulated by a couple of the other drivers as well. But now a big smile on the face of the young Belgian, who is about to be weighed. He needs to take his helmet and the rest of his gear to do that, to make sure it's all done accurately, because you add the driver's weight to the car weight for the regulations. So Dries van Langendonk in McLaren driver development overalls is weighed, and then we'll have a word with him. Dries, congratulations, a great debut performance, sir.
Yeah, was I expecting this? Absolutely not, but yeah, I mean, even on the test we were really quick. The team did an absolutely amazing job, you know, they gave me a really good car, and just, yeah, feeling confident and overwhelmed.
I understand it's your 15th birthday as well, so happy birthday, what a way to celebrate it.
Yeah, yeah, all the stars aligned, I guess, so yeah, I mean, really happy, can't be more pleased.
A few years ago, Ugo Chukwu, who was in McLaren livery, he did exactly the same thing on his 15th birthday, so there's obviously a bit of a symmetry going on.
Yeah, keeping the tradition, so yeah, very happy.
And I guess racing, that's going to be something a bit different. How are you looking forward to that?
Yeah, I mean, I'm just going to see how it goes, you know, it's a whole different racing in Formula cars, so I'm just going to take it as a learning curve and see how it goes. But yeah, I'm already, you know, this isn't enough for me for the weekend, but obviously I'm going to try and win, so yeah, just a learning curve.
Tell us about that learning curve from karting into this car. Obviously, there'll be different thing to drive.
Yeah, I think some people like underestimate how difficult it actually is. It's like you know the basic in karting, but you know the driving is completely different in Formula cars, and it's something you really need time to get used to. So I mean, yeah, I mean it's quite a difficult curve, but I seem to be doing quite well in it. So.
Well done so far, good luck for the rest of the weekend. So there's Dries van Langendonk, pole position in Vera Tools British Formula 4 here at Donington Park. We'll grab a word with some of the other drivers as well. Ethan Jeff Hall, third in the session. Ethan, a good start to the day?
Yeah, it's been a strong weekend so far. You know, obviously third in quali then, so it's quite a good result. Feel like we could have gone a little bit better, but you know that's just how things go sometimes. So yeah, pleased with the result, and hopefully we can make some good races of it.
Obviously, we started on the national circuit. Does that help coming back to a similar layout?
A little bit, yeah, but the first round for me here when it was national wasn't so good. So, you know, it's kind of nice to reset and go again. You know, I think this is one of my strong tracks, so hopefully we can do some things right that we didn't last time here. So, yeah.
talking about that learning curve coming from Ginetta's last year, very different type of car. Has it been like learning something completely new this year?
Yeah, it's obviously a very different car. It's obviously a tin-top car, so it's very lively compared to this. You know, this is a little bit more planted. You can put it where you want. But yeah, it's been tough learning some of the habits from Ginetta, but you know, I think it's a great class, and it has taught me a lot about racing in cars, obviously the starts as well. So yeah.
Well, best of luck this weekend. Hope it goes well.
Thank you very much.
So it's Ethan Jeff Hall who was third quickest, and see if we can find Tommy Harfield, who I think has just had an interview and walked out of Parc Fermé. So let's see how far the race mic can go. We got Tommy second in the session, I think pole for today's race. So a great qualifying session.
Yeah, very happy. Yeah, I didn't know what to expect because yesterday was a tough day. It was my first day first day doing the Grand Prix loop. So yeah, I didn't know what to expect for this session, but yeah, it went well.
And now starting 2 races on the front row of the grid is going to be something a bit different, I guess, for you this season.
Yeah, very different. I've mostly been coming through from around 5th, so really happy to be on the front row and got a good shot at both races.
What do you think it has been about today that's been different to the other qualifying sessions this year?
I don't know, just I got it right for once in qualifying. Yeah, car felt mega.
Here at Donington Park.
Indeed so, and Tommy Harfield, he just heard from, will be on pole position for today's race because he was quickest on second best lap time. So in his debut season, the 16-year-old from Worcester who was racing Fiestas last year and has come up through the Chris Dittman driver development scheme. He gets pole position for the first time because he was quickest on second best lap time. So number 21 on second best lap times, the grid for race 1 starts on pole position ahead of the driver you heard from first, the overall pole sitter, Dries van Langendonk in car number 15, 22 thousandths of a second between them in the end on second best lap times. Third on the grid for race 1, Ethan Jeff Hall, the reigning Ginetta Junior champion, a world karting champion, and that's like he did at Knock Hill, in the top 3 in qualifying for both races 1 and 3. So he's getting into the groove in qualifying now. As he said, a 129.115 on second best lap times for number 25, Jeff, to be third on the grid for the first race of the weekend. Martin Molnar, as he is on overall fastest times on second best lap times, was in 4th place. 5th was Finn McLaughlin. Likewise, he's going to be 5th on the grid for both race 1 and race 3. And then 6th place, Behrman, 7th, Bansal, 8th, Jocelyn, 9th, Molnar in 4th, 5th, McLaughlin, 6th, Behrman, 7th, Bansal, and then Jocelyn 8th, Pizik 9th, and Raber in 10th place on the grid, based on second best lap times. So that's F4 qualifying completed. You heard from the top 3, and they'll be in action again, as I say, for their first of 3 races this weekend. Happens this afternoon. It's going to be our first race on the cards. It starts at 2:10, so just after Porsche qualifying. The first race of the weekend, 20 minutes for the Vera Tools F4 British Championship, certified by FIA. The second race of the weekend will be this afternoon. Just after that, it starts at 2:45 and a week for the Virtue Mini Challenge. The trophy cars, they get a 20-minute race today, and they get 2 more races tomorrow. And they are just making their way now from the paddock into the pit lane because they're about to start their qualifying session. The entry list, if you want it and you're here with a programme at the circuit, is on page 54. Spotter's Guide is on page 55. There's various grid penalties and judicials that have been decided this morning as well, carried over from their most recent round at Croft. So I'll bring you up to speed on that. But that's the cars heading out now for 20 minutes of qualifying for this. These are the normally aspirated version of the Mini, so we sometimes get the JCW, John Cooper Works turbo-powered cars. These are the 130 brake horsepower. Normally aspirated cars. They run a 1.6 litre engine. They've got a 6-speed Cooper gearbox with competition clutches, big racing wheels, Team Dynamics wheels, in fact, so the touring car connection, 15-inch wheels. They all run on Goodyear tyres, slick tyres in these conditions. They're the big rear wing on the back of the car to give them a bit more downforce through the high-speed turns as well. And they have things like adjustable toe and ride height to give the drivers and the teams the opportunity to change the suspension setups of the cars to suit conditions, to suit each track. The session gets underway. The cars head out onto the track for this 20-minute qualifying session. Again, we need to look at not just 1 but 2 lap times from drivers as well, because the second best lap time in quali sets the grid for the first race. And then fastest lap time sets the grid for the race tomorrow, one of the races tomorrow. So the cars heading out, so 30 minutes, not 20 minutes for the session, 29.5 of them still to go. And yeah, second best lap time in quali sets the grid for race 1, which happens this weekend. Race 1 results set the grid for race 2, which has a part reverse grid between 6 and 10 positions. And like F4, your best lap time in qualifying on Saturday sets the grid for the final race week of the weekend on Sunday afternoon. So that's the format for qualifying. They too were testing on Thursday, 2 test sessions here at Donington a couple of days ago, and Reese Hurd was quickest in the times. Most drivers set their best time in the afternoon session. Reese was one of them. He's with the Westbourne Motorsports squad. He did a 153.379. Just to give you a benchmark, those are the sorts of times we might be expecting to see, with him being about a tenth of a second up on Gabe Fairbrother, number 11, who was second in Thursday's test for Accelerate Motorsport. Olivier Algieri, number 38, also with Westbourne, like Reese Hurd, he was third quickest with a 153.729, but 3.5 tenths of a second away from Reese Hurd's time. Number 138, Henry Foote, was 4th. Number 96, Ronnie Smith, was 5th. And number 22, Ashley Gregory, was 6th quickest on Thursday. So in terms of events so far this season, they've had 4. 1 at Snetterton, 1 at Brands Hatch around the Indy circuit on the Toker package. They're at Thruxton, and most recently they were at Croft. And they're going to be on the package this weekend for 3 races. They'll be at Silverstone next, and then not with touring cars, but at the same circuit. They'll be at Brands Hatch, but on the Indy version of the circuit for their final round of the season at the start of November. Alex Keynes is the current championship leader. He's only had 1 win, which came at Brands Hatch, the second weekend of the season. 3 podiums, but he's been super consistent in terms of scoring points. Top 6 in all but 2 of the races. Has had 1 7th and only 1 non-finish so far this season. So Alex Keynes, the driver that comes into this as the championship leader so far, he's in the number 62 car. We've got most of them out there at the start of the session. A couple of them have darted into the pits or stayed in the pits. In the case of James Sherrington, number 40, and also coming into the pits is Leo Purchase, number 171, after just 1 recce lap. So Alex Keynes, the championship leader. He's 28 points clear, and there's 50 points available for each race win in the championship. Plus you get bonus points for pole position in qualifying, which they really add up at the end of the season, because usually it's 1 or 2 bonus points in most championships for pole position, but it's 6 points you get for qualifying on pole in this session to add on to your championship score as well. You also get points for fastest laps. So Alex Keynes, only 28 points clear of Alfie Garford, who is second in the championship. He's in car number 88 in the Vera Alliance Racing Academy liveried car from Peterborough. He's had no wins this season, but he has had 4 podiums, 2 of which came last time out at Croft. And third in the championship is Olivier Algieri in the number 38 car. He has had more wins than anyone, including winning the last 4 races on the trot. A hat-trick at Croft. He won the last race at Thruxton. He also won a race at Brands Hatch earlier in the season. So 5 wins, but he's also had 4 retirements this season, which is why he's not leading the championship. Josh?
Both those cars you mentioned in the pit lane, James Sherrington and Leo Purchase, both have their bonnets up, both have mechanics pouring into the engine bay. So neither of those are planned things, I am sure. So we will keep an eye on those 2 cars down here in the pit lane to see if and when they head back out.
Okay, thanks very much, Josh. So the various judicials after the racing at Croft, which are only decided just before this session. So there are some grid penalties to consider when we get to the end of this qualifying session for the first race of the weekend. So Murray Richardson has got a 2-place grid drop. He's in car number 8. Reese Hurd has got a 2-place grid drop. He's 9th in the championship, but he was fastest on Thursday. So he gets 2-place grid drop as well. He's in car 59. Alfie Garford, who's second in the championship, has a 2-place grid penalty for that first race as well. He's in car 88. Joshua Wilby in car 95 has a 2-place grid penalty, and also Monroe Renard, car 69, 2-place grid penalty. Simon Sweetland has amassed quite a few penalty points. He's in car number 4. He's actually got an 8-place grid penalty for the first race this weekend. So if he qualifies fastest in this, it's going to be 8th on the grid at best in the session. So we'll keep an eye on fastest lap times and second best lap times this 30-minute session. 24.5 minutes to go. Most of them about halfway through will pop into the pits and have a bit of time out and a chat with their race engineers, maybe adjust tyre pressures. And sounds like one of the cars is heading back out of the pit lane now, Josh.
Yeah, that's right, Chris. James Sherrington, who was, I think, the one you said didn't head out into the session to start with, he has headed down the pit lane. And I don't think Leo Perch is going to be too far behind, because the bonnet's been put down now on his Mini Cooper. Just a moment chatting to former driver in this championship, Lydia Walmsley, who's coaching Leo this weekend here at Donington Park. Very recognisable car is Leo, because it's got a penguin on the passenger door, so I'm sure that'll be a favourite around the circuit, and hopefully the car will be seen by those of you around the circuit and heading out onto the circuit in just a few moments' time.
Okay, so most of them out there, and just one left in the pit lane now as it stands. Ash Gregory, who was going well on Thursday, was very briefly top of the times, but right behind her, Richardson went slightly quicker. So number 15, 1 minute 54.153 seconds. Cam Richardson, provisional pole, long way to go in the session, but he's had the best first lap, if you like, in car number 15. Ashley Gregory, she is second quickest, with a 154.218 in car 22, and third quickest is Louis Capozzoli with a 154.726, about half a second adrift at this stage. But Capozzoli's just done the absolute best first sector time, and that run down through Redgate Corner, through Hollywood, and halfway down through the Craner Curves. So he's going quickest on this lap with a 25.7 through that first sector, 25.6 for Gregory, and a 25.7 for Richardson. So, and the other one to keep an eye on will be Algieri. He's also done a 25.5 through that first sector. So Capozzoli and Algieri, currently the two quickest on this particular lap of the session. They go through the second sector, and Algieri does a personal best of 44.1. Capozzoli's lap time has just been disallowed from the last lap for track limits, so he's suddenly down to 7th place now, which means that Richardson, Gregory and Foote are now the top 3 in the early stages. James Sherrington, having joined the session late, number 40, is just about to start his first lap of the session, running out of sequence with everybody else. The rest of the field making their way up towards Goddard's, all trying to run together to try and gain a bit of a toe advantage on the straights. It can be worth a few tenths of a second. Alfie Garford's done the absolute best second sector, so number 88 in this queue on a really good middle part of the lap. Let's see how it all pans out when they come through. Algieri does string a good lap together. He's gone top of the times for now with a 153.887 in car 38, 154.153. No change for Richardson, so he stays on the same lap time, and he's second. An improvement as well for Ronnie Smith, number 96, who's shot up to third. And he's only 0.03 of a second away from the front row of the grid, because he's done a 154.156, and just a fraction behind him is Gabe Fairbrother, who was 4th in this championship last year, and Gabe with a 154.180 is 4th quickest, but he's only, 27,000ths of a second away from being on the front row of the grid. 5th now is Ashley Gregory, didn't improve on that lap, so down to 5th place in the 22 car. Capozzoli did improve and kept that lap time, or at least has kept it so far, with a 154.232, 6th quickest in the 99 car. Then 7th, number 81, Marinoni Osborne, 8th, number 88, Garford, 9th, number 59, Hurd, and 10th is number 62, Keynes, the championship leader in the number 62 car, 6th in the championship last year. Last year at Donington around the Grand Prix circuit, we had a win for Rhys Hurd in race 1, a win for Harry Hickton, who went on to win the championship in race 2, and Sam Gornall won race 3. But 2 wins for the Westbourne Motorsports squad with their drivers, different drivers they got this year, but they obviously know how to set up a car around here, so we'll keep an eye on their progress. Algieri, Sherrington and Luca Marinoni Osborne, their drivers this weekend. Marinoni Osborne with a good start to the session, running in 7th place, and Algieri is top of the times at the moment. Sherrington's put a lap in finally, 15th quickest, 156.165, but driving around on his own. The main pack comes through, led by the black and white car of Olivier Algieri. As into the pits comes the grey car, the white roof of Louis Capezzoli. So 5th quickest at the moment as it stands, because we've had another lap disallowed. This is for Ashley Gregory, lap time disallowed for track limits. So Algieri quickest, didn't improve on that lap time. In fact, none of the top 9 drivers improved on that lap, last lap. The only one to improve in the top 10 was 10th place, number 95, Joshua Wilby.
Capezzoli wasn't the only one to come into the pit lane at this pretty early point in the session, really. In 46, Paul Manning has done a similar thing. Just wonder, Chris, when they're in such a big train, you probably don't want to be at the front, do you? Because you're giving off a slipstream to everybody else, and it can start to get a little bit messy, can't it? So I wonder if a couple have decided to head down the pit lane, perhaps see if clear track is the way to go in the second part of the session.
Yeah, it could be, as you say, because it's pretty early to have come in, just about 11 minutes of the session gone. And another lap time disallowed for Capezzoli. So he's lost 2 now, which is in the pits anyway. So that's put him down to 11th place as it stands. Olivier Algieri still quickest. Personal best through the first sector for Ashley Gregory. Got up to 3rd place on that last lap. Personal best through the second sector for Ashley as well. So the former short track oval drivers had 3 podiums this year, 2 seconds and a 3rd. Looking to challenge Algieri for pole position in this session with 2 very good sector times. Can she hold it together for the final part? She's qualified in the top 6 in almost every session so far this year. Worst grid has been 7th based on qualifying, if you ignore the reverse grid races. And her best was 3rd on the grid based on 2nd best lap times for the first race of the season at Snetterton. So she is pushing hard in the 22 car. She's about to come out of the final turn. She's the 2nd car over the line. Is it going to be enough to challenge for the front row of the grid? It is. She goes 2nd quickest, 154.018 seconds for Ashley Gregory. So that puts her just over 1/10 of a second behind Olivier Algieri. Number 38 still on pole position. Gregory, though, goes up to 2nd. Cameron Richardson at number 15 stays 3rd. And 4th is number 88 now, which is Alfie Garford. 5th is one of last year's pole sitters. Qualified 1st and 3rd for the 2 races last year. Got the overall pole here last year. Alex Keynes, number 62. He's improved up to 5th now. 6th place, number 81, Luca Marinoni Osborne. And then 7th, number 59, Hurd. 8th, number 95, Wilby. 9th, number 138, Foot. 10th, number 96, which is Ronnie Smith. Gabe Fairbrother, only 11th at the moment. Last year's 4th place man in the championship. And 12th, Capezzoli, number 99.
And Capezzoli, one of those 2 drivers to come down the pit lane, headed back out, but in the queue. So I think the idea is to go out in the queue and get the slipstream. But I think the
Red
session
flag.
being paused, Chris.
Yeah, except that plan's not going to work because got the session stopped. So Redgate, from what we can see, is clear. 1 or 2 spots of rain floating around the air. The hairpin is clear. So we've got some CCTV pictures for the bits of the circuit we can't see. And old hairpin is usually the first place you look. There's nothing obvious on any of the screens as it stands. So it might not be a car's gone off. It might be another reason for stopping the session, because looking at the CCTV pictures as it stands, there is nothing obvious. No cars, no activity from marshals or recovery teams. And certainly the bits of the circuit we can see from the commentary box, which is on the start-finish line. You can see Redgate corner and the exit to Redgate. The Hollywood and Cradie curves and the old hairpin are not visible from the commentary box. So they're popping back into view as they come up the hill, past Starkey's and up through Schwantz Curve. And McLean's we can see. Coppice we can just about see on tiptoes over the roof of the grandstand. The run down to the S is hidden, obscured from view, and then we can see the run down towards the Melbourne Loop, but not the last corner. So you can see about half the circuit from the commentary box. The bits we can't see, as I say, we've got these CCTV locked off pictures which give a bit of guidance. Normally you pick up some activity there, but nothing is apparent. So we'll see. Next question is, do they all come back to the pits? Are we missing one, or is there another reason for the red flag? So the clock does stop in qualifying. In a practice session it doesn't, but if you get a red flag in qualifying, the clock stops, so you lose less time. You still lose the lap time that you were on, and when the clock starts again, obviously you've got to do another outlap and get out of the pits, which costs you a couple of minutes. and then kind of get your head back up to speed, tyres back up to temperature. They are all here, aren't they? So they've all returned, all in the pit lane. Leo Purchase hasn't really taken part in the session, but I think it's another reason for the red flag. I'm trying to find out why, but as it stands, I don't think it's because we've got somebody off the road. So to recap, as it stands, Algieri, number 38, is on provisional pole position, but for race 3, because your best lap time sets the grid for the final race of the weekend. Number 22, Gregory, would start second. Number 15, Richardson, would start third. Fourth would be number 88, Garford. Fifth, number 62, Keynes. Sixth, number 81, Marinoni Osborne. And then on the second best lap times, Algieri is on for a double pole position. So he'll be on pole for this afternoon's race. Gregory, second, would be better off. He's only 8th overall, but on second best lap times, he'd start third on the grid for race 1. And Keynes, who was on pole here last year, would start 4th on the grid based on second best lap times, ahead of Foote 5th and Richardson back in 6th place. There's 17 minutes still to go in the session there when we do get going again.
I have the reason, Chris.
Okay. Do share.
It is something I've not heard before.
We are all waiting for this, yeah.
There were so many track limit violations that race control can't keep up, so we need to bring everyone in the pit lane to look through who had violated track limits.
Right.
Once that's been done, the session can resume. So,
so they can't. There's so many, they can't write them down quickly enough in race control. Oh dear.
And reading between the lines, I reckon that's they're going to have a word.
Yeah,
I think they might have a word.
Maybe an extra driver's briefing somewhere between now and race 1.
It's not ideal after there's been a lot of judicials before the day even started, because I think some results that look like they're going to be changed from Croft as well as all those grid penalties. So
so I should probably say the point situation I gave you provisional, because those are as it stands. But there's lots of discussions about what happened at Croft. You're right.
So who knows about this qualifying session as well?
Yeah. Okay.
But yes,
So we need a bigger abacus. That's the key thing here, to keep on top of these track limits and to work out the grid penalties and so on and so forth. Well, I think you're right. Well, I've never come across that as a reason for a red flag either.
Not for a red flag.
And I'm very old.
We hear about track limits a lot, don't we? But not in this context.
No. Okay. So there you go. Bit of peace and quiet.
You can just imagine timekeepers with steam coming out of their ears, can't you?
I've run out of ink. I can't. I need another Bic.
I can't keep up with this.
Oh dear. Okay. So, that's a new one. So, I mean, we saw some flashing up on the screen, but not loads and loads and loads. But then again, I haven't got the race control page up on TSL. If I flick onto that now, I'm sure that's going to be full, isn't it? Oh yes, it is rather. Lap time disallowed, track limits, lap time disallowed, track
limits. You've got a full screen over there.
They're still coming in, aren't they, as well? There's about, a dozen since the red flag because of this catch-up process that is currently... Yeah, so on lap 5 of the session, there was, about 10 drivers, about half the grid had their lap time disallowed. Yeah. So, the order you gave us, Chris, might be a little bit different.
Soon. Yeah, and there's 17 minutes to go anyway. But, absolutely. So, they've got to do it, though. You say odd reason to stop it, but that will affect the grid. So if you set a lap time, but you exceeded track limits, that lap time gets taken away, and that could be one of could be your best lap time, could be your second best lap time, could affect the grid for either race 1 or race 3 in the session. So that's why race control said, look, we've got to stop the session because there's so many. And they keep coming in. They keep coming in every lap. We're going to struggle to keep on top of this unless we have a pause. So that's what's happened.
Yeah. The pause might be helping out Gabe Fairbrother, because I think you mentioned he wasn't as high as you'd expect. There was a mechanic under the rear right corner doing, I think, a setup change. So where you wouldn't perhaps have this amount of time in the middle of the session to make some big changes. That's currently going on car number 11 for Gabe Fairbrother for the Accelerate Motorsport team, and driver who's... provisionally third in the championship coming into this weekend.
Yeah, with a big P. Gabe, as I said, was second quickest on Thursday. Did a 1:53.486. He's only done a 1:55.2 at the moment, which just in his 11th provisionally, which does suggest all is not perfectly well. And in fact, that's only one kind of okay-ish lap time that he's done as well, because his other lap time is a 2-minute 1.341. Significantly, there are half a dozen drivers that haven't yet got a second lap time in. Well, they might have done, but it hasn't counted. It's been taken away from them. So we've still got 6 drivers that have yet to get more than 1 recorded lap time in. You've got to get 2 in because, as I say, they set the grid for 2 of the 3 races.
One driver's not going to get any setup changes. That's 46 Paul Manning, because he perhaps didn't realise this red flag might be a little bit lengthy and headed down to the end of the pit lane right at the beginning of this red flag, so no team members allowed down there. So Paul Manning will be first out onto the circuit, but only once race control are happy, and I think the rest of the teams might be getting an indication that's coming soon, because engines are pre-fired and cars are making their way into the queue, and we know how important it is. Perhaps not to be right at the front of the queue, Chris, but somewhere near the front to get a good tow.
Yeah, and also, you know, if you're at the back of the queue, could be another 30 seconds before you get out. That might mean 1 less lap at the end of the session to try and get a lap time in. So still quite a long way to go in the session, but it is, as you say, important. Paul Manning was right on cue, bit too keen, as you said there. So he's had quite a long wait, but he's been joined by quite a few others now. So Olivier Algieri, quickest at the moment. This is his first full season in the championship. Made his debut towards the end of the last season at Silverstone. Some guest drives. He comes from Llandudno in Wales. Recently, last month, had his 20th birthday. He's with the Westbourne squad, who, as I say, had wins and podiums here with their drivers last season. And he, like many of the drivers in this championship, ultimately has an ambition to go on to race in the British Touring Car Championship. So he's quickest with a 1:53.887. He's also got the best second fastest lap time, so he would be on pole position for race 1 and race 3 as it stands. Race 2, as I say, the grid set by the race 1 results with a part reverse grid. In terms of qualifying so far this year, the driver with the most pole positions, which is another reason that I flagged up that I wasn't expecting him to be down in 9th place, is Gabe Fairbrother. He's had 4 pole positions this year, with a pole position for race 1 at Snetterton, pole position for race 3 at Brands Hatch, pole position for both races 1 and 3 at Thruxton. But last time out at Croft, he had a nightmare in qualifying, could only qualify 22nd. 3 pole positions this year have gone the way of the driver that's currently on pole for this session, which is Olivier Algieri. Got pole position for the first race of the season at Snetterton, based on race 3 at Snetterton based on fastest lap times. Then his best lap time put him on pole at Croft. His second best lap time gave him another pole position at Croft as well. And he's on a bit of a run because he had that double pole at Croft. The weekend, or the event before that, was at Thruxton, where he was on the front row of the grid for both the races 1 and 3 there as well. So he's had 3 pole positions, and the only other driver to get a pole this season is Ronnie Smith, who had a pole position for one of the races based on qualifying at Brands Hatch. So the best qualifier on average, though, it's been Joshua Wilby, who has had 3 front row starts, no pole positions, but has been in the top 7 in all but 1 session and top 10 in every single session. So he's averaged 4th on the grid so far this season, and he's thereabouts again. He's 6th quickest at the moment, Joshua Wilby's in the number 95 car.
I've just been doing some good work for the championship. I've been trying to talk in a BSB, a British Superbike race winner, into competing in mini challenge. He rather likes the idea of it. Storm Stacey just came up to have a look at our view, to be honest, and I was very impressed. He is a rider who has backing of LKQ, so for touring car meetings that he's available for, he'll come along and offer his support to the drivers in the BTCC, and he's rather been taken by this. But that said, he's also been rather taken by the idea of being in a touring car and in a race truck as well. He would drive or ride anything. Yeah, he would. 2 or 4 wheels.
Yeah.
And
or maybe 3.
He's very spectacular in whatever he rides or drives. That's for sure. He's got one of these. I don't know if it's a rally spec or whatever, but it's a Rolls Royce with big off-road tyres on it.
Oh right.
Yeah.
Fancy.
Yeah. Yeah. And he does some quite interesting, I would call them hooling around videos in four-wheel machinery. And the videos are very, very popular as well.
Very cool. So yeah, well, sign him up then while he's here.
I think we should.
In, yeah.
I've done my best pitch.
Yeah. Are you on a commission?
Not really, no. I'd quite like to see it, to be honest.
Sounds good. Yeah, well,
I
if he's
know
got a
how
free weekend
spectacular
coming
he is
up.
on a bike, so to put him in a mini challenge car, I think would bring a certain degree of entertainment, that's for sure.
Absolutely. We've got, as well as the main championship in minis, you've got a rookie championship. So if you've got a race programme in front of you, you'll see an R next to quite a few of the drivers, lots of rookies in, first-timers this year. So they compete for the overall championship, but they also compete for the rookie championship. And Alfie Garford is the driver that leads the rookie standings at the moment with 386 points, 2 rookie wins, 1 at Brands, 1 at Thruxton. But he's been caught by, guess who, Olivier Algieri, who, because of his great run at Thruxton and Croft, he's had 6 class wins now in the rookies, 4 on the trot, because he won the overall races, as I said, all 3 of them at Croft and the last one at Thruxton. So he's closed that gap to just 34 points now. He's on 352 and also within striking distance, having had a sluggish start to this session with some issue to be late to join the session. James Sherrington, he's 3rd in the rookie standings, 334 points he's got. He's had podiums in almost all of the races so far in terms of rookies. Only 3 times has he not been a rookie podium finisher. But his only win was in the first race of the season in terms of a rookie victory, which came at Snetterton. So consistency for him, 52 points adrift of the rookie championship leader on 334 points. So that's the situation in the rookies. The drivers, half of them have stayed outside the garages and half of them are at the end of the pit lane queued up, but they're all still waiting for the session to get back underway.
And lots of the teams and drivers have elected not to put fresh Goodyear tyres on. There's lots of fresh Goodyear rubber sitting on the pit apron, but the majority have elected to stick with the rubber they were on for that first part of the session. So whether we'll still see a pit stop, Chris, sort of halfway through
They've lost a bit of time, haven't they?
They have lost a bit of time, yeah. So it was 17.5-ish minutes left on the clock. That's been rounded down to 15 minutes now. So when they do get going again, 15 minutes. That clock will start as soon as the green light goes on at the end of the pit lane, though. So even if you're at the front of the queue, you're only going to get about 13 minutes of qualifying.
Have I got a moment to read out a couple of our messages? Because they're coming in on WhatsApp. Thank you for your messages this morning, everybody. A little bit more overcast than it was first thing this morning here at Donington, but still jolly nice to be sat out trackside and enjoying the action over the course of today. And if you want to have a little shout out on Toka Live on Radio Donington 94.3, all you have to do is to send us a message on WhatsApp. All we need is your message plus your first name to 07482 877 877. So your message and your first name to 07482 877 877. Good morning, Alan and the team. What a lovely day here at Donington. Hopefully we'll bump into you if you're around. If not, we'll be listening. That's from Sue and Mark. I'll be down in pit lane and paddock for touring car free practice 2 and around for qualifying down in pit lane and paddock as well, having a chat to the drivers as well as all of the touring car races tomorrow. So Sue and Mark, hopefully bump into you at some stage. This one says, good luck to Martin Molnar in the British F4 Championship later on today. That comes from Stanley. Stanley, great to have you listening. Thank you very much indeed. This one is a message saying, hi Alan, we're here again. Paula, Graham and Lisa grabbing 40 winks while the minis are not out. Julian, wide awake. Come on BTCC, we love it. And sure enough, a photograph to prove it, all 3 of them lying absolutely flat out on the grass by the side of the circuit, getting 40 winks. So we'll stay quiet. We'll be as quiet as we can be. This one is from Mandy and James. Hi, please give a shout out to Dom and Abby. Our 3rd year at Donington, camping for the weekend. We'll be cheering on all the Napa and Team Virtue teams. Go guys, let's make this a great weekend. Big wave from the campsite. And that's thanks from Mandy and from James. You can get in touch with us very simply. You can do so on WhatsApp. Message plus your first name to 07482 877 877. Or you can email the studio@tokalive.net.
Live from every circuit, this is Toka Live.
And Matt up here in the commentary box just said there'll be a few arguments around the breakfast tables, won't there, if you've got opposing supporters supporting Napa Racing and Team Virtue. We see this so often, Chris, when people write in that different members of the family, one supporting Ash Sutton, one supporting Tom Ingram. You know these families won't be talking by Brands Hatch. You just know it.
They'll all still be friends.
Do you
Just
think?
a bit of banter, isn't it? Well, it depends how close it gets, and it's going to be very close. By
I
the
think
looks
it'll
of
be
it.
as close as it gets.
Yeah, I think so. I'm not sure we're going to walk away from the penultimate weekend at Silverstone knowing who's going to be champion. Put it that way.
I don't think so.
No, that pretty much never happens, does it? Josh, it's all very quiet down there, isn't it?
Well, we had a little bit of drama because number 69, Monroe Renard, who was in the queue, an official looked under the car and there was a puddle of fluid.
Oh yes,
So
I see
the-
that being treated now.
That's it.
Yeah.
So that's being treated. The car's no longer there. It's been pushed back towards your end of the pit lane. So again, no cars on the track, but there is this little bit of drama in the pit lane. So I think that's the car with the bonnet up, isn't it, in the middle of the pit? So let's head back up there and see what's occurred with the Graves Motorsport car for the driver from North Yorkshire. I think it's in his second season of racing. So many of these drivers, Chris, so young. The majority are teenagers, aren't they? And very, very early in their racing career.
Yeah, and for Renard, he's 17th out of 19 at the moment. 2 cars behind him, but he's got a 2-place grid penalty as well. So as it stands, with that applied, Stone last in qualifying. That's for second best lap times. We won't even touch upon that because, as I say, there's half a dozen, 7 drivers now haven't set a lap time. There's 2 more. Fairbrother and Maranoni Osborne have only set very slow second best lap times. So that's all likely to change as well. So no idea who's going to be where on the grid for that first race of the weekend. Alfie Garford looking good, as I say, leading the rookies. He's up to 4th place overall. He's one of the many drivers in the field that have come up through karting. He's in the black and turquoise number 88 car. The Vera Alliance Academy racing driver. Comes from Stamford, and he too is just a teenager, just 17 years of age. Raced last year in Fiesta Juniors. Lots of drivers come up into minis, having started in Fiesta Juniors as well. It's currently 4th in qualifying. He set his best lap time just before the session was stopped with a 154.393. However, he's only 6th on second best lap times with a 156.680. So there's going to be all sorts of changes, particularly on that second timing screen page, because a lot of drivers have only really put one proper lap time in yet, and that's the one that's going to change the most, I think. So Ronnie Smith is a driver that's been on pole this year, but he's not really got going yet in this session. He's 18th out of 19. His best lap times are 2 minutes 5, which is 6.7 seconds away from provisional pole position, so he hasn't had a chance to get going yet. He's in the turquoise and white number 96 car, finished 7th in the championship last year, switched teams to Race Car Consultants this year, and he was the rookie champion last year. So Ronnie Smith, I think we want to watch perhaps shooting up the order, and the other one to watch shooting up the order is going to be Reese Hurd, number 59. He's also not really been able to put any kind of lap time in yet. He hasn't crossed the line, but a 2 minutes 1, nearly 8 seconds off the pace, is his best. But the chance will now come because they're finally caught up with all the track limits offences or non-offences, worked it all out, and the Mini's certainly testing the math skills of our team in race control. After what was that, about a 15-minute red flag period, the green flag, the car's heading back out. The other news to bring you is they cut the clock again. So originally there was 17.5 minutes left on the clock when its session was stopped. Then it was rounded down to 15 minutes. It's now been rounded down to 10. And there's only 9.5 of them left because cars are still making their way out of the pit lane. So realistically, it's only going to be for most of them 7 or 8 minutes of qualifying to come. The session is over, I'm told, for Cam Richardson. Don't know for why, if you can find that out, Josh, but he's currently 2nd quickest. But everybody's got enough time to improve and knock him down the order.
Monroe Renard has headed out into the session.
Okay.
So Cameron Richardson's car is not down here, so I shall. So he's with the. He was down this end of the pit lane, I think. So I'll walk in that direction. I'll tell you if he's about.
Might have gone back to the paddock potentially, but that was the news that yeah, he has. We were told. So he's gone back to the paddock. So you imagine it's an issue rather than tactics there, because he's second, but yes, they've all got time to knock him way down the order now. So that's going to be another change. So he's not going to be out there. We've got still a couple of minis in the pit lane. Fleet number 610 will be number 95, 138 foot. One of them about to join the action though. So most of them out there, but already they're still yet to come back to the start line to start a lap. There's only just over 8 minutes to go.
I think the reason Wilby and Fleet are late is because of the shortened session, obviously there's not going to be time to do a pit stop, they've elected to change those front tyres. They're both going out on sticker slicks on the front tyres, where I think everybody else, well, pretty much everybody else, stayed on the original set. So they can be saved for the rest of the race weekend, but more grip potentially available for those two drivers have headed out late.
Yeah, lots of drivers on the way into the final corner were sort of backing off. Gabe Fairbrother in the blue and white number 11 car was one of them. Not because he's got a problem. I think because, like you said, he's trying to get himself in a position where he's got a couple of cars ahead of him that he doesn't feel he's going to hold him up in the corners. He does feel he can tag onto them and get a tow potentially as well, though. So a bit of jostling going on there. Murray Richardson is headed straight back into the pits after his first lap out, so he won't start a flying lap yet. He's currently running 10th overall in the session. Leo Purchase, who was late to start originally as well, he's only 15th at the moment. He stays out, he goes across the line, and the yellow and black car of Renard that had that leaking fluid stays out, which is good news. So it looks like that problem potentially has been resolved. So on the next lap, really, I think we'll start to see improvements for drivers in sector times. It's the second fastest lap time that a lot of them have really got to try and improve on, and there's less than 7 minutes to go, Josh.
Yeah, as you said, Murray Richardson's made his way down the pit lane, where, I believe, where his brother's Cam's car was, there's a very slippery fluid on the pit apron, so I presume it was some sort of fluid leak. So that car, as you said, has gone back to the paddock. I don't think it's such a drama for Murray. Let's just check on the other side. I wonder if they're doing a tyre change, certainly a front right tyre change. So, although that is being looked over, so it's just a one tyre change for Murray Richardson, but he's got that fresh Goodyear slick tyre to go out on and try and improve.
Richardson's got, so far in the session, the best first sector time. The best second sector time, the longest sector in the lap, is Garford, and Algieri quickest in the third sector, so nobody's nailed more than one sector so far. Gabe Fairbrother, personal best in the first sector with a 25.495, but a tenth and a half off the best. Through the second sector, 45.5. Which is, again, about 6 tenths down, so I'm not sure he's going to improve his lap time here. If he is, it's not going to be by too much. He's about to go across the line. He's 8th at the moment. He stays 8th quickest. So, yeah, backed right off in the end. So he's yet to pull the pin since the session resumed. 5.5 minutes to go. And it's number 38, Algieri, still on provisional pole position. 1 minute 53.887. He's 2.5 tenths of a second up on Cameron Richardson, number 15, whose session has ended. He's got some issue and is not rejoining. Ashley Gregory, third, 4 tenths from pole position. A driver that finished 10th in the championship last year, with the best finish in 2024 of 5th, but has already been massively improving upon that in this year's championship. She's 6th in the standings, has had 2 seconds and a third, and she's 3rd in the session, 154.306 in the 22 car. Then it's the rookie points lead Alfie Garford, number 88, with a 154.393. He's 4th. 5th is number 95, Joshua Wilby, 154.9, 154.9 as well for number 138 Foot in 6th. Number 62 Keynes, pole here last year, 7th at the moment, 155.0. Fairbrother, number 11, is 8th. 40 Sherrington is 9th. 99 Capozzoli, he's had a couple of laps and he's not the only one taken away from him for track limits. He's currently in 10th. We've got these grid penalties to consider as well. On second best lap times, it's Algieri from Foot, Keynes 3rd, Richardson 4th, Gregory 5th, Sherrington 6th, and then the driver that darted into the pits, has he gone back out now? Yes, he has gone back out now. So the number 8 car of Murray Richardson on second best lap times is 6th, 7th Garford, 8th Sweetland, 9th Wilby and 10th Manning. That's all, I think, going to change pretty rapidly. It's going to have to, because there's only 4 minutes to go in the session. Absolute best through the first sector for Algieri, who's already on provisional pole with a 25.2. Through the middle sector, did a 44.7, which was not a personal best, but was, what, 0.3 of a second down on the absolute best second sector. So Algieri about to go through. It's going to be a decent lap, but I don't think it's going to be his best. It's, yeah, good. A 1:53.982. Now that becomes his second best lap time. So that cements his position on pole for today's race with 0.8 of a second advantage now. Ashley Gregory's second best lap time has improved as well, so she's second on the grid provisionally for this afternoon's race, 1:54.787 in car 22, and then third place as it stands is Henry Foote on second best lap times. He's in the 8th overall, but on second best lap times he's third, Henry, with a 1:55.090. But more and more green sector times starting to flash up on the screen now. Personal best for Ashley Gregory through sector 1, 25.536. Actually slightly quicker through the first sector on this lap with a 25.530. 6 thousandths quicker was Algieri, the provisional pole sitter. Gregory's just trying to get onto the front row of the grid based on fastest lap times for race 3. A double front row start potentially. To do that, she needs to find a 10th and a half and beat the 1:54.153 set by Richardson, who's still hanging on in there. Henry Foote goes through the purple and green car, 8th at the moment, stays 8th. That was a slower lap time, but he's third on second best lap times. Everybody's now got at least something in the bank in terms of a second best lap times, but still a few slow ones. Herder's only done a 2 minutes 8.8. Maranoni Osborne's only did a 2 minutes 7 second lap as his second best, and Cuppa's only a 2 minutes 9. So those two need to improve. We've got grid penalties for Richardson, Herd, Garford, Wilby, Renard, and particularly Sweetland, who looks like he's going to start last on the grid potentially. He's last but one at the moment. He's got 8th place grid penalty to come, but we'll see. Well, he's better off on second best lap times, 10th overall on the grid for today's race, so he'd be 18th. But
I'm not sure if that's affected those second best times, Chris.
Not that one, because a 1:53.830. He's just done the new fastest time of the session, so his old best lap becomes his second best lap. His gap's only 0.4 of a second now to Gregory on second best lap times, but he is still on for a double pole, and the big improvement there came from Gabe Fairbrother. He's gone 4th quickest now with a 1:54.293, so kind of back up to where we expected him to be, challenging inside that top 4, top 5. Reese Hurd improved as well, number 59 to go 5th. Garford in 6th, got 3 rookies in the top 6. Then Ronnie Smith, as I said, he'd be one to watch in the second half of the session. He was towards the back of the times, but he's now 7th quickest, Ronnie, in car number 96 with a 1:54.465. 95 will be 8th, 81 Maranoni Osborne 9th, and 138 Foote rounding out the top 10. Algieri on second best lap times. Fastest, 1:53.8, a 1:54.3 for Gregory, and a 1:54.4 for Garford. Wilby, Foote and Keynes are in the top 6 on second best lap times. Foote is about to come through. He's all on his own, though, Henry Foote, so not picking up anybody else's toe. But a personal best for Wilby through the second sector, 44.5. Which is only about a 10th and a half off the absolute best second sector time. We had one off coming out of the S's as well, which is looking like it's not going to go any further. It could be the end of the session potentially then for everybody else out there, because the car is parked up against the barriers and he's not going to go any further. It's the number 610 car of Fleet, which is pointing in the wrong direction, parked up against the barriers and in a precarious position, and the clock is going to run out anyway on this lap. 2 seconds, 1 second, down to 0 seconds. So last chance, a gaggle of minis come over the line. Is anybody going to be improving up at the sharp end? 1 or 2 green sector times. Maranoni Osborne shoots up to 4th place, and Capazzoli goes even better up to 2nd place right at the end of the session with a 1:54.055 to go 2nd quickest overall. Richardson, despite missing the last, 9 minutes of the session, 10 minutes of the session, stayed 3rd quickest. Maranoni Osborne right at the end going up to 4th, which means that Gregory, it looked like she was going to start on the front row for both race 1 and race 3, has ended up 5th quickest overall. Gabe Fairbrother 6th, and then Joshua Wilby 7th, Reese Hurd 8th, Alfred Garford 9th, and Ronnie Smith in 10th place. So, yeah, there were 4 drivers in the top 10 that put their best lap in right at the death there. Algieri, though, has got the double pole position because he's got the best second fastest lap time as well. Ashley Gregory kept the starting spot of second based on second best lap times for this afternoon's race with a 1:54.290. And Gabe Fairbrother, who was sort of dwindling in the midfield halfway through the session, he's ended up 6th on the grid for race 3, but 3rd on the grid for race number 1. So the times off the screen: number 38, Algieri, 1:53.830, fastest in the session. Second place, Louis Capozzoli, number 99, with a 1:54.055, a couple of tenths behind him. Cameron Richardson, 3rd in car 15 with a 1:54.153. And then Luca Marinoni Osborne, 4th quickest in car 81. 5th quickest, Ashley Gregory, number 22. 6th, Gabe Fairbrother, number 11. 7th, Joshua Wilby, number 95. But he's got a 2-place grid penalty. So too has the driver directly behind him on the in qualifying, Reece Hurd, number 59. And so too the one behind both of them, which is Alfie Garford. So the drivers who qualified 7th, 8th and 9th are going to move down to 9th, 10th and 11th on the grid with those grid penalties, which means Ronnie Smith for race 3, 10th fastest overall, but he'll start tomorrow afternoon's race 7th on the grid. 11th quickest was number 62, Keynes. 12th, number 40, Sherrington. 13th, number 138, Foot. 14th, number 610, Fleet, who went off right at the end of the session, coming out of the chicane, the Fogarty S's. 15th, number 171, Purchase. 16th, number 8, Murray Richardson, but it's got a 2-place grid penalty, so will be 18th. And then 17th, number 46, Manning. 18th, number 4, Sweetland, who has got an 8th place grid penalty, so will be last on the grid for tomorrow's race. And 19th, number 69, Renard. And then on second best lap times, the grid for today's race, Algieri had the best second fastest lap, 1:53.887. So he's got a double pole in car 38. Ashley Gregory, though, will start on the front row of the grid for today's race, second in car 22, 1:54.290. Gabe Fairbrother, as I mentioned, improved right at the end. So his second best lap time, enough to mean he'll start 3rd on the grid for this afternoon's race 1 with a 1:54.447. He was only 3 thousandths quicker than Alfie Garford, who was 4th on second best lap times. Joshua will be 5th on second best lap times, but has got this 2-place grid penalty, so we'll start 7th. And 6th quickest, Marinoni Osborne, number 81, so he will end up starting 5th on the grid. And then just to give you the rest of the top 10 on second best lap times: 7th, number 138, Foot. 8th, number 62, Keynes. 9th, but with the 2-place grid penalty, number 59, Hurd. And 10th, number 40, Sherrington. Capozzoli just outside the top 10, 11th, but it'll move up a couple with others having grid penalties, but it won't be the front row starting position that he's going to enjoy for tomorrow's race. No doubt about the star of that session, though, Olivier Algieri. 2 pole positions, Josh.
Yeah, and he's made his way down into Park Ferme. I think the car's about to be weighed. So it'll be a few moments before we're able to speak to him, but hearing over 50 laps were deleted during the course of that session. So quite a few.
Yeah.
Let's see if we can have a word with Louis, who was second in the actual qualifying session. Louis, second for tomorrow's race, a good qualifying session in what was a bit of an odd session, I guess, with all the track limit dramas.
Yeah, the problem is such a fast track, and when you've got these cars that are so close together, it's going to happen every lap. So yeah, well, obviously it wasn't good stuff in the session, no one wants to see that, but I think when we got back out there, just about settling down into a rhythm, the toe around here is so massive, so it's just about finding a toe any way you can. Thankfully, we kind of pulled it all together to get P2, so yeah, happy.
We saw that in the session, everyone didn't want to be at that front of that queue, and the slipstream which you take is important. Qualifying, how important is it going to be in the races?
Oh, like you say, qualifying's always hectic because no one wants to be at the front, but in the race, everyone wants to be at the front. So, the toe's going to help everyone massively in the race. But yeah, it's just qualifying's always a bit of a mix because no one wants to be at the front, give that toe away. But yeah, it's going to have a massive impact in the race, yeah.
And we see whenever the cars are on the Toka package of the race, and it's so exciting. What's it like to be in the car in those races?
Oh, it's always amazing, regardless of the Toka package. But whenever it's on TV, there's always something else to prove. So everyone's going to be racing hard and hopefully fair. So fingers crossed the fans enjoy it, and we can enjoy it just as much. So yeah.
Well, best of luck. Hope you have a good one. So there's Louis Capozzoli, second in the session for Olivier Algieri, still in the car, I think, to be weighed. We might be able to speak to him. Before that, hopefully the radio mic works. Olivier, congratulations, a great qualifying session.
Yeah, it was a really nice, tidy qualifying session for me. I knew coming into it I did have good pace, so I just had to keep my head, find a good bit of track position and get the laps in.
And we just spoke to Louis about the track limits and how difficult it is to actually keep the car within that, from your point of view.
Yeah, it's tricky on a track like this, especially when corner exit's a priority. So you do have to keep a close eye on it, but I'm grateful that I managed to get some good laps in without getting pulled on track limits.
You've had a great run of a couple of meetings at Thruxton and at Croft. Tell us, from your point of view, how fantastic that was.
Yeah, after the start to the year we had, things are starting to finally swing our way a little bit, so I'm looking to make the most of it while we're here.
Well, best of luck this weekend. So there's Olivier Algieri on pole for the Virtue Mini Challenge trophy races here at Donington Park.
Thanks very much indeed, Josh. So, yeah, the Mini drivers, they were not yet done because they will be in action for their first race of the weekend this afternoon at 2:45. Now, the last session before we go qualifying with the Quick Fit British Touring Car Championship. Qualifying for touring car starts at 3:25, but they've got one more free practice session to come. That starts next 11:50, the scheduled start time. We might be a little bit late because of that delay, that red flag for what was about 15 minutes in the middle of the mini session, so it's just coming up to 11:50, but no doubt in the not too distant future, with the next few minutes, we'll get the cars headed out for another 35 minutes of free practice for the Quick Fit British Touring Car Championship. This is going to be the last session before we head into a lunch break and a chance for our hard-working volunteer marshals, the brilliant Orange Army, the guys and girls in orange, to take a break, and the officials for lunch. And then this afternoon, Porsche Carrera Cup qualifying gets us underway at 1:25. The first F4 race of the weekend at 2:10. The mini race, as I said, at 2:45, and qualifying for the touring cars is our last session of today, starting at 3:25. So that is what's coming up. Touring cars up next then for free practice 2. And if you weren't here or you haven't heard the news, or you're listening in online, joining us on Toka Live to refresh what happened in the very first session of the morning for free practice 1. It was Dan Rowbottom who went quickest in the first free practice session in the Napa Racing Ford Focus with a 1 minute 33.376 second lap, which is only just over 0.2 of a second away from the qualifying lap record set by current teammate Ash Sutton here 2 years ago. So it was a very good lap from Robo, the driver that sits in 4th place in the championship standings. The championship leader, though, was also pretty happy about his car in that session because Tom Ingram was second quickest in the Team Virtue Hyundai. He did a 1:33.486, just over 0.1 of a second away from Rowbottom's fastest time of the session. And right at the end of the session, in the dying seconds, there was an improvement for another Hyundai. This time, Dan Lloyd, the Yorkshireman in the Restart Racing car number 123, went 3rd quickest in free practice 1, 1:33.855 for Dan. Had a pretty good weekend at Knock Hill last time out. 4th was Dan Camish, 1:33.917, just over half a second away from the fastest time of the session, and with exactly the same time as Dan Camish, a 1:33.917. Charles Rainford, the pole sitter at Knock Hill, in the last qualifying session that we had up in Scotland a couple of weeks ago. He was 5th quickest overall, with Ash Sutton 6th quickest. Aaron Taylor-Smith was 7th. Tom Chilton was 8th. Chris Smiley, who leads the Independence Drivers' Championship, was 9th in the session, and Darryl De Leon was 10th in that first free practice session. So the entry list for the touring cars is on page 47 of your race programmes if you're listening here at the circuit. There's also a very handy spotter's guide on the adjacent pages, and on the page before that, page 46, you'll see there's a place to get your driver autographs in if you have the chance to bump into drivers and get their autographs. We also have, as is traditional, the pit lane walkabout and autograph session coming up tomorrow. If you're new to touring cars, and I'm always aware there are people that are here for a first time at a touring car meeting, that's your real chance to catch up with the drivers, get some selfies, get some autographs, have a word with them, maybe pick up a few bits of a few freebies in the pit lane as well. So that is tomorrow at 12:35, the BTCC pit lane walkabout and autograph session for 30 minutes. It's completely free. You don't need to buy any extra tickets or an extra pass to get in there. It's for everybody that's here this weekend, and that's at 12:35. And our normal procedure is that you queue up outside the gate which is nearest the pit lane exit, so basically alongside Garage 39, our restaurant here at Donington Park, which has already been open for a good few hours now. It serves a great selection of hot and cold foods. There's a snack bar in there, you get coffees, teas, there's a bar in there as well, and they'll be serving lunch pretty shortly also. So the Garage 39 circuit restaurant just alongside that, kind of where you queue, and that is where you'll see there's a gate into the pit lane. Don't be off put tomorrow if there's a big queue, because once the gate opens, that queue evaporates pretty quickly as everybody at the same time comes into the pit lane. So 30 minutes of the autograph session tomorrow. That's at 12:35. So the touring cars, one more 35-minute session before we get into qualifying this afternoon, and that qualifying session divided up into 3 sections, but 4 segments, if you like, because qualifying, again, if you're new to touring cars, we have the drivers split into 2 groups. One half goes in one group, another half goes in the other group, and they have 10 minutes each of qualifying. The fastest 6 from Group 1 and the fastest 6 from Group 2 progress to the next stage, to the second part of qualifying. So 12 remain. The others then all line up on the grid from 13th downwards. Then there's a single 10-minute session in Q2 for the remaining 12 drivers. And again, the top 6 qualify through for the final part of qualifying, which is called the Quick 6, because there's only 6 cars left at that stage. The drivers that get knocked out will line up between 7th and 12th on the grid for the first race tomorrow. And then the final part of qualifying, again, 6 cars left, and they get 10 minutes again. All the times are reset at the start of each session, and whichever of them sets the best lap time in the final segment ends up on pole position for the first race of the weekend tomorrow. So overall, with those 4 10-minute sessions and several minutes break in between each group, takes around about an hour to go through qualifying. That starts at 3:25. The key thing in terms of free practice too is that the group you end up in for the first part of qualifying is based on where you finish in this second free practice session. So if you finish this session in an odd numbered position, i.e. you're fastest in free practice 2 or 3rd or 5th or 7th, you end up in the first group. If you finish this second free practice session in an even numbered position, 2nd, 4th, 6th, etc., then you end up in the other group, and you can get some interesting looking groups. And certainly quite a lot of the time you think, well, I'd rather have been in that group than this group, because a lot of quick guys in my group. But you can't really engineer it, because you can't really engineer your position, finishing position in free practice 2, because of course everybody else out there is either improving or not as well. So the end of 35 minutes will know who is in which group. It's also their last chance to get set up for qualifying, but this 35 minutes won't be exclusively given over to just pumping in single laps and quick dummy qualifying runs, because they've still got to make sure that they set the cars up ready for longer race distances, understand what the tyres are going to do. The tyres that they use this weekend are either the medium compound, this is for race day, they have the yellow sidewall, or red, which is the hard tyre, which is not favourable, but they've got to use it in one of the races. They get 2 sets of mediums, 1 set of hard, but they have to use the hard in one of the 3 races. That's assuming all of the races are dry tomorrow, which looks like it's going to be the case. But for free practice and for qualifying, there's a free use of tyres, because you can also, for this weekend, carry over tyres that you had set aside from previous weekends. So you could have some softs that you've kept pretty fresh from a previous weekend that you might be able to bang on in qualifying, and you might be able to use in free practice as well. Certainly Chris Smiley has gone out on the soft, most of them on the mediums. Charles Rainford in the 99 BMW has gone on the hard. Nick Hamilton has gone out on the hard as well in the number 28 Cupra. Smiley in the 22 Restart Racing Hyundai on the soft. Everybody else so far in this 35 session on the mediums. So I've had a switch around for this session. So Josh Barrett has come up to the commentary box to join me for this session. Alan Hyde has gone down to the pit lane to cover that side of things for this session. And Josh, this is such an important session now, particularly for those 4 drivers at the top of the championship table.
Yeah, and I noticed there was lots of work going on Ash Sutton's car in the break. I tried to grab a word with Ash, didn't I, at the end of free practice 1, but the conversation that appeared to, because Ash said he'll have a word in a minute, 1 minute went past and then many minutes went past and he was still deep in conversation. I think they've done a lot of changes to that car. He didn't seem very happy with how the car felt in that first session. So he has got out there, because he was still in the garage when I walked past a few moments ago. So good to see he's out there, and be interested to see how quick he might be able to go during the course of this session. Just going back to your point about tyres, obviously with those 3 sections of qualifying, and depending on how many soft tyres are available to each driver, it'll be really interesting to see who is able to use who isn't able to use them in the first part of qualifying, but continue into parts 2 or 3 and save it up for that important final part of the session.
Yeah, and I guess you want, if you can, to at least try those tyres out, even if you're trying to save them for qualifying. Just get a feel for them, maybe for a couple of laps in free practice. So we'll see how that pans out. But it's certainly an interesting dynamic that has been thrown in for this weekend here at Donington. The conditions are pretty similar to what we had in free practice once. The air temperatures around about 18, 19 degrees. The track temperature is creeping up, 25 degrees last time I looked. So it's slightly warmer than it was, but I'd say pretty ideal conditions for this part of the day. Not so hot that the engines are going to struggle to breathe, the tyres are going to get too hot, but not so cool that it's overcast and track temperature goes down and grip lessens as well. Matt James has come up to the commentary box, editor of Motorsport News. You're on.
Has he really?
He has, Alan.
Hello,
Yes.
How lovely.
Yes, he saw you heading down, so he came up.
Yeah, exactly. The coast was clear for me, Al.
He's got nothing to say to
No,
that.
he hasn't.
I have nothing to say.
I was expecting a witty retort.
I was
Al.
being really nice and welcoming, and I get that. It's not fair.
Well, it wasn't me that said it, by the way. It was Chris.
Oh, was it?
Yeah,
Okay.
You can blame me.
Yeah.
Always blame Chris. That's how it works. Looking at the forecast coming into this weekend, Matt, I wasn't really expecting it to be dry so far. It has. It might shower this afternoon, but it looks a bit less likely than it had. So it's quite good conditions now.
Depends what time Mr. Gow's ordered it for, doesn't it?
Yeah,
probably
3:25-ish.
Yeah, 3:25 or 3:20, something like that. Of course, all the tyre strategies go out the window then if it does get wet. You've got this exciting kind of change for this weekend where everyone can bring their carryovers, but if it's wet, it means not a jot to anyone.
No, absolutely true. Yeah, it could be interesting though, couldn't it? If it is dry for the session, who's managed to think ahead and keep some soft tyres potentially? What's the forecast,
We've got a
though,
forecast
Josh?
here which says
3 o'clock, 4 o'clock, 5 o'clock.
Rain.
Oh, that's got to sort of between, what is that, 60 to 80% chance of some rain. That's more than it was when I looked this morning.
You've talked it up, haven't you? You've talked the rain over us.
Yeah. Well, when Josh spoke to Tom Ingram this morning, he sounded, we didn't say exactly the words, but it sounded like he thought it was going to be more dry from his...
Is that wishful
thinking?
I've just spoken to Alan Gow, and he seemed to think the same as well. So they must be looking at
okay.
They must be looking at a different weather forecast to the one that I'm looking at.
All I will say, Alan, is we're quite high up here. It gets quite windy. We're not on an airfield as many racetracks are, but we're next to an airport, and it is often a bit different here than it is when you look out into the distance 4 or 5 miles away. So sometimes get slightly volatile weather up here, don't we? Usually when Alan's in the pit lane. It starts hailing and things like that. So back from the last weekend at Knockhill, that was a turnout for the Bucks, wasn't it? Jake Hill arrived fully fit and blitzed it really. A great weekend.
He absolutely needed to do that, didn't he? He was so heartbroken to have missed those rounds at Croft, and what a reply. I mean, we know that that's a rear-wheel drive favouring circuit traditionally at Knockhill, but you still got to exploit it and use it and win the races. And Jake did an absolutely fabulous job. Although he was nearly tripped up by his teammates, he managed to get his way through those and carry on to win. So well done to Jake, and glad to see he's back fighting fit.
Yeah, absolutely, and I mean, he's not out of it mathematically, 5th in the championship. But in a way, unlike this stage of last year, where he was right in the thick of the championship fight and would have been, even if he didn't admit it, thinking about points and championship, it's kind of freed up now, isn't it? Just go for some wins.
Yeah, there's outside of Tom Ingram and Ash Sutton, there's definitely going to be a different attitude from the drivers because they haven't really got a lot to lose. And if it comes to sticking it up the inside of Tom or Ash, they're not going to think twice about that, are they?
No, that's true.
Everyone's trying to get points, and they'll be going for it. So yeah, it could potentially start that little the mid pack behind Ash and Tom. So you're sort of the Robos, the Dan Cams, and Jake. That's going to be quite exciting.
Do you think that was a one-off weekend for the BMWs, like we had at Brands Hatch? Or do you think they found something?
Looking at FP1 this morning, you suggest it might have been.
I'm quite excited down here because I've just been introduced to a new member of the Taylor Smith family. I've just been introduced to Little Hunter, who is at his first race meeting. I'm not sure that his mum is too pleased with me because I think I've woken him up.
Can you get an interview, Al?
Okay, it might be breath that we get. Does he make a lot of noise?
Oh, yeah.
Oh, yes, right, okay. Not at the moment. He's quite quiet at the moment. He's got one eye open and one eye shut.
I hope his dad hasn't.
No, I think he's got both eyes open.
Good.
But it's very nice to meet him, the new addition to the Taylor Smith family.
Does he make a lot of noise? Yes, normally at about 3 o'clock in the morning, I guess, when
Yes.
everybody else wants
Yes,
to
I
sleep.
understand that is an issue sometimes, yeah.
Yeah, but, you know, I guess if they're at a racetrack and you're used to a red flag, used to a lot of noise, then these tiny little sounds that you make when you're trying to creep out of the bedroom when the baby's trying to sleep might be an issue. Red flag, we had a
very slow car coming out the chicane.
Yeah, recovering from a spin was Tom Chilton.
Yeah, Tom Chilton.
So whether the red flag was because they thought the car was stranded.
Maybe he's hit the tyre bundle, perhaps?
Possibly so, yeah. We'll see. We can't see that, the fog DSs from the commentary box.
That's possible, isn't it? That he's knocked the tyres onto the circuit,
Yeah.
I'm guessing.
Got a CCTV picture that shows us the entry rather than the exit. So, yeah, could be right. He got going again, but the session has stopped. It might be for something else.
I'm just trying to scan elsewhere, but I can't see anything.
Got a lot of track limits warnings have popped up already, and we're only a few minutes into the session.
One of them was for number 1, wasn't it? Jake Hill, I noticed.
Yeah, Josh Cook who had a 1 or 2 in the first session, likewise. Oh, see, Josh is much younger than us. He's very technological, so he's been able to get a big picture up of the screen.
Well, there aren't any tyre bundles, so
No.
I was wrong with that.
No.
They've taken them away, haven't they?
It looks like it's all good.
Apparently, red flag, Tom Chilton had a spin and gravel made its way onto the circuit, I understand.
Yeah, and I think he possibly was stuck there for a moment as well. So as he recovered, we saw him rejoining slowly.
He's back
but
into pit lane.
Yeah, it might have triggered the fact. If he was stationary on the circuit for 5 or 10 seconds, I might have thought he's not going to get going again. He's very hazardous. Let's bring the red flags down. But as it happened, he did get the car going again. So it'll be a pretty short stoppage, this one.
We've got a sweeper lorry going onto the track now to get rid of that gravel.
Get out of that gravel.
Yep.
Might as well. We've got the chance to do so. So that's not ideal prep, is it? Because already you got 10 minutes of session gone. The clock doesn't stop in free practice like it does in a qualifying session. And even if it's a short stoppage, by the time they go out, do another recce lap, get back into the mode, suddenly you've only got 19, 20 minutes of the session to go. They're already fairly short sessions these days.
They are. I was picking up on your point earlier on about who's going to go out on the soft tyres and maybe just get a run for a feel of them. Only one driver has so far, and that's Nick Hamilton, and he's yet to do a time because of the red flag. He was on an out lap on the softs.
Yeah.
Senna Proctor on the hard tyres, unusual choice, isn't it?
It's an unusual choice. Get a bit of feedback for tomorrow, potentially, but it's certainly not going to be using those in the qualifying session to come, are they?
Unless he's totally confident.
Yeah, he has been driving pretty mega, hasn't he? I think he had that penalty for track limits at Knockhill, didn't he? Which knocked him down from, 7th to 13th.
But he also gave up a podium, didn't he, in one race
Yeah.
to help Tingram out. So
other than that, and the second race at Croft, since his return, he's been in the top 10 in every race. Yeah, there was quite a bit of that going on at Knockhill, wasn't there?
yeah,
Drivers,
to you.
Yeah.
It was a bit like that,
Yeah,
wasn't it?
Dan Cavish did it twice, but it only worked once, didn't it?
Yes, yes.
Because of a yellow flag and then a reversal of positions.
I mean,
for Ash Sutton and
how's your luck?
Raceway.
That is bad luck, isn't it? That a car stopped on the pit entry just as they were performing the switch. I mean, you couldn't write that stuff.
No, what was that? Daryl DeLeon, wasn't it?
Wasn't it?
He had a pretty good weekend. Well, that was a disappointing end to it, but he was very competitive. The BMWs, Jake Hill had a great weekend, but Charles Rainford was a bit of a star as well, wasn't he, qualifying?
Yeah, absolutely. But like you say, is that the track configuration, or is that something they found in the BMWs? Might be interesting to find that out over the course of this weekend, because you want the BMWs in the fight, don't you? That we know that they're front-running cars and they've got great drivers in them, so it'd be great to have them sticking their nose into the battle between Tom and Ash.
Especially the two shortest circuits so far, Brands Hatch in Indy and Knockhill, have gone well on, isn't it? So does that bode well for Silverstone, the national circuit, maybe?
I don't think anyone will see Tom Ingram for dust at Silverstone.
He's
personally.
quite good around there, isn't he? He's quite good around here as well, isn't he? The wins that he's had around here in recent years, going back even as far as 2019, I think he's had 7 wins around here, not all on the GP version of the circuit.
No, but at the opening meeting of the year, he was very much the bridesmaid to Ash, wasn't he? Because Ash won twice, and Tom was second 3 times, I think. So it'll be interesting to see if Ash is going to have an edge here again, because obviously it's 90% the same track, isn't it? With only the Melbourne Loop added. So you would think, if it was good here at the start of the year, it'll be good. It'll be good again. But you don't know how many steps forward the Hyundai's taken. Do you?
How much would teammates come into the mix this weekend?
I think very much. Yeah, I think very much, because if the car's quick, I mean, if you're looking at just at the moment, the free practice times, Dan Camish and Dan Rowbottom on the 2 fastest times. Now they're going to be looking out for Ash, aren't they? They've already shown that they're prepared to roll over and help out his points chase. We said Senna Proctor gave up a possible podium at Knock Hill to help Tom Ingram. The drivers that are going to be in the mix, Tom Chilton, another one, you know, they're all going to be, as much as they're out for their own race and paying their own money to drive, it's all about the bigger picture, and if they can help, they will. Whether it's as obvious as it was at Knock Hill or not, don't know, do you?
No.
They try and keep it subtle, but they're not very good, are they, these racing drivers?
It wasn't too subtle at Knock Hill.
No.
But yeah, you want some rear gunners up there with you because it feels like it's going to go down to single points this season, doesn't it?
Yeah,
I mean, there's never really been, more than 20 points between those two in any stage of the championship, has there?
Yeah, and it's you know, the BTCC, we've got 9 races left, and there's always a sting in the tail somewhere. Something happens, and it will before the end, before we even get to Brand.
Yeah.
You know,
and the weather plays a part at the back end of the season usually as well.
Why are you wishing it to rain all the time? What's wrong with you?
Because I've sent Alan out there now, and he's been sitting here in this comfy air-conditioned commentary box.
Well, I don't want to ruin his barnet.
It's not a problem I ever have to deal with.
No, that's true. You're slipstream.
I am slipstream, yeah. But that's got a bit cloudy. I don't want to see
Stop
dark
wishing
clouds.
the rain. Come, stop it. What's wrong with you now?
Oh, yes, you're right. I haven't had much this year, though, have we? It's been a really dry season, which has been good. Good summer. Deserved, because it was awful last year. I think every weekend we went out. Some rain somewhere. I think Knock Hill was about the best weekend last year.
Well, yeah, but the mixed-up conditions do offer a chance, don't they, for someone to do something a little bit to zig when everyone else zags and make their way through the order. So I do quite like them.
Yeah,
not that I'm wishing it. Not that I'm wishing it for the lovely spectators.
No,
that
all the
stood out there.
marshals. No,
all the marshals.
hope it stays nice and dry. No, it's just about perfect though, isn't it? As I said, it's not super hot.
It's clouded over a bit.
The track's not super hot, so you feel like we could get that lap record in qualifying broken. We
Conditions
got pretty close
right
to
now
it.
are perfect. It's not too warm. It's temperate. It's just perfect, really. Bit of a breeze, though.
How's your barnet, Al? Is it all right?
Which one? I mean, it's getting less and less.
Oh.
Which one? Well, you got a real one and a pretend one.
Which, in fairness, it's good because I've got less to keep an eye on, really.
I thought you were hinting that you had a rug on there.
No, certainly not. Although that's not beyond the realms of possibility.
Well, I can't talk, literally, so I've got no...
Well, I hope you can. You're the commentator.
Well, yeah, true.
You quite literally are paid to do that.
I better talk. Well, I can talk about cars now because they're back on track. But, you know, another few minutes of the session gone and 19 minutes left on the clock. The teams go into a session with a kind of plan of, like, first 10 minutes we're going to do this, then we're going to do this, then we're going to try that. But quite often that gets thrown out of the window, so they have to be a bit versatile, don't they?
Yeah, particularly with the red flag like we've just had now, you know, that sets them back 10 minutes.
Yeah.
You'll find that they'll probably FP1 and the first part of FP2 go and look at what a car does over a racing distance or a longer run, try and get a feel for that, and then towards the end of FP2 they'll be going for a qualifying style setup. That break actually might have given them time to make the changes that they want, but without a lot of longer running earlier on. So so you'll see the quicker lap times come towards the end of this session. It's also worth noting that you've got to look out for the cars with their headlights on when you're out and about on the track, because that means they're going for a lap. They have to switch them on. It's a rule if they're gunning for a lap time. So you can tell which ones are just warming up and which ones are going for a quick lap.
You know, qualifying sort of dummy run, absolutely.
Oh dear, very sideways there, going through the chicane. That was Ash Sutton. Yeah, he was all over the gravel. They might have to get the sweeper out again in a minute.
Yeah, just again where Tom Chilton lost it coming out of the Fogarty S's. The cloud's still rising so properly, put 2 wheels through the gravel there.
Yeah, he did, and he was sideways too, but Ash likes a bit of that.
Yeah, absolutely. So looking stunning in that Valvoline tribute livery there to do with their sponsorship, but also back to the 1995 40. Stays out, so it doesn't come into the pits, stays out.
Rowbottom goes fastest.
Yeah, so 2 Dans first and second. They were both in the top 4 in the first session as well. Robo with a 133.9, 134.083 for Camish, and Osborne third quickest, 134.814. So he's got all the teammates he could possibly want up there at the moment in this free practice session. That could be useful tomorrow if they're all on the pace.
Absolutely, yeah.
Now, big story coming into this weekend is the return of Josh Cook after a couple of weekends of telling dad jokes. He's back where he should be in a car.
I heard some of those. They weren't funny.
Oh, I thought they were good.
No, they weren't. No.
I thought they were good. I thought I think he could probably say anything and make it funny, really, with his deadpan delivery. But interesting, isn't it? He's back in for the rest of the season as well. So James Dawling's had to make way, but he's still here this weekend. He's still looking at next year being back on the grid.
Yeah, it's one of those stories that happens during the year, but very handy to have Josh just knocking about, not doing very much, isn't it? A multiple race winner and you know, independence champion twice over. Just I'll step into that and I'll have a go. Now, Josh is a quick driver, and so I think he scored his first ever touring car podium here at Donington Park. So,
he was unstoppable at Donington, specifically on the national circuit, wasn't he, when he first came into touring cars? Yeah, exactly that.
Yeah.
And the point I was making to Chris this morning about Josh being in that team, he has been the sort of driver mentor for Max Buxton, hasn't he, for the last couple of meetings, and where better to have someone with his knowledge and his experience. He can continue that learning process with Max from a driver's eye point of view.
I wonder if Max is offering any advice back to him now.
Do you reckon he might be?
On the car, yeah, I think so. That'd be good, wouldn't it?
Yeah, you're right. First win for Josh Cook, 2018 here at Donington, and first pole position here as well. So.
Well, he was known as Mr. Donington for a while before he became the King of Thruxton.
Yeah.
Which is obviously a title that he loves being called the King of Thruxton.
Does he?
No.
No.
No, I didn't think he did.
I've often asked him why he's so good at Thruxton, and the answer is, I don't know.
I think I know. He's one of the bravest drivers out there, isn't he? Hangs it in there. If you've got a track with a high-speed corner or a big braking zone, and there are a couple of those big braking zones here at Donington, Josh Cook's your man, isn't he? He's one of the last of the late breakers. He hangs on to it pretty well. Be interesting to see, though. He gets back into the crawler, having raced with the team in the car last year. As he said, it's different this year because of the weight change with the hybrid system out. But I don't think it's going to take him long to get up to speed.
No, not really. And Shedden is 6th in this session, Taylor Smith 8th, and Cook is 11th. So a bit of a step forward there for the Corollas, which is good news. Great to see.
They've had
yeah, it's a local circuit for the manufacturer, isn't it?
For Toyota, yeah, just down the road, Corolla, Toyota factory based, and yeah, no doubt I have lots of guests here. Tom Ingram, though, with his first real effort of the session. The lights were on for that lap, weren't they? 1 minute 33.466, top of the times. Rowbottom down to second with that 133.9. And then a 134.0 for Ash Sutton, who's just put his best lap of the session in to go third. Dan Camish fourth, 134.083. It's only 6 thousandths between Sutton and Camish. Chilton, he's on a strong season. He's there in fifth, 134.132. Defending champion Jake Hill currently sixth with a 134.2. Shedden seventh, 134.4. Osborne eighth, 134.7. And 134.7 as well for Rainford, who's just gone up to ninth. And Aaron Taylor-Smith's in the pits at the moment, but 10th. And they're all doing that. With the exception of Hamilton, who's on the soft, and Proctor, who's on the hard. He's just switched to the medium, actually, Proctor. They're all on the mediums.
We were talking about, will the teammates come into play? Well, you've got Ingram, Rowbottom, Sutton, Camish and Chilton in the top 5. So a little bit of two-step dancing could be going on if that was the formation on the grid, couldn't it?
Yeah, quite possibly so. Depending on how it all goes in qualified, of course, now they get through. Remember, which group you end up in for the first part of quali depends on where you finish this session.
The one you wish to be wet. Yeah.
No,
okay.
No, I don't want anybody to get wet. I'm just saying it might possibly not stay as dry as it is now. Possibly.
Meaning rain.
Yeah. I mean, the rule is every time we talk about rain being a threat, it never happens. So it's going to be dry. Ingram and Sutton are first and third at the moment, which means they'll be in the same part of the first part of qualifying, be in the same group, interestingly. So you don't want to be in that group at the moment, really, do you?
No.
Because you'd expect that's 2 places of the 6 gone with those 2 in there. But that said, as the top 2, as with the top 7 in the championship, they're going to have way less use of the boost in qualifying. For Ingram, only 1 second per lap. For Sutton, 3. And then you've got, an undulating circuit, hills to climb up. Like Alton Park is quite hilly. That's always quite hard if you've got a lack of boost there, isn't it? So it could be a bit of a factor in qualifying that.
Yeah, it certainly could. And with this new qualifying system, the knockout system that you're talking about, with the sort of the 4 sessions, it doesn't give drivers a lot of time to build a rhythm. You can't sort of over a half-hour session. You could probably go out and give yourself 2-3 good kind of relaxed-ish runs. The pressure's really on in these sessions because they're so short, and you've got to get into the top part of them. So if your car's not on point at this stage, you know you're really in for a struggle because you can't even refine the car over the course of half an hour to make it faster. So these sessions are absolutely vital for those things.
Yeah, completely right with that. Absolutely. You've got to stick it on straight away, really, because 10 minutes, I mean, really, you know, by the time you get out of the pits, do an out lap, you're down to 8 minutes, 7 minutes. Yeah. You've got 2 laps, maybe 3 to push, that's it, isn't it?
Yeah, absolutely. So it makes it very interesting. Rowbottom's on the soft side, notice. He's just come out on those, so we will get to see a delta as to whether they are that much faster, won't we, which is interesting, because at the moment, as you said, he's 4/10 away from fastest man Tom Ingram in the Hyundai. But number 32, Dan Rowbottom in the Napa Racing Ford, the first of the front runners to use a set of softs in this second free practice session.
The light in the side windows of the car, which tells you if they're on the boost or not, and that's flashing the sort of border light around the outskirts of it, tells you what tyre they're on as well. White lights for soft, yellow for medium, and red if you're on the hard. So that gives you a bit of a guide. So the boost signal always overrides that, so that flashes green, but once they're stable, then you can see that from the trim around, the borderline around.
It's very useful, isn't it, that?
Yeah, it's good system, actually.
Good innovation.
And in terms of the boost, you're not restricting, you do what you like in the free practice sessions, getting used to where is the best place to use it, because again, if you're in the top 7 in the championship, you can use it less, but you have to get to a high minimum speed before you can deploy it. So there are certain corners where you have to wait, say, coming out of a hairpin, for example, a lot longer than somebody else to be able to push the button. You push it too early, it doesn't work, and it locks you out for 5 seconds.
And there's also different strategies for using the boost, because it's, you know, in a qualifying session, you're going to use the boost to get the ultimate lap time, aren't you, obviously? So maybe coming out the older hairpin, going up the hill, things like that. But in a race situation, you're going to use it to defend and attack. So you'll use it on different parts of the track. So getting familiar with where it's going to benefit you the most in 2 different situations is also crucial in these 40-minute sessions.
And do you think if you're, say, Tom Ingram and you only got it for 1 second in qualifying, would you still in free practice potentially use it for more seconds in free practice
I think you probably would, because
you're going to get it more,
if you've got a bad result in race 1, you might get loads more, so a shed load more. So you probably would do that.
Yeah, get more laps, and then of course it's laps that you can use it for rather than seconds per lap when you get to the races. So yeah, it probably is worth knowing where it's not just thinking of qualifying, but you just have less laps where you can use it in the race, but you can still use it for up to 15 seconds per lap in the race. So you do need to know where it's, as you say, more beneficial. Josh is on driver warning count at the moment. We're up to 13, is it? 13 drivers have had a black and white flag.
Is Josh the headmaster telling them all off?
I think they're on the floor below us at the moment.
Waggy finger.
Yeah, so a lot of that today. We had the mini session stopped.
That's very, was it 50 lap times? Over 50.
Over
That's
50.
Fantastic.
Yeah, I don't remember it being that big an issue at Donington before. I don't know why, what's gone wrong. But yeah, I mean, it's an issue everywhere, but I've never known it to be quite this bad. A few more now, well, a lot more switched onto the soft tyre, haven't they? So Robo went on it first, he's back in the pits now, but Sutton's
done for the tyre swap, he's coming out again, I think.
Sutton's gone on the soft though, Chilton's gone on the soft, Osborne, Rainford, Lloyd, Doble, Hamilton, Patterson and Halstead have all gone on to the soft tyre. Black and white flag for number 80, Tom Ingram for track limit, so even he can't escape. But, you know, work out where you can and can't get away with it, I guess, before qualifying is the key, isn't it?
You shouldn't be able to get away with it anywhere.
No, but you've got to push the boundaries. I mean, push the envelope, get as close to it as you can.
Do you know, Matt, you've just done exactly what well, I was just told off down in the pit lane for celebrating the fact that Dan Lloyd left the pit lane quite exuberantly and left a tyre mark on the concrete in front of the garages. And I said, oh, that was mega. And a TOCA official accused me of celebrating rule breaks. I know. I feel really told off.
Oh, wow. Oh, wow.
But I still think Dan Lloyd should come back and sign it.
I think, well, Al, you're a man of the people. It's what we all want to see. You definitely are a man of the people, mate.
It was a mega leaving pit lane jobby. It was superb.
Yeah. More of that, please. Within the rules.
Of course. track limits warnings. Tom Chilton's got one now. So Tom Ingram in the pits quickest, still with that 1:33.466. The next 4 have all gone back out. They're on out laps and all on the soft tyre. Rowbottom, Sutton, Camish and Chilton. 6th is Hill. He's on a personal best lap at the moment. So we'll see if he can improve.
Yeah, that's good.
Finds a 1/10 of a second. He'll go up 3 places in the session.
That's just how close this championship is, isn't it? No, well done. That's good for Jake that he's improving. Was slightly concerned after FP1, but
yeah, it looks much better, doesn't it? Yeah, 1:34.2. I think he's going to beat that.
Here it comes.
About to come through in the laser beamer. And was the last section good? Yes, it was. He keeps it together. 1:34.034. Found 7/10 on that lap.
Still half a second away from Tingram, though, isn't it? Which is in the BTCC is an eon.
Yeah, I mean, second place is 4.5 of a second away from Ingram, so which is Rowbottom. So that's looking good, isn't it, for Ingram, based on free practice at least. So Hill up to 3rd place. That was on the medium tyre as well. Sutton and Camish still building up on out laps.
Rowbottom's done his fastest first sector, and he's on the softs. So
yeah,
he'll be worth watching on this lap. I think he'd probably just be going McLean's or Coppice area now.
20.3 through that first sector. The absolute best first sector, Tom Chilton with a 20.2. The middle sector, which runs from the bottom of the Craners through to the back straight before the Fogarty S's, that's the longest sector, about 36 seconds it takes to go through that, whereas it's only 20 seconds through the first sector. So get that right and you're on a good one. 36.9. It's not his personal best, but it's only a couple of tenths away.
He's down at the Melbourne hairpin. Coming up to Goddard's now is Robo with the headlights on the hybrid system as he powers out of the hairpin, which is interesting, but I don't think this is going to bring him that much closer to Tingram, if at all.
It's not going to be a bad lap, but I mean, he might get a slightly better lap. He's not going to be top of the times, I don't think. Well, actually, not far away.
Goodness me.
Because that's a really good final sector, isn't it? 36.204. Only half a tenth away from the best third sector time. And overall, very good lap from Robo. And by 83 thousandths of a second, he's second quickest.
I think that just demonstrates the benefit of the softer tyres when it comes to traction, because, you know, that's the interesting thing about the layout that we've got here. There are 3 big traction zones where there aren't usually at Donington National, because now you've got coming out of the chicane, coming out of the hairpin, and coming out of Goddard's. And on the softer rubber, that's obviously a benefit, isn't it? That's a really good lap time from Robo. 33.5.
Our first black flag of the session, Nick Hamilton, for I guess exceeding track limits too often. So we saw one in the first free practice session. It's Nick Hamilton that's got it this time around. There's quite a few have had several warnings as well. So 4 minutes 20 seconds to go. He'd like to be out there at the end of the session as well, because you get the practice starts, and that's a benefit. So that's a bit of a shame for Nick. His best lap at 1:35.4 puts him 19th at the moment.
Interesting that Tingram hasn't gone on the softs where a lot of the other leading players have. I wonder why. That's a question to ask, isn't it?
Yeah. Is he saving them, or is he not going to use them?
Or has he not got that many carryovers?
Yeah, possibly so. But even so, top of the times as it stands at least. Ash Sutton with an improvement though to go third quickest, 1:33.575.
It's so close now, isn't it?
Oh yeah. So that half a second advantage is gone, hasn't it? So only a tenth now between the top 3. Hill fourth. He did a slower lap last time around, but his best is a 1:34.034, just over half a second away. It's pretty close between Hill, Camish, Chilton, Moffat, who's now up to 7th, Shedden in 8th, and Proctor, who's up to 9th place. They're all within about 3.5 tenths of a second of each other. Morgan is 10th. Cook is up to 11th. That was his best lap so far, 1:34.584. What did Josh do in the first session? He did a 1:34.9, so he's found best part of half a second, which is good. Smiley is 12th, Osborne 13th, Rainford 14th, Taylor Smith 15th at the moment. We got just under 3 minutes to go. As it stands, Ingram, who's quickest, and Sutton, who's third, will be in the same group for the first part of qualifying, and Dan Camish will be in that group as well, but still
not anymore.
Not anymore, because Dan Lloyd did what he did at the end of the first session, finding more pace. Second quickest now, 1:33.505, and only 39 thousandths of a second away from Ingram. And Aaron Taylor-Smith has found a huge amount of time as well. He's just gone from 17th up to 5th with a 1:33.8 as Nick Halstead gets a track limits warning. So Ingram, Rowbottom, Taylor-Smith, Camish, Moffat at the moment, Osborne, Patterson in the same group, but still time for it to change. 2 minutes to go.
Sutton just goes through with his lights on and goes fastest.
And that was the absolute best second sector that did for that, and a personal best in the final sector as well. So Chilton's quickest in the first part of the lap overall, Sutton in the middle of the lap, and Ingram at the end of the lap has got the best sector time. But overall, Ash Sutton, 1:33.435, best time of the session so far. 31 thousandths quicker than Ingram. They're first and second, so they're not in the same group anymore. Rainford is third, 1:33.493. Lloyd fourth, Rowbottom fifth, Taylor Smith sixth. So that's a good lap from Rainford, best of the BMWs.
Yeah, an improvement there as well from Mikey Doble up to 13th in the Cupra Leon. Powermax Racing revived Phoenix from the Flames team, which pulled off an extraordinary recovery job to get themselves to Knock Hill a couple of weeks ago after a factory blaze.
Just to be there was a mega effort, wasn't it?
But they're learning about that car, so you can expect Mikey to get quicker. He's a race winner in this championship this year.
Yeah.
So yeah, good performance from him. But
it's a decent car, the Cooper, isn't it? It's definitely got some potential, some good results. But yeah, we've actually had time to set it up and think about it now, haven't they, for this weekend?
Absolutely. But fourth from Dan Lloyd, an excellent performance. I always think that Donington owes Dan Lloyd something after having come so close to winning a race with Team Hard until a suspension failure up at Coppets, unfortunately. So
yes,
I always feel like he's owed one, isn't he?
Yeah, that was gut-wrenching, wasn't it, for Dan and for the team. And yeah, he's looked good. He was, what was he, third in free practice 1. He's fourth in free practice 2. He's gone into the pits now. And who else improved at that? Sam Osborne had a good improvement. And to the top of the times, it's just gone Tom Chilton. 1:33.129 is
by 3/10.
Yeah, he's also looked good this weekend so far. That spin at the start of the session, but car is absolutely fine. And by third of a second nearly, he's up on Ash Sutton. And only 31 thousandths between Sutton and Ingram, second to third. Only 27 thousandths between Ingram and Rainford, third to fourth. 12 thousandths between Rainford and Lloyd, fourth to fifth. But that's a big old gap, isn't it, for Chilton?
Certainly is, yeah. He's done a good job there. Only a few seconds left now. So I think that's he's got that in the bag unless we get an improvement from someone. But it doesn't look like that's going to happen now.
No, and he'd be in the same group as Ingram as it stands, and Lloyd, who's down to fifth. Smiley going well as well. He's put his best lap of the session in last time around. Now, that's interesting. Dan Lloyd did a personal best in sector 1 and an absolute best in sector 2, and then went into the pits, aborted sector 3.
Hiding his light under a bushel, perhaps.
Yeah, maybe. On the soft tyre. So, as you say, everybody in the top 8 going around on the soft at the end, except for Ingram, who I think would be pretty pleased to be third overall, but having only used the medium tyre.
Now, the drivers are all going out onto the circuit, even though the checker flag has fallen. As you rightly said, Chris, there was practice starts are allowed at the end of FP2, and it's always a case of being able to learn things about the car, because you only ever get to do 30 starts a year, so practicing them, any chance to practice them is absolutely crucial. So you'll see the cars come and stop on the grid hatchings and set off and get a feel for the clutch point and all that kind of thing. So that's always worth looking at. It's quite spectacular.
Yeah, get used to lining it up as well. And yeah, it's just
well, Alan Hyde got so excited about it at Brands Hatch that he hung his microphone over the pit wall, which was fantastic for everyone to hear the sound of the cars.
You actually got a very slight downhill run off the line, haven't you? That kind of climbs very gradually back up towards Redgate Corner. So yeah, that's to bear in mind as well. So if you're on the outside of the start-finish line, cameras at the ready, because you're about to get some practice starts. With that session now ended, Tom Chilton then, quickest of all. The last lap that he put in on the session, the quickest, a 1:33.129, a third of a second up on Ash Sutton, who was, thank you Matt, that's to Matt James for joining us in the commentary box. See you again soon. And Tom Ingram third with a 1:33.466, but only having used the medium. Charles Rainford, pole at Knock Hill, fourth quickest in free practice 2 here, 1:33.493. And then Dan Lloyd, who maybe could have gone better because he was on a really good lap and then he aborted it and came into the pits right at the end of the session. But he was fifth, 1:33.505. Dan Rowbottom 6, 1:33.549. Chris Smiley, 1:33.570 in 7th. And Dan Camish, 1:33.571 in 8th place. So that means there's only 66 thousandths of a second between Lloyd, Rowbottom, Smiley and Camish. 9th was Taylor Smith, 10th was Osborne, and then 11th Morgan, 12th Proctor, who is, interestingly, using the hard tyre quite a bit in that session. thinking ahead maybe to the race tomorrow, where he'll have to use, as will everybody, the hard tyre in at least one of the races if it's dry throughout. Hill back in 13th in the end, despite running third at one point in the session, and there was 9/10 of a second between the top 13. 14th was Doble, 15th Moffat, 16th De Leon, 17th Shedden, 18th Patterson, 19th Cook, 20th Hamilton. You got black flag from the session. 21st Buxton and 22nd Halstead. Hamilton has been allowed back onto the track though, despite being black flagged, to do the practice start. So in terms of the groups, Josh, the first group for the first part of qualifying, the odd number drivers in that session, first Chilton, third Ingram, 5th was Lloyd, 7th Smiley, 9th Taylor Smith, 11th Morgan, 13th Hill, 15th Moffat, 17th Shedden, 19th Cook and 21st Buxton. They'll be in the first group. That's a very competitive group. The second group will have Sutton, Rainford, Rowbottom, Camish.
Quite competitive still.
Yeah, and with those 3 Napa drivers in there as well. And Osborne, in fact, all the Napa drivers in even-numbered positions. And then Hill is in that group. Moffat, Doble. So Proctor, Doble, not Hill, De Leon, Patterson, Hamilton and Halstead are in that second group as well. So I suppose crucially the key thing is there that Sutton and Ingram are in a different group to each other for the first part of qualifying.
Interestingly, after Tom Chilton, did that really quick lap, he came into the pits and has aborted any chance to do the practice start. So not quite sure what that was all about, but obviously a very, very quick lap time we saw on those soft tyres from Tom Chilton. But as I think you and Matt were describing, Tom Ingram not electing to go on the softs in practice. Is that because he hasn't got any to use, or is he saving them up for qualifying later on today? But obviously it bodes well for him that he's able to do a lap time on the medium tyres that is basically the same as Ash Sutton was able to do on the soft tyre.
Yeah, and if you've only got one good set of softs, you're going to save. Well, are you going to save them for the last part of qualifying, or make sure you get through to the last part of qualifying to the quick 6 first? So that's another thought, isn't it?
It really adds a new element. So I don't think we've had that any other qualifying session this year, where you've got mediums and hards to use for the race weekend, but that option of soft tyre if you've saved it from an earlier round, perhaps if you had a problem in one of the races, haven't been able to run the soft tyre, if you didn't finish, or if you're trying to carry across a tyre you have used in a race but you think it's still good enough to do one quick qualifying lap this afternoon, unless, as if you and Matt were describing, the slick tyre isn't the tyre to be on later on.
Yeah, there is that. Yeah, I was just looking back to the tyre options for Donington National at the start of the season, and the soft was the option tyre, wasn't it? So I was just thinking, if you have got a soft, if you are Tom Ingram, wouldn't you have wanted to just checked it out, just tried it in that free practice? But he would have some data because he would have used it in one of the races for, I know not this version of the circuit, but it's mostly the same around the national circuit.
But it's quite different, the addition to the circuit, as Matt was describing. It's really lots of traction zones which you haven't got on the national circuit. When I spoke to Aidan Moffat, he didn't think that would particularly help the BMWs, interestingly. But then he didn't seem terribly happy with how things had gone this season, particularly on his car. He said that niggle that they just can't get to the bottom of at this stage. But we saw Charles Rainford up in 4th, didn't we? So that's pretty promising for the West Surrey racing team.
He's been a bit of a star this year, hasn't
absolutely.
he? With no touring car experience prior to this.
I heard the stat at Knock Hill was his first ever pole on a TOCA meeting. So presumably he never actually got a pole in a Carrera Cup race. Presume that was correct.
Yeah, a win certainly. And you got an overall win when he was a Pro-Am. He was a winner as a Pro, but you might be right. Yeah, he might not got a pole position.
I heard that brought out over the weekend.
Quite surprising because somebody won the Pro-Am Championship and was runner-up in the Pro Championship. In Porsche Carrera Cup, yeah.
But as you say, he's been a standout. He's very quickly got on the top of on top of a touring car. It's helped perhaps that it's still rear-wheel drive. Perhaps it's helped because he's raced quite a few different cars. I think he was out in a Ford Capri last weekend at Silverstone at the festival, as a few of the BTCC drivers were. I think Jake Hill and Tom Ingram were battling each other in different cars there, and then come back to their day job and back on the same circuit. I'm sure we'll be right at the sharp end. Although again, Jake Hill was only 13th, wasn't he? So I wonder if he and Charles Rainford were having some different strategies, and how they're going to work together at West Surrey Racing to try and find the right setup to use for that qualifying session.
Well, that's a much quicker session than the first session. So Jake Hill was 13th with a 1:34.0, but he was 15th in the first session, nearly a second slower, 1:34.971. So
one thing we don't know is, although we get the warnings for track limits, in practice we don't get the laps deleted, so we don't know what ones are actually true legal lap times.
That's true. Who lost what laps? Yeah, exactly.
And
they might be a bit better off than they looked.
How important is it to just get a legal lap time in qualifying? We saw at Croft it was a talking point. And
well, absolutely. When you've got a maximum of 3 laps in a 10-minute session that you're going to get the best out of the tyres, you kind of got to get a banker lap in, haven't you? I think
so, yeah. But of course, it's a longer lap than most here at Donington Park as well, in the Grand Prix circuits. As you say, you're not going to get as many laps in.
No.
And there's more chances, I guess, to run wide. Well, I think it's the old hairpin and it's the S's, both in and out of the S's, where the challenging places are.
Yeah, that's where most of the issues seem to be coming from, doesn't it? So, yeah, it's going to be fascinating, isn't it, with lap tyres, the, talk of will there be any rain or not? We'll see. But 1 hour of qualifying coming up for the Quick Fit British Touring Car Championship at the end of the afternoon, starting at 3:25, with then the lunch break now upon us. So we're heading to the lunch break. Our next track action is going to be underway in about 45 minutes' time at 1:25. The Porsche Carrera Cup Great Britain qualifying session gets us underway for the afternoon. That's 30 minutes long. They have their 2 races tomorrow. Then our first race of the weekend starts at 2:10. Race 1 for the Vera Tools F4 British Championship, certified by FIA. A 20-minute race to come for them, and a 20-minute race to come for the Vert 2 Mini Challenge. The trophy drivers have their first race of the weekend. That starts at 2:45 before we get into the qualifying for the Quick Fit British Touring Car Championship, starting at 3:25 to determine the grid positions for the first race of the weekend for touring cars tomorrow morning. So that's a chance for our marshals and officials to take a breather, for you to enjoy the facilities here at Donington Park. And we'll be back in about 45 minutes to talk you through qualifying for Porsches.
Live from the BTCC, this is Toka Live.
And we'll keep you entertained during the lunch break as well. We've got a couple of guests lined up to come up and join us in the commentary box. We'll keep them a surprise, just in case they can't make it, because they've all got active jobs over the course of this weekend. So it might just be that they get tied up with official duties and won't make it up to the commentary box. But I'm pretty sure we'll get 1 or 2 guests coming up to the commentary box over the course of this lunchtime. And also a chance to give you a shout out on the radio as well here on Toka Live. Radio Donington 94.3 FM. If you want to get in touch, you have to do so on WhatsApp. All we need is your first name and then your message, and send it to 07482 877 877, or you can email us, studio@tokalive.net. So on WhatsApp, it's your first name and your message to 07482 877 877, or email studio@tokalive.net. This one says, please can we have a shout out to Sam, Jed, Robin and Simon. It's our first time at the BTCC. Well, you are more than welcome, guys. Great to have you here. Thank you very much indeed for writing in. This one says, morning, Alan and team. I normally send a shout out to wish the Napa boys good luck and say hello to Mel, my sister, and Kitty in the Napa hospitality trailer. My usual sign off is love from Richie, Megan, Alex, Evie and Louis, and the bump's still in Megan's tummy. The bump is now 5 days overdue. Myself, Evie and Louis are here at Donington. Can you tell Megan to keep everything crossed that it happens not before Monday, because that's when they're going home. Guys, thank you very much indeed. Thank you for writing in, and good luck with everything. Let's hope that everything goes absolutely according to plan, and you can soon share with us on Toka Live some really happy news, like we had with little Hunter down in the garage for Toyota, and meeting the new addition to Aaron Taylor Smith's family, along with his wife Lauren. Morning, Alan and team. Camping this weekend. Looking forward to a good weekend of racing. That's from Liz and Paul. Thank you, Liz and Paul. You are very, very welcome. And Matthew says, afternoon all. I'm not at the circuit today. Instead, I'm listening to practice and qualifying whilst enjoying the British Motor Museum, Furious Driving and iDrive Classic. I'll be at Donington tomorrow, though, hoping for a very pointy weekend for Tingram. That comes from Matthew Fletcher. Matthew, thank you for writing in. This one says, good afternoon from Phil and Sharon. Good luck, Dan and Chris at Restart Racing from Scott and Sarah, and we'll see you tomorrow. You certainly will. And this one says, hi, Alan, it's Perrin. Please, can you play Let's Go during the lunch break? We'll see what we can do. We've got a few tunes lined up, actually, for lunch break and a few guests as well. All of it here.
Yeah, and that's the action as we go into the lunch break now. For us here, we're going to do some catching up and head back to all of the action as well. Actually, not back from Knock Hill, as they don't have the racing from there lined up at the moment, which is disappointing. We haven't got the racing action either, so that's always fun when it tries to come into it. So we're just trying to load up our coverage of that event, which isn't 100% golden. So 9 times out of 10, it goes a little bit wrong in terms of things gone past as well. So we'll try and keep things going and keep the momentum swinging as we go in towards the lunch break here, ready for all of the action. So this is going to be an interesting situation to attend with. And hopefully we will have all of the touring car action shortly. Chilton Top from Sutton, Ingram, Rainford, Lloyd, Rowbottom, Smiley, Camish, Taylor Smith, Osborne, Morgan, Proctor, Hill, Doble, Moffat, De Jong, Shedden, Patterson, Cook, Hamilton, Buxton, Holstead was the total orders out there as well from the field. So I don't know if it's an all's well that ends well situation out there, but it certainly was an interesting opener for the touring cars here from the action. 9 times out of 10 usually as well. We've had a little bit of ups and downs throughout, and of course the one bit I need is on the extreme other end of the commentary box systems, making my life a million times harder to try and plug it in order to get a speaker system. And we will hopefully shortly as well hear from the British Touring Car Championship and one of the races that we had earlier on in the weekend. Get in touch with us throughout here on the YouTube chat, and we'll do our best to get back to you throughout the weekend as well. And hopefully we're going to be in for an absolute stunning weekend of the QuitFit British Touring Car Championship here in 2025. So, without further ado, let's head back and take a listen to what happened in the previous event of the championship as well, and join our colleagues over at ITV for the first race day to come into it as well. Let's start off with what happened with round 19 of the series, and they're talking down now with our team trackside as we get ready. Apologies for a few ad breaks that might play. We can't avoid those, unfortunately, but let's go down and join our colleagues.
Been a winner this year. Daryl De Leon's a winner this year. Jake Hill is a winner this year. They are the top 3 on the grid. We are ready to go racing for round 19 of the QuitFit British Touring Car Championship from Knock Hill. Lights go red. Expect the BMWs to rocket away as the lights go out. Now it's a good start by Rainford. De Leon will slot in behind him, and a good start made by Moffat. Look right round the outside there, and Chris Smiley, Aidan Moffat making up progress as you might anticipate. The rear wheel drive launch always good, and he goes round the outside of Aaron Taylor Smith as well, diving through Duffer's Dip for the first time. He's BMW 1, 2, 3 as expected.
Yeah, formation start from the 3 BMWs as you'd expect. 2.5 kilos under
the outside of Aaron Taylor Smith as well, diving through Duffer's Dip for the first time. He's BMW 1, 2, 3 as expected.
Yeah, formation start from the 3 BMWs as you'd expect. You were right to pick up on Moffat's start. He got all the way around the outside, and everyone cleanly through the first section of the lap.
And Rowbottom's made some good progress already. He's picked off about 5, if not more. You've got Dan Camish on his toes. You've got Sam Osborne trying to make progress. This is Rowbottom's view. Gordon Sheridan ahead of him. He's another one having to force his way forward. Sheridan started 17th. Rowbottom started 22nd, so he's already up with the Toyota. Coming down to the hairpin. Remember, the lap is only 1.27 miles long. It's a short lap. Rowbottom to the inside of Gordon Sheridan, who left the door slightly open there, and Rowbottom needed no second invitation. He's got by.
Yeah, that was a great move by Rowbottom. He's fired up for today. The car was 2.5 kilos under the weight, despite having been measured several times over the weekend. All the team had done is change the brakes and the tyres for quality, so they were a bit mystified, but he's fired up for a great charge.
So at the end of lap 1, it was Rainford, De Leon, Hill, Ingram, Proctor, Camish, the top 6, Moffat up to 7th, and there you can see the BMWs running in formation. Now, what of Ash Sutton? He is 9th. Remember, he needs to be outscoring Ingram, but Ingram is ahead of him at the moment, and will be very happy to be running in 4th, knowing that the top 3 have to carry the medium tyre going into the next race, the harder available tyre. So Ingram, if he's in the top 3, well, he can get with the medium anyway. He's on that now, but he'll know that the BMWs are less of a threat going into that second race if things stay as they are. Big effort further back. Dan Lloyd trying to go through on the inside of Sam Osborne, but it's Rainford now starting to edge away a little bit from De Leon. The gap is just under half a second.
Yeah, when you get a chance, watch how cleanly the BMWs go through the chicane. The days of leaping over the curb are long gone.
That's Rowbottom making further progress there. He's up now past Chiltern. So 14th at the start of the lap down Rowbottom. There are the BMWs. Daryl De Leon this time around looking a little bit nearer to Charles Rainford. He's done the best lap of the race, so he's edging closer.
Yeah, track limits is a factor, was in qualifying, will be in the race. That exit there of Clark is where most people have been falling foul, turn 7. Hopefully there'll be no time penalties in this race.
And Senna Proctor then having a big battle with Tom Ingram, and he's gone by. Now that, you could argue, shouldn't really be in the plan for Ingram in the championship.
Yeah, but because Senna started on the soft tyre, Ingram is not going to fight him. He's going to let him go in this one. Ingram's day will come in race 2 and race 3.
Senna Proctor then up into 4th place. Let's see what he can do about the BMWs. Are we expecting the soft tyre to go off or preserve itself to the end?
No, it'll preserve itself to the end. In fact, the warm tyre temperatures mean it comes in nice and gently. They get the temperature into the tyre and through the carcass very early. It's when it's a bit cold and you have to use it, it can be a problem. But I'm sure they will last the distance. There's no very long, fast wearing corners.
So right now, Proctor then up into 4th place, going after the BMWs. He needs to make up 11/10ths or so on Jake Hill, who is there on the tail of De Leon. In fairness to Ingram, he is staying with Proctor, isn't he? He might have let him go in terms, but he's staying on the tail of the other Team Virtue Hyundai. This is Rowbottom from earlier on in the race. Chiltern ahead, look as they dive down now in towards the hairpin.
Yeah, we've got the restart racing Hyundai of Dan Lloyd there, just squeezing past and opening the gap up for Rowbottom to follow him through.
So 13th last time over the stripe was Rowbottom. Meanwhile, that's the Proctor-Ingram situation. And Tom's sitting on the tail of Senna Proctor, saying, OK, you might have got past me, but I'm not falling away. Let's see whether Proctor then can get up with the BMWs. What he can do about them.
Remember, though, at this point of the championship, it's a race-by-race battle between Ingram and Sutton. That is the reality of the situation. So whilst Ingram is outscoring Sutton, he's very happy. The last thing he wants to do is slow himself down, battling with his teammate. He wants to be down the road as much as he possibly can.
Chris Smiley under attack. Sam Osborne is in the mix. Adam Morgan as well. And Morgan gets up the inside, coming out of the hairpin. Morgan then on the inside line. Smiley will just about go through, and Sam Osborne is the one that loses out. He gets shuffled back down to 12th place. So Morgan on the charge, up in 10th place. Smiley is still the leading independent runner.
Yeah, and Rowbottom is already behind his teammate, look. So this battle has enabled Rowbottom to bridge that gap.
Yeah, he's up into the point. Sam Osborne still attacking Smiley. He gets way up the curve there, does Sam Osborne. This is Robo's view through the chicane. That's where Ash Sutton had his massive two-wheeling moment yesterday. Rowbottom not done yet then. Place in the top 10 should be on the cards at the very least here as they come through Clarks. Meanwhile, Rainford is only 2/10ths up on De Leon. So the top 2 BMWs virtually as one at the minute for the race lead. Here they are. Jake Hill still third, and Proctor now is edging away a little bit from Ingram.
Yeah, this is the battle is closing up between these three. I must compliment Rainford and De Leon on their smooth driving in qualifying. They were absolutely superb.
Driving standards flag for track limits, Tom Ingram, and that's the flag, not just observation, but he's already therefore done it enough to get the warning flag.
Well, there's a long race here because there's a short lap, 24 laps, and he's got to be meticulous throughout the rest of it. Fortunately for him, he hasn't got Camish on his tail, so at least he can concentrate on his lines and not in the mirror.
Battle on for 8th, Aaron Taylor-Smith, Ash Sutton here together. And Ingram, by the way, being warned about turns 2 and 7. So turn 2 is dropping down the hill. That's going through Leslie's, and 7 is Clark's, that fast right-hander. So Aaron Taylor-Smith and Ash Sutton behind him, and the pair being caught by the charging Adam Morgan. The next battle pack has got Osborne, Rowbottom and Smiley all in the mix. Robo to the outside of Osborne. Chris Smiley right there behind as well. But Rowbottom gets ahead of the Restart Racing Hyundai. Another place gain, so he's pushing his way forward.
Yeah, he's flashing his lights at his teammates. He doesn't want Osborne to hold him up. Oh, someone's been wide after Duffer's dip there. It was a big
change of lead. Daryl De Leon is ahead of Charles Rainford, and you can see, I think Rainford has got some grass in the radiator. Have a look at the front of the second place BMW. He's already dropping back, so Charles Rainford has been off the road by the look of it. Is this going to show as wide? Well, De Leon dives up the inside, going down through Duffer's dip. He gets grass in the front, but he does take over the race lead.
Yeah, well, did he take over the lead by going over outside track limits and gaining an advantage?
I would say yes.
But that was a big lunge. I think he was trying so hard to make sure that he got in front of Rainford. But that car could well overheat. The ambience very hot today anyway, and there won't be much cooling going through the radiator.
Yeah, so apologies to Charles Rainford. It wasn't him that was on the grass, it was Daryl De Leon having that massive launch, couldn't get the car slowed down. But you can see how much of a field he's got in the front. Now, are we anticipating that car to start overheating? And also, look at the way that Senna Proctor, who is liberally attacking the curbs, is getting closer all the time as well. De Leon might be on borrowed time in the lead here.
Yeah, that little battle has allowed Senna Proctor to close right up.
As indeed, as you look at Aaron Taylor-Smith with Ash Sutton up behind him, that's 8th and 9th. Sutton needs to be on the move to get closer to Ingram. Even if he's being outscored by Ingram, he can't allow him to be by much. Back into the lead goes Rainford. Here's Hill for second place up the inside of De Leon. Proctor is almost with them as well. So Daryl De Leon drops back into 3rd place. And surely he's going to have to pit, look, because the car is slightly hobbled now as it's getting hotter and hotter. Proctor up the inside. It's not only hot because of the grass, it's a hot day anyway.
Yeah, he was weaving about trying to shake the grass out the front, but of course he's accelerating at the same time. There's no way. Here's another look at that pass. He just stays wide and allows both his teammates to go through. He knows he's hobbled, but you don't want to damage that engine any more than necessary.
Proctor's got ahead of him as well, so Daryl De Leon then now falls back into 4th place, and it could be 5th before much longer, unless he pits, because the car is clearly going slower. Now, in the meantime here, the next little battle pack going between Taylor-Smith and Sutton. It's advantage Sutton. He's got ahead. There's Sam Osborne next. There's Adam Morgan. There's Rowbottom closing up as well.
Yes, Ash Sutton's car no longer in that black and yellow livery, the 100th anniversary of Napa. It's now back in the normal Napa colours, albeit for this race, special colours on all the Napa Fords.
Sam Osborne on the attack as well, trying to get past Taylor-Smith. Then there's Morgan, then there's Rowbottom in 12th place. Coming over the line behind him is Smiley, who is still the leading independent, although he's got Dexter Patterson only 7/10 of a second or so behind him. So Sutton still trying to push forward. In the meantime, Daryl De Leon now lapping a couple of seconds, maybe a second and a half or so, slower than the race leading BMW. Again, way up onto 2 wheels. There's a Ford, it's Osborne's car this time. So yeah, Rainford, Hill and Proctor getting away from De Leon, who is being caught by Ingram.
Yeah, this battle's closing right up, isn't it? And of course, Rowbottom on the back of this as well. He'll be hoping to make some progress. Oh, a little jink to the left, but it didn't work because it was blocked off there. Smiley saw that, sorry.
Taylor-Smith
keeping Osborne behind, just jinking to the braking area.
Over the timing line, Adam Morgan getting a driving standards flag now. Taylor Smith here is doing Ash Sutton a favour, isn't he? Because he's defending from Osborne and Morgan and Rowbottom, and that's enabling Sutton now to build that gap in 8th place. Aidan Moffat 7th is the next target. Taylor Smith making his Corolla as wide as possible for Toyota Gazoo Racing UK as he heads through the chicane. We are now on lap 12 out of the 24. The lead gap 7/10 as Charles Rainford aims for a second win of the season. But look how many cars now are queuing up behind Taylor Smith in the world's widest Toyota.
Yeah, it's quite quick down this straight though. Look how the gap he pulls, which is giving him a little bit of advantage. There's only a couple of really good overtaking places here, but by being quick out of Clark down the straight and up the start-finish line, he's run a little bit wide there. Is that an opportunity for Osborne to get an overlap?
Going to try, but as you say, the Toyota's good in a straight line. So Sam Osborne leans a little bit on Taylor Smith. Even with 2 wheels on the grass, he keeps on coming. Rowbottom on the back of Morgan. Sam Osborne having one of his most feisty drives I think we've ever seen. He's racing well and he's racing hard. What about Rowbottom? He's got Smiley behind him. He's got Morgan ahead. Let's wait and see as the cars come back into view. If he's made the place, he hasn't. Rowbottom's trying to attack. He's trying to defend from Smiley, and Smiley has got Patterson and Lloyd up behind him for independent honours, for outright honours. Jake Hill's on the attack, but he locks up going into the hairpin. It's game on between Rainford and Hill.
Yeah, Rainford's looking like he's not going to give an inch, but around the outside goes Hill. He set that one up with a wide line in. I'm not sure who's using boost, but he's clearly through into the lead, Jake Hill.
So that's all 3 BMW drivers then that have had a turn up front, and now Jake Hill leads the way. Is Charles Rainford going to be able to battle back ahead of the reigning champion? Nose to tail they run then, heading up through the chicane, and side by side here, Taylor Smith on the inside, Sam Osborne on the outside. That's the inside for turn 2, it's the outside for turn 3. He's got his nose ahead, but he's on the wrong line. Goes for the undercut. Toyota just stays off the attack, or does it? Osborne up the curve, collapses into the side of the Toyota. Taylor Smith stays ahead.
Well, this is a feisty race by Sam Osborne, but that's left him vulnerable, hasn't it, to Adam Morgan, who slides up the inside into Clark, and Rowbottom was looking for the gap as well.
Was indeed. All of this is going around 9th, 10th, 11th, 12th places. So Sam Osborne, elbows out, tries to get back ahead of Morgan. Taylor Smith remaining, not quite the cork in the bottle, but certainly the man at the head of this long, long line of cars. Chris Smiley putting himself in jeopardy perhaps there as he tries to go around the outside, because the danger is he loses the independent lead to the charging Dexter Patterson behind. So keep an eye on both of those restart Hyundais. They've also got the Unlimited Motorsport Cupra in the mix. Now, Smiley has got back ahead of Rowbottom. That wasn't in Dan's plan.
No, but look at this pack of cars behind Aaron Taylor Smith, and dare I say it, this has got the look of something kicking off in it, hasn't it?
You think? Yeah. When you say pack of cars, it's pretty much the other half of the entry, isn't it? Because it's a long, long line. So there, Dan Lloyd goes through ahead of Gordon Shedden, ahead of James Dorlin. That means that Lloyd's got ahead on this lap into 15th place. There's a lock-up at the end of the straight at Clark. The Toyotas are side-by-side. Dorlin on the inside of Shedden, and Gordon gets elbowed out wide. James Dorlin, the Yorkshireman, racing here for the first time up against Knock Hill Royalty.
Yeah, Shedden, that was the one that was actually wide coming out the chicane, which gave Dorlin the look.
Right, so a big deep breath is called for as 9th place heads up towards the line. It's Taylor Smith ahead of Morgan. Then you've got Osborne keeping Rowbottom at bay. And then look, side by side for the independent lead. On the inside, it's Smiley. On the outside was Dexter Patterson. He's got to slot in behind. Smiley just ahead. And then you've got Dan Lloyd, 3rd independent, 2nd of the restart racing Hyundais on the back of that Unlimited Motorsport Cupra. The Napa Fords are as wide. You've got an 8-wheel focus there as Osborne and Rowbottom are together, flicking through the chicane again.
It's a great battle between these guys for both independents and between teammates. This is on board with Dexter Patterson coming through Clark, trying to get a run, regain that independence lead.
He has had an independent win this year. He'd like another one on home soil. But there looks Smiley back up the inside of Rowbottom. They've traded places throughout the race, and Smiley goes back ahead, and Rowbottom didn't make it that hard for him.
No, that was way too easy against Rowbottom, who was right up behind his teammate. So has Rowbottom lost a bit of pace? Has he taken too much out of his tyres? I don't know, but he seems to have lost a bit of pace, doesn't he?
And Tom Ingram has got ahead of Daryl DeLeon, who is still going, but losing pace with the temperatures going up. Jake Hill now leads by a pretty big margin. He's a 2.5 seconds ahead. This is Gordon Shedden's view, heading up towards the chicane. Dan Lloyd ahead of him.
Let out trains take you there. Transpennine Express. Together, we're going places.
You see collectibles, I see years of blood, sweat, and tears. Here's the thing, iconic moments don't just happen. Every highlight you see, there's thousands of hours of work you don't. But when you put in the work and bet on yourself, you create an impact that isn't just seen on a stat sheet, it's felt throughout the world. Create your own moments.
Behind your precious moments, there's all our care for quality. Ferrero Rocher is made with no added colours or preservatives, caring for your precious moments.
Bounce left, bounce right, through the chicane and along the straight towards Clark's. We're on lap number 17 out of 24. Time has rattled by as Dan Lloyd is under attack from Shedden here.
Yeah, we didn't mention De Leon, but he is limping round with probably cutting his revs back on his gear changes and not using as much full throttle, but there he is. He's still going round in 5th place with Camish behind him in 6th.
And you can see the grass still in the front of the car, so it wasn't Rainford losing the lead by an off on the grass, it was De Leon getting through and going onto the grass, so he's fallen back as a consequence. That helps Ingram a little bit because it puts him up another place. Behind De Leon now is Dan Camish. Dan is 2 seconds back, or he was at the start of the lap, but look how that gap is coming down as well. So Camish for 5th by the end should be on. Osborne now all over the back of Adam Morgan. A hat tip to Sam Osborne. I think this is the best we've ever seen him race.
Yeah, it is actually. You're right. I mean, he's really getting stuck in. He's not letting giving an inch, getting his elbows out and dicing with some really well-known race winners in touring cars.
Absolutely
Adam
right.
Morgan, the one in front of him now.
And he's got Chris Smiley behind him. And look how Smiley's gap row bottom. The margin is about 3 lengths coming down to the hairpin. There's Camish. He's cleared De Leon. Aidan Moffat is going to get through by the end. The other question is whether Sutton can get by. He should be able to, and that's important for the championship. Every point that Sutton can scrounge is going to be useful.
Good point in itself, David. Exactly. Every position counts now between Ingram and Sutton.
That's Morgan, still ahead of Osborne. It's Smiley still leading the independents behind them. Osborne, look, flicks the car through the right-hander there of McIntyre's, looking to get up the inside of Morgan's Team Virtue. Hyundai back to no avail as Adam clambers over the curve, and again Morgan way up onto 2 wheels, and that doesn't seem to slow him.
No, it's a great battle, this. Really enjoying watching this, but this is what touring cars at Knockhill is all about. There is no time to relax at all. You're either cresting a blind crest or going through a chicane or avoiding the curbs or trying to set up a move as Oswald's doing that. And Nick Halstead has spun, or he looks like he's spun. Don't back it in the gravel if possible, otherwise that's a safety car.
No, we
Hopefully
understand.
he can get it going.
Yeah, we understand that was ahead of the leaders as well, so a bit of a scare for Jake Hill. Nick Halstead, let's have a look in replay. There is Jake behind him, and Halstead comes into Duffer's dip. Don't think there was contact, but certainly a big lose by Halstead, and Jake Hill goes by, and then Nick Halstead.
No, that was contact. That was definitely contact, because Jake was unsure which way he was going to go and had the momentum on him and ran into the back of him. I mean, trying to get past, but I'm sure Nick was trying to get out of the way himself. It was just a communication error.
I was going to say Charles Rainford was the other one that had sort of luck into the right line. He did get around the outside, lucky not to get collected as Halstead's car was going backwards across the road. Safety car is on standby, we understand. Halstead with front-wheel drive might be able to dig himself out of there, but yellow flags are waving, and I think the safety car, yes, has been deployed. So safety car called.
Well, obviously Halstead, I mean, there wasn't much damage there, but maybe he can't restart the engine because the touch was at the back, wasn't it? It wasn't anything to do with engine or drivability or front wheels on gearbox and transmission. So he's obviously can't get the car started, but it's in a very dangerous place there.
Yeah, Ian Watson, the clerk of the course, not prepared to keep the race going and hope that drivers respect a yellow flag. He wants it shifted. So that's going to bring not only Charles Rainford back onto the tail of Jake Hill, but also Senna Proctor onto the back of the BMWs. It will bunch up everybody behind as well and give us a pretty frantic restart.
Oh, it's going to be an incredible restart, isn't it? Probably quite good news for Darryl De Leon to just cool the engine a little bit more, but he'll have cars closer behind him when they do restart. Probably Ingram is not going to be particularly happy about it. Sutton will be very pleased because it'll bring cars in front run closer to him. He might pick off a couple more, get closer to Ingram and salvage some points. So we just see this and the momentum that Jake has, and then he just doesn't know which way Halstead's going to go. He catches up to him. He isn't sure whether he's going to go to the inside or stay on the outside. Rainford, as you say, has to go around him as well. And it's just the slightest touch when the car is, if you like, already in transition. The weight is on the right-hand side. He's a little bit unstable, a little bit of a touch, and around he goes.
And now the marshal's waiting for a gap in the traffic so they can give the car one big shove, get it off the curb, and then we'll see whether it fires up. Remember, we can add on a maximum of 3 laps for the safety car. And there's the recovery vehicle ready now to drag that off the circuit. But I'm surprised it's needing that rather than just being fired up. Anyway, let's have a look at the start from on board with Dan Rowbottom.
Yeah, right off the back row, a lot of clutch slip there as he gets the car rolling. Past 3 cars already. So a good start initially from Rowbottom. Now he's looking to see where the gaps might open up. That's Mikey Doble in front of him in the Cupra. Of course, they're hoping for no contact, having not got many spare parts, but right the way around the outside, up behind Shedden. That was a really good 2 or 3 corners from Rowbottom. Now trying to get some momentum through the chicane, maybe for a run into Clark. He was down a gear normally than he would be. It'd be 4th gear normally through the chicane. Again, trying to build a good exit from Clark all the time. When the cars are bunched up on lap 1, you try and, if you can't get through, hang back and get a run through the corner, and then he slides up the inside. This was a really late break, bearing in mind the tyres are a little bit cold as well. That was a great move. Good first lap from Rowbottom.
Yeah, got himself as high as 12th, but then fell to 13th. That was the point Tim made, as whether or not he'd taken a bit too much out of the tyres early on. So, out of harm's way is Nick Halstead's car. The safety car will have to do 1 more lap by the look of it, and hopefully we can go racing at the end of this. It would have been a 24-lap race, so 27 is going to be our maximum.
Yeah, it's a bit of an odd one with Rowbottom because he's on the medium tyre, which is the more durable tyre than the soft, so it shouldn't really be tyre degradation. But he made all that progress, got right up behind Osborne teammate, and then just couldn't go any further and has actually dropped back since then. So I think he's got some issue or other. We'll find out after the race.
It's Dexter Patterson you're looking at, who is currently the 2nd independent. Dan Camish was saying to me earlier on in the day about how, having done so many track walks over the last few days here, he said there are certain parts, he said they're almost a bit Thruxton-esque in how abrasive they are. He said, you know, it's going to be tyre deg, and keeping the tyre alive in some cases is going to be important. So maybe there is a bit more to the tyre story. I just want to talk to drivers about post-race. But we are about to go back racing. The lights are out atop the safety car, and that means that it will peel in this time. It's Jake Hill, the race leader, and the reigning champion, having missed Croft, looks like he might well be bouncing back in style here, because he will lead them up towards the restart, and he is in the box seat then to try to control it to the checkered flag. But Charles Rainford wants a win, of course, having taken pole position. And what can Senna Proctor do in 3rd place? We're about to find out as the cars accelerate their way up towards the timing line. Remember, the timing line of the start line in 2 different places, so the race back on as the green flags fly. Jake Hill over the line. It's Rainford 2nd, it's Proctor 3rd. In 4th place, you've got Ingram. In 5th place now, it's Camish. Avon Moffat is up into 6th. All of this is bad news for De Leon, isn't it? Because it brings the pack behind even closer. There are more places for him to lose before the end.
Yeah, the only thing is he's been able to cool the car behind the safety car, so he might be able to go a bit harder for the last couple of laps.
So there in the background is De Leon. He's got a whole pack of cars behind him, and it's going to be Aaron Taylor-Smith then who is next up. Ash Sutton's already cleared him. That's important for Sutton in that battle against Ingram for points. This is Robo's view. So from 22nd on the grid, back row bottom, he comes down towards the hairpin, and Chris Smiley is the one ahead of him.
Yeah, but everyone round this.
That's Hamilton.
That is, with damage left front. Slow down, Nick, slow down.
That suggests he's clipped the rectus out of the chicane, doesn't it, to do that?
Quite possibly, yeah.
Right, down through Duffer's Dip they go with 2 laps left, 27 laps the distance because of that safety car. There's Moffat. Now he's under attack from Sutton. Darryl DeLeon is staying with them, but Ash wants another place. He wants as many points out of this as he can get. And he's going to get up the inside of the BMW. Not quite heading towards the chicane. You saw what he was up to, but it didn't quite work. But there's another place here for Sutton to buy before the end of the race.
Yeah, that would have worked on the front-wheel drive car, but the rear-wheel drive traction off the corner, off McIntyre's turn 3, was enough to keep the BMW ahead.
A bit wide goes Moffat's. Of course, here you've got DeLeon attacking Sutton as much as Sutton's trying to attack the BMW, the LKQ car ahead of him of Moffat. Down to the hairpin. The leaders, though, are about to start the last lap of the race, and Jake Hill is looking for win number 2 of the season. Heading up towards the line. Sutton still on the attack as well. So, Hill, Rainford, Proctor, Ingram, Canish, and then 6th is Moffat, 7th is Sutton, 8th is DeLeon, it's Taylor Smith 9th, it's Adam Morgan 10th, then Osborne, Smiley, Robots and Patterson, Shetton 15th.
Remember, the first 3 cars will have to start race 2 on the medium tyre. That puts Ingram in position A. There are your tyres on the left. Ingram will be able to start race 2 on the soft tyre, but 4th place on the grid.
So Jake Hill then, a second to the good. Charles Rainford will be frustrated about this, not only in terms of losing the leads, effectively twice, once to DeLeon and once to Hill, but also the way that margin has grown. He's never been able to fight back against Jake, admittedly a more experienced touring car racer and somebody who always goes really well around here. Checkered flag at the ready, round 19 of the championship. It's a win for Jake Hill at Knock Hill. He crosses the line. Jake Hill victorious, 2nd is Charles Rainford, and Tom Ingram takes 3rd. Senna Proctor gave him the place, but he's also given him the harder tyre for the next race. A rather emotional Jake Hill, I think, inside the crash helmet.
Are you craving authentic Italian food? Well, look no further than Napolina. We bring the spirit of Napoli directly to your kitchen. At Napolina, we know that the secret to simple, delicious Italian cooking lies in the quality of the ingredients, the heart and soul inside every great meal. Hungry for...
Okay, let's head down back trackside.
I think we've all agreed.
About 3 o'clock rain.
Yeah,
There you
yeah.
go. Yeah.
I think we've always said this year that at some point we'll get some weather. We just don't know what it will be.
Only light rain, but light rain nonetheless.
But it was only light rain yesterday, and look what happened.
And tomorrow, a bit of light rain and a sprinkling in the afternoon as well.
About race 2, isn't it?
It is about.
Yeah, Alan's done his rain dance again. I've told you. I've told you. He's been on the phone.
It is incredible how this happens. But of course, you're not just looking at this championship year. The championship is always looking towards the future, and regulations, technical regulations going forward are something that you've been very actively involved with.
Yeah, so we announced a couple of weeks ago that obviously we had our extension to the Motorsport UK agreement to carry on promoting the series, and part of that we followed up with confirming what the 2027 direction and rule set will look like on the technical side. Predominantly that is carry on as we are, but making things a bit easier for teams to pick a car.
Yes.
So the UK car market's gone through, I won't say a positive change, but a seismic change over the last 15 years of what cars are on the road.
Yes.
Most brands only have city cars or SUVs.
Yes. Yeah.
In this country.
Yeah.
Around the world, that's a different
It's
thing.
a different story, yeah.
So we looked at it and went, oh, how do we get more eligible cars? You know, if somebody wants to come and run an SUV-shaped car from the road, yeah, it's more than open. I'm not sure they will for the aero reasons.
No.
But it's there, but we needed to make more. So what we've done is we've said, okay, if your brand is on sale in the UK, so I'll take Volvo. So Volvo sell cars in the UK.
Yes.
But the car that you would use from Volvo isn't. So the S60 is available in Europe and Scandinavia.
Yes.
You can now use that, whereas previously it was only cars that was on sale
on
on
sale
the forecourt
in
in the UK.
Yeah, yeah.
So we've done that so that there's a much broader scope because there are a number of cars around the world from brands that are very established in the UK that they don't sell in the UK because of basically politics.
And,
you know.
and some brands that are big in other countries that aren't available over here in the UK as
Yeah,
well.
yeah. We haven't quite gone that far yet.
Right.
We haven't quite gone down to allow things like Link & Co. that are only
Is where I was thinking,
that are only in Europe,
Yes, yeah.
but aren't in the UK. And we haven't done that yet because ultimately we are a UK market,
Yeah.
so people still should be able to go and associate with the brand, see the brand.
But a UK available brand that's got a
suitable
car available somewhere else. Yeah.
is where we've gone to
Yeah.
because it gives that opportunity to open up the market. There's quite a lot of talk already. We've had some positive conversations with people. Alan's got a conversation with a few new teams and manufacturers floating around. So there's a lot coming, and
Yeah.
hopefully, if all those come off, we'll look really good at some point soon.
So it's a busy time for you. It is, as you described, very much a full-time job.
Yeah, I spend Monday to Friday on this, and 10 weekends a year plus anything else that happens. When my phone rings and it says a name on top of it, I jump to do what's required.
And I think the bottom line is a little bit like Jade, who was in that seat just before you turned up. You love it.
There is no question.
Yeah.
There is no question I wouldn't be anywhere else. You know, our motorsport family is wide and vast, but also very good. We only have to look at the example of Power Max and from Croft onwards.
Wasn't that a lovely story?
Yeah, and there was a lot of work that went on the background from a lot of us to help them. You know, I got a phone call, we got a text from Alan on Saturday afternoon explaining what had happened. And Saturday evening, I was ringing suppliers going, okay, this is what's happened. You're going to get phone calls.
This is what we
do
need to
this.
do, yeah.
We need to do everything we can.
Rallying the troops.
Yeah, we all got. We prepared them all. We all asked them to do what they felt they were willing to do and contribute. And I'll give all our technical partners massive credit. They all stepped up to a plate.
It's
and
fantastic, wasn't it?
all offered, you know, anything that they could, because none of them want to see, you know, 20 years of hard work go down the drain for no fault of their own.
No.
And it's great effort what they did, but that shows, you know, everybody. I think every team down the pit lane helped to some extent.
Yeah, which is lovely.
You know, from cars, you know, Napa tapped into to their sponsors, Virtue tapped into their sponsors, and vice versa. It came, you know, West Surrey, Speedworks, they all helped. People, staff, equipment, tools. It's basic things. You don't think about it, like wheel nut guns.
Yes,
like,
yeah.
They lost everything.
Simple
so,
things.
Simple
Yeah,
things. So
yeah, which you
it all
can't work
helped.
without.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
So we're it was really good, and that's part of why we all love it.
It's a great
you know?
example, isn't it?
Yeah.
A perfect example.
Yeah, and it's not the first time. I suppose probably the most radical we've had for a long time.
Yes, yeah.
But you've seen it, I've seen it, where cars have gone into the wall backwards or forwards and have been very heavily damaged. And you walk in and you've got a green shirt, a red shirt, a blue shirt from every team helping fix it, because they all want, you know, they'll do their own job, but then they'll go and help fix that job. And we've seen it before, but yeah, it just reminds you of what potential there is in this place when everyone pulls together.
And how good it makes you feel.
Yeah, it does.
Yeah, it does. Sam, thank you ever so much. Thanks for joining us once again. Technical Director Sam Riches up here on Toka Live, here on Radio Donington on 94.3 FM.
She had a lovely little accent, like she was straight from the BBC.
Yeah, you can come straight from the BBC. All you like. It's not going to do any good. So we're almost set then for the next run going into it, and it will be all of the action coming through for this afternoon's session. In a few moments' time, the green light will go on, and we will be underway for the afternoon running, starting off with qualifying for the Porsche Carrera Cup Great Britain, and we will be then go, and we'll be handing over as well to F1T. Well, we'll be handing over to the Tuco TV team, as we'll be going over to Formula One for the action from the absolutely wonderful coming up qualifying for the Dutch Grand Prix, and that's going to be live on JB Motorsports. A lot to do. Let's go back over to the team.
Minutes until, hang on, David Addison, aren't you meant to be talking about these cars that are just about to go out? No.
No, I think we do races for Porsches,
Right,
but
okay, but you don't do-
qualifying we're not live.
Right,
The
okay.
cameras aren't up, as they say in Techie Land. Whatever that means.
I'm just very aware after Croft talking into your allotted time to get from one commentary box to another, and it was all a bit tight on time, wasn't it?
Nobody noticed.
I
Nobody saw the joy. It was fine.
I did. I was very anxious for the rest of the afternoon. It's always good. We were talking to Jade earlier on, and she made a really valid point that isn't.
Oh, really?
Yes,
It was today.
Stop it,
Gosh.
you. Stop it, you. She made a really valid point that people rather blur the lines between being a presenter, an anchor of a television production, and a commentator. She does both roles. She's involved in punditry and in commentating as well. It's a very different skill, isn't it?
It is, and equally, what Jade is doing as a pundit is different from holding it all together.
Yes.
And what she does with me in the Cayman Sprint Challenge as a co-commentator is slightly different from my role. So yeah, it's interesting that she's now developing those two strengths, and yeah, I think she does really well. I think
Is she a
because
good student?
I wouldn't necessarily say I'm a great teacher, so I defer that to the audience. But you know, considering that she's come into this only in the last couple of seasons, it's great having her involved because she's so current from a touring car grid. I know she didn't have a very long spell on the grid, but she's driven the cars far more recently than others, and that's great to have that insight. Yeah.
Just a view into what's going to happen this afternoon. I think most of us are just
right,
checking.
so you take free practice, Alan, and you divide that into two groups.
Yeah, I'm not. Yes,
Yeah.
yes, quite.
You've not got the hang of this yet.
But the one thing that we don't really know about is what the weather's going to do, because everyone is talking about what's it going to do this afternoon.
It's going to rain. Look, I've got onto wet settings. Got
Yes,
my wet boots on.
And so have I.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's what your weather forecast says, because there are others down in pit lane that are saying different.
No, I think it might be a bit wet for the last part of qualifying.
Yeah.
We'll see.
Right, okay.
But if you're a team banking on that, of course, that's quite a gamble. So.
It is a gamble, and it's a sharp end of the season to be taking gambles, isn't it?
Well, yeah, but I mean, there are some teams, some drivers with absolutely nothing to lose now.
Yeah.
They're out of the hunt for the title, and they've got a finite number of days left in which they can take a race win or a podium. You know, I still think, for example, there's a win in Restart Racing outright. There's a win in Adam Morgan, for example. There's another win in Dan Camish, for example. But there are other people that will be, and I can't believe I'm about to say this, going for a pointsy day.
You didn't even do the inverted commas.
I didn't need to.
In the air.
Everybody was doing it for me.
Everyone
yes.
knows.
There are people that are on a, not damage limitation, but thinking long term, thinking points, and there are others that have got nothing to lose. And that's where the interest is now going to be, because you can have your game plan, which might be going for points, and then some real hero comes along with nothing to lose, and it all gets a bit physical. So you can't always legislate for what other people are up to, can you?
It's a great opportunity, isn't it, to have BTCC on the Grand Prix circuit here at Donington, because for many years we didn't use the Grand Prix circuit, and I think it's a real nice addition to the championship calendar that we've had for the last few years.
Yeah, it's nice to have a different circuit. I mean, I'm more of a fan of the national circuit than the Grand Prix circuit, but it does offer something different, and because of the two hairpins, you know, if you're able to make that extra bit of boost that drivers have work for you, then it's two more overtaking opportunities, and it does give a different. I used to think commentating for the circuit here, it gave a different feel to Donington, because a lot of people would make a move on the Grand Prix circuit, and if that worked or didn't work, then you know the rest of the lap would be different. Instead of trying at Redgate or the chicane, you tried and failed or tried and succeeded on the loop. So it gave the racing a different feel and a different flow here.
It certainly does. It's getting a bit darker, you know. Porsches are out on circuit.
Headlights on. Looking very Le Mans, maybe.
It's getting a bit darker, isn't it?
Absolutely. It's going to rain. Tell you it's going to rain.
I think you might be right, David.
Drizzly.
A little bit drizzly, maybe, possibly. David, thank you very much.
Nice to see you.
I really appreciate it. Can
I go for lunch now?
Yes, you can have lunch now. You are released from duty. Thank you very much indeed. A friend of Toka Live, David Addison here on 94.3 around the circuit here at Donington Park, and we are back into on-track action with Chris Hartley in just a couple of moments.
Expert commentary, interviews and behind-the-scenes insights. This is the sound of the BTCC weekend. Toka Live.
And Chris is in place. Josh Barrett is down in pit lane, and we have out on circuit our final qualifying session before we get racing underway, which is for the Porsche Carrera Cup GB.
Thanks very much, Alan. Yeah, I hope you all had a good lunch break. But hold on to your hats now, because it's going to be a busy afternoon with this qualifying session. 2 races to come, and we end, of course, with qualifying for the Quick Fit British Touring Car Championship, which gets underway in just about 2 hours' time. But if you are trackside and you've got a race programme, the page you need to turn to for the entry list for the Porsche Carrera Cup Great Britain is page 56. There's a spotter's guide adjacent to that as well. And these 510 brake horsepower Porsches heading around for a 30-minute qualifying session, which has just got underway in these GT3 Cup Porsche 911s. They have 4-litre flat-six engines, normally aspirated, not turbo-powered, and the championship now, as you'd expect, getting into the final throws, the final few weekends of the championship. So every qualifying session, every race, super important. They've been busy as well here at Donington this week. So the test at the start of the week. They had the weekend test on Thursday as well, with 2 sessions here. And they're back in action for this qualifying session, and 2 races to come tomorrow. It was Will Martin who moved into the championship lead at Knockhill. That was quickest on Thursday with a 1:29.598 second lap. He was more than 3/10 quicker than Angus Whiteside. So number 10, Will Martin, number 52, Angus Whiteside, the quickest 2 in that test. Andrew Rackstraw, the South African, in his 2nd season of the championship, another Century Motorsport driver, was 3rd quickest with a 1:30.144. Max Coates, who had held the lead up until the most recent rounds at Knockhill of the Pro-Am Championship, former Clio Cup racer, runner-up in that championship, former front-runner in the Mini Challenge Porsche Sprint Racer as well, now in Porsche Carrera Cup. He was the fastest Pro-Am driver on Thursday in the Duckham's Yuasa Racing liveried Graves Motorsport car, number 71, the Auctionman, 5th overall, quickest Pro-Am driver with a 1:30.2, and the fastest Am driver was Jonathan Beeson, who's another driver that's come up from the Porsche Sprint Challenge from the Cayenne cars, and has gone just across the line into Redgate Corner. That blue and white machine, also run by Graves Motorsport, is in car number 44. Couple of local drivers here this weekend, or fairly local, from Nottingham. Carl Cavers, former frontrunner in Ferrari Challenge, into the Porsche Carrera Cup this season, but it's not his first time in the Porsche family or on the Toka package, because he was the former Am-Class champion in the Porsche Sprint Challenge in the Porsche Caymans, and he is in car number 22, so home circuit for him, and home circuit for the reigning Pro champion as well, George Gamble, the ex-touring car racer and reigning Porsche Carrera Cup champion. Car number 1, he was 6th quickest in the test the other day, and he is also a driver that comes from just down the road in Nottingham. Will Martin, though, as I say, is the driver that leads the championship after the first 5 weekends at Donington, Snetterton, Thruxton, Croft, and most recently Knockhill. 3 weekends to go, 6 races left, and Will in the Pro Championship has got a 5-point lead, 76 points for him. Andrew Rackstraw, who went well in Thursday's test as well, as I mentioned, he is 2nd in the championship and only 5 points adrift. Will's in car 10, Andrew in car 40. And then 3rd in the standings, Angus Whiteside, who was quick on Thursday as well for Century Motorsport. He is 18 points adrift of the championship lead. He's in car number 52. That's the pros, the pro-level drivers, in the same spec cars, but racing for separate points and trophies. And positions are the Pro-Am drivers, and they include Oliver White, who leads the Pro-Am Championship, but he's dead level on points with Max Coates. He's got 78 points apiece. 4 wins, though, for Oliver White versus the 2 wins for Max Coates means that he has got, mathematically, the championship lead, because if you level on points, he's got the most wins. If you level on wins, he's got the most seconds, then the most thirds, and so on. And Oliver, with double the wins, is effectively the championship leader, but they're dead level on points. Ollie Jackson, former Porsche class champion himself, and of course a race winner in the British Touring Car Championship. He's 3rd in the standings and only 14 points behind as well. Ollie Jackson, the number 48 car, on 64 points. So Oliver White, the one to try and beat in this session. He's in car 94. Max Coates is in car 71, and Ollie Jackson in car 48. And the Am-Class standings being led by Jonathan Beeson on 110 points. He's had 7 class wins and 3 class seconds so far. 3 class wins for Carl Cavers, who's 20 points behind him. Jonathan in car 44 and Carl in car 22. So, session underway. It's just the one lap to look at, the fastest lap time. We don't need to worry about second best lap times in Porsche Carrera Cup Great Britain. And with a 1:29.942 at the moment, Will Martin has set the early benchmark time. It's just done that with a gap of 3.7 seconds at the moment. That's not going to last. He's the first one to pull the pin and put a proper lap time in the session. And then we've got George Gamble going over the line, just about to go, I think, onto his first flyer. Clear track ahead of him, clear track 2 for Andrew Rackstraw, championship contender, as he goes towards Redgate Corner, followed by the purple machine of number 52, Angus Whiteside, another key championship contender in the pro class, looking to come through in this session. So the grid based for race 1 on what happens in this qualifying session. The race 1 results set the grid for race 2 in Porsche Carrera Cup, but with a part reversed grid, which means there are less points on offer for the pro drivers in that part reverse grid race 2. But if you're a pro-am or an am, it's the same points in both of the races. There are also points available for qualifying on pole position. 2 points for pole in your class and a point for fastest lap in the races as well. So Will Martin, absolute best second sector, absolute best third sector, to go even slightly quicker on his most recent lap, a 1:29.677. It's just a little bit down on the first sector time through this lap, though. Everybody else improving. And Angus Whiteside, the next one to keep an eye on. He's done the absolute best first sector, 19.379 seconds. Again, the lap divided into 3 sectors. Sector 1 is fairly short at 19 seconds. It takes in the first corner at Redgate, the second corner at Hollywood, and part of the run down through the Craner curves. The second sector is much longer. It takes about 35 seconds to go through that. And that takes you from the foot of the Craners through McLean's, up through Schwanzkirch, through Schwanzkirch, through McLean's, through Coppice, and then down the back straight. And the final sector is fairly long as well. It takes in the Fogarty S's and the last 2 corners through the Melbourne Loop and Goddard's, as Will Martin has his gap reduced now by Andrew Rackstraw to just 0.1 of a second, and Whiteside improved as well. That very good start to the lap he had. So you've now got just over a tenth between the top 3, all in the 129s. Martin number 10 with a 129.6, a 129.7 for Rackstraw, and a 129.8 for Whiteside, which has just been pipped by Sid Smith, who's done a 129.803, half a tenth quicker. So Sid Smith in the 99 car now, the green and white machine, goes into 3rd place. Whiteside's down to 4th. And the best of the Pro-Ams is Will Jenkins. Now, Will's another driver that stepped up from Porsche Sprint Challenge into Porsche Carrera Cup. And he got his first Pro-Am class win in race 2 last time out at Knockhill. He's on a good run, actually. He's had all 3 of his class podiums have come in the last 2 meetings at Croft and Knockhill. So 3 out of the last 4 races, he's been on that podium. And the former Ginetta Junior racer and Ginetta Challenge champion, doing a good job, the young driver from Stone in Staffordshire, in this session as well. He's 5th overall in car number 30, and the best of the Pro-Ams, the best of the Ams, is Jonathan Beeson, number 44, back in 13th place. Best laps are 1:30.6. Carl Cavers hasn't yet really got going. He's in the 1:33s. And Max Coates at the moment, dropping down the order a bit, currently only in 9th place. A long, long way to go in the session, though, in this pretty busy 30-minute session that they have. So the multi-coloured car of Carl Cavers comes through. Carl Cavers OBE, made an OBE at the start of the year due to his services to the gaming industry, in which he's an expert. He's developed lots of well-known games, including in the Mario world. As Sid Smith goes to the top of the times, 1:29.622 seconds by just over half a tenth then. He's ahead now of Will Martin. So Sid Smith is 4th in the standings, got his maiden win at Thruxton in the middle of the season, but he's also had 4 other podium finishes this year. And he's already been on pole position once this year. That was in the 2nd meeting at Brands. He's there on provisional pole, 1:29.622 seconds in car 99.
Yeah, you mentioned Max Coates dropped down the timing screen. That was because the lap time that had to put him a bit higher than that 9th position was disallowed. And you can guess for why.
Track limits.
Yeah, that's right. I think we're already on to about 8 lap times in this session have been disallowed.
That's not bad in the context of today, is it? Where we had, 50 in one of the sessions, and I don't know, 15 or 16 in the touring car free practice 2 session. So yeah, I did wonder if that might have been the case. Yeah, and he lost a lap, Max Coates. He's down to 10th place at the moment, and only 3rd in class behind Will Jenkins and crucially behind Oliver White. Gamble's lost a lap time now in the number 1 car, which dumps him down 6 places, back down to 11th. So he's the latest one to be told that his lap doesn't count because he's exceeded the track limits. He's gone over the white lines too much, and he's too much of the circuit and beyond. So Smith, number 99, fastest, 129.622. He's 55 thousandths quicker than Will Martin, who's in second place at the moment. Andrew Rackstraw is about a tenth of a second adrift in third, car number 40. 52 Whiteside is fourth. Then it's the best of the Pro-Ams in fifth place. Will Jenkins is just going over the line now. Number 30, the black and turquoise Vera liveried car with a 129.888, and then it's James Wallace in his second year as a Porsche Junior. He's in car number 400. He's done a 1:30.052. He's in sixth place. Seventh place is Seb Hopkins, who got his first win at Knockhill as well overall. He's gone into the pits now. And then 8th, 9th and 10th, 3 more Pro-Am drivers, 94 White, 71 Coates and 59 Josh Stanton.
Yes, you mentioned Seb Hopkins, the Knockhill race winner, into the pit lane. He's the first to bail out of this first run of the session. I just wonder, with those darker clouds at the beginning of the session, Chris, we seem to have more people go out earlier than we usually get in the Carrera Cup qualifying session.
Yeah, maybe, just in case one of those clouds releases a little bit of moisture. Yeah, you're possibly right. It's definitely in the air, isn't it?
Yeah, that's right. Although it's got a bit brighter than it was at the beginning of the session when we were talking about lights on the cars, really were very visible. There's no sort of rush to put new Michelin slicks onto Seb Hopkins' car, so his car just sits in the pit lane at the moment, the 18-year-old in the Team Parker racing machine.
Right, just keeping an eye on Will Jenkins. He's down at the Melbourne Loop at the moment. He did the absolute best first sector time. He's down a little bit, though, in the second sector, 35.9, so lost about half a second or so there. So it was on for a good lap, but it sort of fell away from him for whatever reason in the middle of the lap. So whether it will continue on or abort the lap, I think he's going to abort it. Yeah, it comes into the pits. But potential there for an improvement for Will Jenkins, but he now bails for the pits and joins Seb Hopkins, and he's going to be joined by somebody I haven't mentioned yet in the session, number 12, Stephen Jelly. Of course, up until this point, or the most recent couple of rounds, was racing in the British Touring Car Championship, but he's back into the championship in which he raced last year at the Porsche Carrera Cup GB. In fact, it's 15 years ago since Stephen Jelly made his debut in Porsche Carrera Cup GB. He's a 7-time race winner in the championship, multiple podiums in the category, a real front runner before he then stepped up for the first time in the British Touring Car Championship. And he's back in the Porsches this weekend. So number 12, Stephen Jelly, one of the now many drivers that are coming into the pits. He's with a team he's very familiar with, Team Parker Racing, and it's all a big home event for them because Stephen is from Leicester, Team Parker Racing are from Leicestershire, and we're here at Donington Park. This is their nearest circuit, their home circuit, so they're reunited. But one point to make is that Stephen, as somebody that's joined the championship late, is not eligible for championship points. So if he finishes in front of somebody in the races, and they are a regular, then they'll get the points that he would have got. They'll all move up one, if you like, so that's worth bearing in mind. But it's all looking like it's properly going to be the lull in the session now. We are beyond halfway, 13 and a half minutes to go, and pretty much they're all coming into the pits now, including Henry Dawes, who makes his way in now in his third season of Porsche Carrera Cup. He's in the Domino's liveried red and blue car. The driver from Edinburgh in Scotland at the moment is in 5th place in the Pro-Ams. So 99 Smith quickest, 10 Martin second, 40 Rackstraw third. In the Pro-Ams, number 30 Jenkins is on provisional class pole, 5th overall. Oliver White is provisionally second in Pro-Am. He's 7th overall in car 94, ahead of his close rival for the championship, Max Coates. There's only 62 thousandths of a second between those two. The 7th and 8th overall. And then the AMS, Jonathan Beeson doing really well. He's up to 9th place overall. One of last year's class champions in the Porsche Sprint Challenge. He's done a 1:30.333, and Carl Caver's best is a 1:31.034, so quite a big chunk of time between them now. So now drivers give feedback to engineers, engineers try and give feedback to drivers, all on the Michelin slick tyres, and not a great deal of movement with tyre swapping going on at the moment down there, Josh. Most of the cars up on the jacks, though.
Yeah, I think everyone's pretty much done their tyre change almost immediately. Said Smith, I think he said was quickest in the session.
Yeah.
He's came in just beside me. He got a big thumbs up from his dad, Rob, former Le Mans class winner. And he's watching on with lots of interest to see how this week has been a race winner this season. and I'll be looking to do similar here at Donington Park. Went very well, if I remember, on the podium. He got his first overall podium on the national circuit at the beginning of the year. And as we've been saying, sort of, it's a very similar track, isn't it, to the national circuit, this Grand Prix layout. But with the added bit, is quite different to the rest. I mean, lots of slow corners, which means traction zone's really important. And that means perhaps the setup's slightly different than what the cars would have done here in April.
Yeah, essentially got two hairpins at the end of the lap, haven't you? So big on the brakes, but then big on traction as well as you try to get out of those slower corners, get on the power as quickly as you can. Sid Smith, one of the drivers that raced for the first season in Porsche Carrera Cup last year, the Pro-Am division, has moved up now to become a pro driver. He was the runner-up to Angus Whiteside in the Pro-Am Championship last year. They've both stepped up to become pros this year. And Angus last year, an excellent season, 6 wins in terms of class wins in the championship, and an overall race win here at Donington as well. Brilliant weekend at Donington at the start of last year, and the national circuit with a win and a 3rd overall and 2 class wins. So he went on to win the title only by 12 points. But Sid Smith, who was a rookie last year, did a very good job. 5 race wins or class wins, and 2 class podiums as well, 2 other second place finishes. So they both stepped up. Ollie Jackson, who was 3rd in that championship, has stayed as a Pro-Am, and 4th in the Pro-Am championship last year was Oliver White, and he stayed in the Pro-Ams as well.
And it is Sid Smith who is the first to get back out onto the circuit and leads out the quartet of Team Parker Racing Porsche 911. So they're the 4 cars that are just heading through Red Crate Corner now, and that's the first team to elect to go out for this sort of second half of the session, sort of unofficial second half of the session, with everyone on these brand new Michelin slicks. And I think the rest of the teams are going to be pretty soon on the case, because Century Motorsports, their quartet of cars now head out, led by the reigning champion, George Gamble.
Yeah, so all getting very lively again, as Josh was saying, just under 10 minutes left to go. Sid Smith on top at the moment, 1 minute 29.621, looking for his second pole position in the Porsche Carrera Cup, and his second of the season. As I say, first season of Porsches last year. He switched actually from starting down the single-seater route. He raced in the GB4 Championship the year before that, 2023, and did a pretty good job, finished in 8th place overall. So it's quite a big learning curve, and totally different car last year, but did that really good job to finish second, as I say, in the Pro-Am Championship. Prior to that, he was a champion in the Ford Fiesta Junior Championship, another talented young driver to come up through the Ford Fiesta route. The driver that's closest to him in the rankings at the moment, 56 thousandths of a second behind him, is Will Martin, the championship leader in the pros. He's still a young driver, but he's still got way more experience than Sid in terms of Porsche Carrera Cup, because it's back in 2020 when he made his debut in the championship. As I mentioned a couple of times already this year, and a massive step up from the Ginetta Junior Championship, 100 brake horsepower, to more than 500 brake horsepower when he came up into Porsche Carrera Cup. He got a win in that first season at Thruxton. He got 2 wins in the 2021 season, finished 3rd overall in the championship in 2022. Then he tried something different in 2023 and went off to race in North America in Porsche Carrera Cup over there, finished 3rd in the championship. And then simultaneously came back and did some races in Porsche Carrera Cup GB. And then last year concentrated on this championship once again, and had a pretty good season, finishing in 4th place. But he is looking to win it for the first time if he can, and doing a very good job at the moment. So he's second and only needs to find, 57 thousandths of a second to try and claim those 2 valuable points for pole position. Andrew Rackstraw, who's 3rd in the qualifying at the moment, and the South African, as I say, second season for him. He started like a couple of young drivers coming up through the South African Championship, the Global Touring Car Championship. He was 3rd in that in 2023. He's another driver that's come up through that. It's doing good things in European GT3 racing. Raced in GT4 last year, won the BMW M2 Cup, then GT4s, then GT3s this year in the GT Masters Championship, which is a guy called Leighton Fury, who's a very quick driver, and came up through that same championship, the Global Touring Car Championship. So lots of quick South African drivers coming up at the moment.
Yeah, I think they're sort of like Volkswagen Golfs, the majority of cars in that, but quite highly modified ones, but not like the sort of cars you race in Europe. So an interesting prospect. And you kind of wonder, come into the UK, where the biggest touring car championship of all is that what Andrew Rackstraw has in mind perhaps next year?
Maybe so, or maybe, you know, as some of the Porsche drivers do, going down the endurance route or the GT3 route, so you've got various options, or just stay with Porsche Carrera Cup. Of course, there's all these Porsche championships around the world as well, over 30 of them that you can race in, all the way up to the Porsche Super Cup, which supports Grand Prix on their calendar. So there's lots of options, but yeah, he's done a good job. He's 8th in the championship last year, Andrew Rackstraw, and he's 8th at the moment, but he got his... got his first win last year on his way to 8th in the championship at Thruxton. And this year, he's definitely made that step up, as I say, challenging up there for race wins, challenging for podium finishes on a much more regular basis as well. So see how he gets on in this session. But he's pushing on with that 129.782. He's only got to find just over 1/10 of a second to get onto pole, and less than that to get onto the front row of the grid, if he can. So options there for him. 2nd in the championship, 5 points behind. 2 championship points for qualifying on pole would be very handy indeed for him and for Will Martin to try and extend his advantage when it's that tight. So Will go over the line now in the Eden car, the greenback car, having been on a build-up lap, only a 137 last time around. Nobody in the sort of top 8 have pulled the pin yet, but a bit further back they're starting to. Josh Stanton, former AM-class champion, has done a personal best through sector 1. He's in car 59. He's a Pro-Am these days, 19.4 seconds, and then Will Martin goes 19.3 seconds. Absolute best first sector time for him. He's got the highest top speed as well, 144 miles an hour through the speed trap at sector 1. So he is on a mission in car number 10, just making his way up out of McLean's and now towards Coppice next, and then in about 12 or 13 seconds time we'll see how his second sector has been, and also going well. Andrew Rackstraw is only a 10th behind him in the first sector. He's just done a personal best second sector, and overall third sector is good as well. So he has now put his best lap of the session in. He's still 3rd, but the gap between the top 3 is suddenly just 78 thousandths of a second, so just needs a tiny bit more. We've got George Campbell, who's lost a lap time previously for track limits. He's kept this one, and he's put himself 4th place now in the number 1 car with a 129.812. And overall you've only got less than 3/10 of a second between the top 6 in this session. Ollie Jackson just improved up to 13th place with his best lap of the session as well, with a 1 minute 30.393, but Will Martin comes through and goes back to the top of the times, 129.069, so back onto pole. Absolute best first sector, absolute best second sector, and a personal best in the third sector, and he's found more than half a second there to go 0.552 seconds clear. But Sid Smith and Oliver White have both found better lap times as well. So Smith stays 2nd, but gets the gap down to 0.3 of a second. And White moves up to 3rd place with a 129.7 in the number 94 car. So he's easily the best of the Pro-Am drivers now. He is 3rd with a 129.7. And then it's Jenkins in 7th with a 129.8. Obviously not much between them in terms of time, but just positions, because it's so tight in that pack from 3rd down to 6th, 7th place. An improvement as well for Stephen Jelly until the lap time was just disallowed. He was up there in the top 6, but he's just lost the lap time. Andrew Rackstraw has got himself back on the front row of the grid, though, for the first time since the start of the session. 129.295. His best lap puts him 2nd behind Will Martin. So number 10, Martin, fastest. Number 40, Rackstraw, 2nd. Whiteside, number 52, has found some time. He's up to 3rd now with a 129.501, but he's just lost the lap time for track limits. So back to a 129.8 and back down to 6th place. So Smith back to 3rd, White back to 4th, and James Wallace has found some pace as well. James just gone 5th quickest with a 129.852. There is only 36 thousandths of a second between Wallace, Whiteside and Jenkins, 5th, 6th and 7th. It's super tight between those 3. Right, any time for more improvements. Got a personal best for Jenkins through the middle sector, and he was only about a 10th down in the first sector. So Jenkins, number 30, who's already just outside the top 6, could be knocking on the door of the top 3, top 4, if he strings the last sector together nicely enough. And Hopkins comes through meanwhile and goes third quickest with a 129.506 in the number 18 car. Here comes Will Jenkins. This looks nice and tidy. He's down to 9th place at the moment, but surely he's going to go back up the order. He goes back up to 5th and back into Pro-Am class pole for Jenkins then. So number 30 down at Redgate Corner, fastest in Pro-Ams, 5th overall. We've got just under 2 minutes of the session left to run. Number 10, Will Martin, still on provisional pole, 2/10 up on number 40, Andrew Rackstraw, who's 2/10 clear of Seb Hopkins, number 18, who's just gone up to 3rd. Half a second back on pole is 99, Sid Smith now in 4th. Then it's Jenkins, number 30, in 5th, and the best of the Pro-Ams. And Angus Whiteside has just popped himself up to 6th place in the number 52 car with a 129.642, 3 thousandths of a second behind Jenkins. So he's split now, Jenkins and White. Oliver White is the second best Pro-Am, and he's 7th. Stephen Jelly is 8th in car 12. 9th in car number 1 is George Gamble, which is a bit of a surprise on his home circuit. A 129.8, albeit if he finds 2/10 of a second, he could be in the top 4. And then 10th, James Wallace, number 400. Number 71, Max Coates, is 3rd in the Pro-Ams, 11th overall. Pro-Am driver Josh Stanton is next. 59 is his car number, he's 12th overall. Then the best of the AMs, number 44, Jonathan Beeson, 13th. 58 Dawes is 14th. 48 Jackson is 15th. And 22 Cavers is in 16th place as it stands. And George Gamble, who didn't get onto the podium until Croft a couple of meetings ago, and has then found his rhythm again. And he's had a win, a second, a third and a fourth from the last 4 races. To get himself back up into 5th place in the championship. But this qualifying session is not going too well. And actually Donington was where he had his worst qualifying of the year at the start of the season, with 11th place in qualifying. Since then he's been either 4th or 5th in the qualifying sessions, but at the moment he's only 9th, so not working for George. As into the pits comes Andrew Rackstraw, and with only 12 seconds to go, his session is run. He's not going to get any more running out of this. Just creeping through to get another lap in, potentially, is number 59, Josh Stanton. And he's just done his best lap of the session as well to get into the top 10. 4th quickest Pro-Am. He's in the purple car. The first driver to take the checkered flag in the pink machine will be number 400, James Wallace, in the JTR, Joe Tandy racing car. So it's going to be 8th at best on the grid for James. And then Henry Dawes takes the flag, doesn't improve on the last lap of the session. He's actually got the exact same lap time as Jonathan Beeson ahead of him. And Jonathan Beeson with a 130.333, 12th. Henry Dawes, the exact same lap time. Then with a 130.393 is Ollie Jackson in 14th, and a 130.399 for Stephen Jelly in 15th. So 66 thousandths of a second, covering 4 drivers there. As Angus Whiteside does get a really good lap in at the end of the session to go 4th quickest. So he gets ahead of Oliver White. It's still 4th in terms of pros. He's just got ahead of one of the Pro-Ams. But White ends up best Pro-Am in 5th. Gamble right at the end of the session, digs deep and at least gets himself up into the top 6. So it's his second worst qualifying of the year, but much better than the 9th place he was sat in for most of that session, and much better than the 11th in qualifying he had here at Donington at the start of the season. So session complete. Number 10, Will Martin, on pole position for the 4th time. So 4 pole positions in qualifying means he scored 8 points from qualifying alone. He'll extend his advantage at the top of the pro table by another 2 points, from 5 to 7. Andrew Rackstraw, 2nd place in car number 40 with a 120.295, 2/10 behind. 3rd, number 99, Sid Smith, 129.518. He got back into the top 3 with a minute to go in the session. 4th place, Angus Whiteside, number 52, 129.656. And 5th, the best of the Pro-Ams, Oliver White, number 94. And Oliver with his 2nd consecutive class pole position, following on from a great effort at Knock Hill, where he was 7th. He's even higher up with his best overall qualifying of the year. 5th place, George Gamble and Bourne in 6th. 7th, number 400, James Wallace. 8th, number 30, 2nd in the Pro-Ams, Jenkins. 9th, number 71, Coates. 10th, number 59, Josh Stanton. And the best of the AMs, Jonathan Beeson, number 44, in 12th place, Josh.
And Will Martin, the pole sitter, just getting his pole position photographs taken. Well done, Will. Another really good qualifying session.
Yeah, certainly. After the first run, I knew I had some time to find, but yeah, I mean, that first lap on the second set it just felt spot on. So massive thanks to JBMotorsports, Guy engineers the car. He does a fantastic job every single time.
And now the championship battle's all really close, isn't it? We're coming into these final 3 meetings. Is that something you start to think about, or do you just go for the race victories?
I mean, we just take it weekend by weekend. You know, I'm very fortunate to be here because of my partners, and we'll just see how we get on, but I think we've got high hopes.
And as the season's gone, there's been quite a few different drivers who've won races. Well, I think you're the only one who actually won more than one race, and you're picking up the victories, and that's how championships are won, I guess.
Yeah, certainly. We've managed to put it on pole a few times and take it lights to flag. So, we'll just see how we go this weekend, but hopefully we can have another repeat.
And Donington Park Grand Prix circuit, one you enjoy?
Yeah, certainly. I've had quite a few good results around here, so yes, hopefully we can keep the momentum up.
Best of luck tomorrow. So it's Will Martin, our pole position sitter. Second in the session was Andrew Rackstraw, so we'll have a word with Andrew if we can. Andrew, quick chat. Second in the session, but it's Will who you're up against as always this year.
Yeah, you can't be too upset with the front row start. The team did an amazing job. I have to thank everyone at Century Motorsport. They always give it their all, and it's always so much fun racing for them. So, yeah, I mean, we'll just go into the race. It's toe-to-toe between me and Will, so I think it will be war till the end of the season, which I think all the spectators want. And, yeah, we'll give it our all, see what happens tomorrow, and again, score valuable points, and got my eye on the prize.
Is the start really quite important in these races? We think it's not always that easy to overtake.
No. Some of these drivers in this class is just amazing. So they can make these cars extremely wide, which make it hard to overtake. So yeah, starts are everything. If you can get a good start, that's half your job done.
Do you think round here, particularly with the hairpins, that's an overtaking opportunity? Should you be behind?
Definitely. I think if there are any spectators watching and wondering where they should watch, probably the hairpins are the best, because I think there are going to be some massive lunges.
Well, good luck tomorrow. Well done on the front row.
Appreciate it. Thank you.
So there's Andrew Rackshaw, who was second quickest. Third quickest was Sid Smith. And we see standing by Sid's car. He's not here, so we'll have a word with him if I can find him. I'll head back to you for a moment, Chris.
Lovely, thanks very much indeed, Josh. Yeah, good to hear from the drivers and from Andrew Rackstraw. Eyes on the prize, he says, still with an opportunity, a big opportunity to win the championship.
Did he say go and watch from the hairpin because there'll be massive lunches? did I mishear?
Yeah, you did mishear, yeah.
Okay.
Lunges, you know, like those.
Okay, very good.
Lots of people lunging and exercising their inner thighs. I think that's what I interpreted from it.
Can I just tell people, if they've got a race weekend programme, to turn to page 60, because we've got plenty of infield things over the course of this weekend. We've got a number of stands down there in the sort of trade area. We've got clothing, we've got toys, team merchandise, automotive art, canvas prints, and all sorts of things, including a charity, a cancer charity, BRC Macmillan, and ergonomic camping chairs as well. There's quite a lot happening down there on the infield section, and quite a lot happening on the northwest corner as well, including the Tom Ingram. He has his own driver merchandise stand. Have we got something down with Josh?
Yes, I've got Sid, who was third in the session.
Very good.
Looking at the times intently. Third position, you happy with that?
I'm kind of disappointed with that. It's a shame because we had great pace. It's round here, it's all about putting the lap together on the first lap on the tyre because they're quite a peaky tyre. Today, I couldn't do that, unfortunately. I'm not sure I got a faster one taken away.
I know there's over 40 laps that were deleted in this session, so yeah, there's a chance.
There's a new feature where we're taking some tyre stacks away and putting some new things to make it a bit safe for the car. Of us constantly on the limit, it's split decision where you got to be right up against them to be able to produce a pole time. But yeah, that's why we get taken away. But good session, kind of disappointed, I think. But I know the gaps are quite big, but I know we have that. So let's keep pushing.
We were here obviously at Donington beginning of the season, different circuit, although it's only 3 extra corners. How different does it make setting the car up? Because obviously that part of the track is quite different to the rest.
Yeah, slightly different with car setup. It's mainly just 2 big stops, so it isn't too bad of a technical section. But yeah, it's the main thing today, and what most people say is a chicane. Normally there's tyre stacks, today there's not. So it's just how close you get would get away with it. So everyone's doing the same thing. That's why something got disallowed. But I love it around here. It's a great track. I think it's one of the longest we actually go to. So it's great fun.
Because there isn't a tyre stack there, does it make it more difficult to know where the limit is? Because obviously you can't see the white line necessarily when you're on top of it.
Yeah, well, it is. It's always hard to judge because we're judging it to inch perfection around here. But the rules are the rules, and it's still great fun, just technical. So we'll push more in the race, see what happens.
Well, best of luck tomorrow.
Thank you.
So Sid Smith, who was third quickest, and now we caught up with the top 3 from qualifying here on Toka Live for the Porsche Carrera Cup of Great Britain at Donington Park.
Thanks very much indeed to Josh, and a reminder how you get in touch with us here on Toka Live. 94.3 FM is how you listen to us around the circuit. TokaLive.net is how you listen to us around the world. And if you want to get in touch, it's on WhatsApp. All we need is your first name and your message, and send it to 07482 877 877.
Expert commentary, interviews and behind-the-scenes insights. This is the sound of the BTCC weekend. Toka Live.
And I was just letting you know about some of the trade stands that we've got here at Donington Park this weekend. We spoke about Tom Ingram's merchandise. We've also got Team Napa, Accelerate Motorsport, the University of Greater Manchester, who are one of our championship partners, the Racing Bug, which is remote control racing, QuickFit, the official championship sponsor, have got a stand down there, as well as Dread, who are the official championship merchandise company, Milwaukee Power Tools, and Speedworks with their army stand. So there's lots going on here. All the details on page 60. So I did tell you earlier on, it's not just about what's happening on track this weekend, but it's also about what's happening off track as well. It's a very busy paddock. Of course, we've got the mega store down here, the MSV mega store, which is a constant, and Garage 39, which is a great place to get something to eat and drink over the course of this weekend. But when we're talking about what's happening on track, already we've got a grid which is being populated down there, and it's going to be for our first race of the weekend. Gets underway at 2:10, so less than 10 minutes away from the Vera Tools F4 British Championship, certified by FIA, and chance to get a couple of messages out. Hi, my name is Joe. Could we get a shout out to for Matt? A lot of love from Team Whoopsie Sim Racing. Great team name, that's for sure. This one says, good afternoon, Alan. Tom here, cheering on the BMWs, and a shout out too for my mum doing a really nice pot noodle for lunch. I think Chris Hartley rather likes the idea of a pot noodle.
Chicken and mushrooms, sweet and sour.
You're a bit of a pot noodle fan, aren't you?
Expert, yeah.
Yeah, I've never had one.
You never had one?
No, I know. Every time I say I've never had one, you always say, what, you've never had? No, I didn't go to university.
Yeah, but I still eat them, and I'm a long way past university.
You had to go to university to get into pot noodles.
Like the curry flavour one. I think everybody will agree. Like authentic Indian curry flavour.
I like do Dairy lunchables. Is that all right?
This is primary school food, isn't it? It's primary school lunchbox food, that is.
I repeat, I did not go to university. I did go to primary school. And this message says, hi Alan, big hello from all the marshals down on post 1.5. Where are they? They're not going to be far away. They could give us a wave. We could probably see them down on post 1.5. Great to have all of the marshals here. And in particular, thank you for writing in, all the marshals down there on post 1.5. If you want to get in touch, all you have to do is send us a message on WhatsApp. A message plus your first name, only your first name, to 07482 877 877. Or you can email us studio@tokalive.net. Guess what? It is just coming up to 2:05, and the sunshine is peeking through the clouds. Chris Hartley, this bodes well.
Yes, it's not going to rain. Of course, it's not going to rain. It's never going to rain here in Britain during a British Touring Car Championship qualifying session.
In the summer.
Never happened in the summer. Of course not. So here comes the snow, everybody. My key question to a spectator with a pot noodle is, you eating it with a spoon or a fork, though? Because that's a big debate in the world of pot noodling.
Well, surely you would eat it with chopsticks, wouldn't you?
For the authentic, maybe the sweet and sour, the chow mein flavour, yeah. See, I always overload the water, put too much sauce in, so I have to eat it with a spoon. Kind of like soup when I make it.
Yeah.
Like a noodle soup.
Yeah. I mean, what did you eat it with at university? As a biro?
Fingers, I think.
Yes.
Lollipop stick, maybe.
Exactly that. Exactly that. Sorry about that.
No, sorry about that. Very, very delicious food, but not necessarily the healthiest food you can eat.
Okay.
Yeah. Cheap though. That's why students like that, and 51-year-old commentators. Right, 50, I've aged myself there. I'm not 51. I'm 50.
Are you? You're getting ready for the next one.
It's because I'm losing the plot. Ready for some action then on track. We've got the cars about to head out onto the grid for our first race of the weekend. How about that? 2 races for you today. This is the first of 3 races for the Weir Tools F4 British Championship certified by FIA, and right on cue, they're being led out from the holding area, the assembly area, onto the circuit in reverse. They come out onto the Donington Park loop, then through Goddard's, and then onto the grid. 1 formation lap, and then we'll be underway with a standing start and 20 minutes of racing. The grid I'll give you first, then we'll talk about the championship, the cars and championship scenario. If you want to write the grids and race results into your programs, you can do so on page 51 of your race programs. And the grid for this one is based on the second best lap times that everybody set in qualifying. So 25 minutes of qualifying earlier. Second best lap times for each driver set the grid for this race. Everybody's best lap time set the grid for race 3 tomorrow afternoon. And race 2 is the reverse grid race with the top 12 times from qualifying reversed. So for this one, on pole position for the first time in his first season of F4 racing is Tommy Harfield at number 21, relatively local as well, from Worcester, 16 years of age, and coming into F4 racing for the first time, having raced last year in Fiesta. So number 21, Tommy Harfield, on pole position in car number 21, one of the Chris Dittman racing cars, the maroon, yellow and black livery. He's done a 1:28.907 in qualifying. And then second on the grid is somebody making his debut, and as we talked about earlier, you have to be 15 years of age to race in the British F4 Championship. And Dries van Langendonk was 15 today. He's just old enough to race in the championship. And on debut, not only is he starting his first day in the championship, second on the grid, he's going to be on pole position for tomorrow's race because he was actually fastest overall in qualifying this morning. A multiple karting champion, European karting champion, coming into cars for the first season at the end of this year. I'm sure he'll be having a full assault on the championship next year, but making his debut, number 15, the 15-year-old from Belgium, starts second on the grid, 1:28.929 seconds. On row 2, number 24, Martin Molnar, in his second season of the championship, the Hungarian, with a 1:29.150. He's in the blue Virtuosi racing car with Thomas Behrman, number 7, alongside in the high-tech TGR car. And then on row 3, number 5, Finn McLaughlin, who is the championship leader, Red Bull Junior, in the Red Bull liveried car, run by High Tech as well. And 6th on the grid is the Indian driver, Ari Bansal, number 46, who races for Fortec, the red and white car. Row 4, 47, August Raber, the Swedish driver in his second season of the championship. In his second season of this championship, in his third season of F4 racing, Jimmy Pizik, number 93, starts 8th, the Australian. He's on the outside of row 4. Row 5, number 26, Henry Jocelyn, and 12, Adam Al-Azari. They complete the top 10. On row 6, Cole Hewitson, number 33, and 62, Ian Kraling, who will be on reverse grid pole for race 2 tomorrow morning, the German driver. Then on row 7, 25, Ethan Jeff Hall, and 90, Chase Fernandez, start 13th and 14th, respectively. And then for the 8th row of the grid, 42, Rowan Campbell-Pilling, and 19, Alexander Savinkov. Row 9, 8, Thomas Ingram Hill, and number 2, Joseph Smith. Row 10, number 23, Theo Palmer, and number 44, Guy Olbag. Row 11, we've got number 69, Yuho Fu, and 4, Xavier Avramides. Row 12, number 13, Henry Mercier, and number 40, Piotr Ozgorovsky. And then row 13, 27, is Charlie Edge. So that's the way it stands after the second best lap times were taken into account in a qualifying session where, again, several drivers lost lap times due to, you know what, track limits. So that was the situation there. And that sets the grid for this first 20-minute race. They're off now on to the formation lap. And then these cars, which are powered by 180 brake horsepower engines, will go into action for 20 minutes of racing.
Behind that rather spectacular Lotus.
Yes.
Have you actually seen it down there? It's
not at close, but yes,
it was first time out at Knock Hill, wasn't it? Yeah.
Very cool, the new safety car for the championship, absolutely. So that's leading them around. Come back to the grid, then we'll have the standing start. In terms of the points in the championship, the main championship, Finn McLaughlin leads with there being a half points race earlier in the season. It means he's got 247.5 points. He's 40.5 points clear of Martin Molnar. And then Jimmy Pazik is third on 190 points, 57.5 points behind. Henry Jocelyn is fourth in the championship. Tommy Harfield was on pole, is fifth, and August Raber is sixth in the championship. There's a rookie sub-championship as well. All the rookies compete for both the overall title and but also the rookie title. And with 11 rookie wins so far this season, Finn McLaughlin is leading that championship fairly comfortably. He's got 369 points. Thomas Behrman has got 245.5 points. And Theo Palmer is third on 188 points. We also have this season, new for the 2025 season, the Challenge Cup, which is designed for those who can't commit or aren't able to do a full season of the championship. So they pre-select 7 rounds that they enter to form their sub-championship, the Challenge Cup, before the start of the season. And whoever wins this class will get £25,000 worth of prize money towards next season's championship. And in terms of the Challenge Cup, that sub-championship, that is being led coming into this weekend by the driver on pole position, Tommy Harfield, with 317.5 points, 99 clear of Ella Lloyd, and 142.5 clear of Ari Bansal. So that's the way they're set up. 180 brake horsepower engines, single-seater cars, Pirelli P0 slick tyres, 2 sets of new slick tyres per weekend to last 1 qualifying session and 3 races. They're 1.4 litre engines, Abarth engines, are turbocharged. Power to weight ratio is around about 240 brake horsepower because the cars with drivers only weigh 605 kilograms. 6-speed sequential gearboxes with a paddle shift, and the second generation F4 cars all run on Tatius T421 chassis. So the last couple of rows just formed up, ready for the start of the race here. Then our first race of the weekend. Can Tommy Harfield turn a first pole position into a maiden victory in the 21 car? And on his debut, what can Dries van Langendonk do? Used to rolling starts in karting. How will he be off the line with a standing start? The red lights come on, the revs rise, and we are underway. And Langendonk has stalled in off the line. You see it so often on debut in this championship. Standing start is a different beast. And from the outside of row 1, the car is still stranded. He's just about fired it up now. We had another one that was slow away as well. He's just about getting going now, but he's given away around about 20 seconds there as the rest of the field make their way down through the crane.
But he was so lucky, Chris. Goodness me.
Yeah, it was really good reactions from everybody behind
and
to avoid him.
The other one that was slow off the line, Chris, was 4, which is Xavier Avramides.
Right, thank you. Yeah, that was further down the grid, wasn't he? It was one of the high-tech cars, for sure, the silver car. So they are all away now, but it's a real disappointment for Van Langendonk having 2 chances to get it right tomorrow, including, of course, from pole position. So the race leader looks like it's still Tommy Harfield. As I look through the binoculars, it is still Tommy Harfield. Martin Molnar is chasing him down, though, as they come out through Coppice Corner. And there might be a challenge for third down into the Fogarty S's, because the Red Bull liveried car of the championship leader, Finn McLaughlin, was looking pretty determined as he disappeared from view. Did he get down the inside? No is the answer, but he's still trying to get third place as he comes out of the corner. They're side by side now. He draws fully alongside the number 7 car of Thomas Behrman, gets the inside line under braking, downhill on the way into the right-hander at the Melbourne Loop and sticks the move. So he goes third from 5th on the grid. Of course, they all went past the driver second on the grid, who's stalled, and he's just about making his way down into the Melbourne Loop now as the race leader comes out of Goddard's to complete the first lap of the race. Tommy Harfield has done one of the hard bits. He's got it off the line. He's led from pole position the first lap of the race, and he is the one ahead of Martin Molnar by about half a second as they go into Redgate Corner. Then it's McLaughlin in 3rd place, Behrman in 4th, Ari Bansal in 5th place, and then 6th place, August Raber in the 47 car. Best start of the race, really going to Fernandez, Chase Fernandez. He made 3 places up to go up to 11th place in the number 90 car, and with 23 places lost, Van Langendonk, who started 2nd on the grid, 25th, last place, 17.5 seconds behind the race leader. He really needs a safety car, which would be pretty fascinating to see how it'd go if they all got bunched back up together again, because he's clearly a very quick driver, but just couldn't get the car off the line. Right, into the right-hander at Copper's Corner goes the race leader, but he's being shadowed with every turn of the wheel here by Martin Molnar, the driver second in the championship. Martin will be keen to get the lead because he'll look in the mirrors and he'll see the one driver that's ahead of him in the championship is coming after him in third place, that familiar Red Bull liveried car of Finn McLaughlin. The Northern Irish driver goes under braking now, down into the hairpin, the first of these two hairpins at the end of the lap. He's pulled away from Behrman. Behrman has got a queue formed up behind him now. Bansal, Raber, Jimmy Pazik in that queue as well. And the gap from first to second is coming down on this lap as well. It's no longer half a second from Harfield to Molnar. It's about half a car length as they come over the grid. Hatchins go over the line and down the Wheatcroft straight they go. The gap is still actually 0.4 of a second because it was a good final sector for Harfield. But the absolute best lap of the race has gone to the driver in third place, McLaughlin, with a 1 minute 30.488, so 2 tenths quicker than the race leader, a tenth quicker than Molnar in second, and he's pulled nearly a second clear of Thomas Behrman now, who's just about hanging on to that fourth place as it stands. Thomas Behrman in his first full season of the championship, having had in the main championship 1 win and 3 seconds, and most of those podiums coming recently as well. Made his debut, Thomas Behrman, in the very wet conditions at Silverstone. Got a reverse grid pole and did what we just seen Van Langenonk do. He stalled it on the line there, but doing much better things in his first full season. Now he's got used to the cars, used to the circuits, because he came directly from karting as well, and doing a good job. Second best rookie, running fourth overall, with Harry Bansal, who came into the championship late after missing the first few rounds due to his age. He's there pushing hard, and they're in fifth place, and sixth place is August Raber, the Swedish driver, in the blue and black number 47 car. 3 of them together and smoking the tyres, trying to hold on to his position here. Just about doing so through the turn is Harry Bansal and the Fortec car, the red and white car, but he locked up there, defending from the 47 car of August Raber. And the next one to come after them is going to be Henry Jocelyn. He's got himself up to 7th, got ahead of Jimmy Pazik on the last lap. So up to 7th place for the number 26 car, another Fortec car. Henry with the bright yellow helmet, pushing hard to try and get involved in that battle. And Henry Jocelyn, his first season of the championship as well, coming up from the Ginetta Junior Championship, which was won last year by Ethan Jeff Hall, who's in car number 25. And currently just outside the top 10. As into the pits comes number 13, Henry Mercier, with an issue. So Henry Mercier comes in. There's a tyre and a wheel at the ready for him.
He's not the only one, though, Chris, because Chase Fernandez is also in with a broken front wing. So the team go to work on that. I think there might be a third car coming into the pit lane by you.
Which is probably going to be Rowan Campbell-Pilling, isn't it? Yes, it is, because he hadn't come across the start-finish line. So he might have been involved in possibly the same incident with those 3 drivers.
Yeah, already Fernandez is out, so quickest work done by him. But as you say, Campbell-Pilling is in. Mercier's had that tyre changed, puncture, presumably from the contact, and he is on his way. And possibly a puncture as well for Ronan Campbell-Pilling on the rear right. So maybe a 3-car incident out on the track. A little bit of news about the race leader, Tommy Harfield. As you said, he come into the weekend leading the Challenger Cup. However, this is his 8th race meeting of the year, where you're only due to do 7 in the Challenger Cup, so he's no longer eligible for that, but he's making the most of his 8th race weekend of the year.
Yeah, wants to go for an overall win here if he can. He's doing a very good job. Martin Molnar has just fallen back from him over the last couple of laps. The gap has grown to nearly 7 tenths of a second, but 3 laps running now. The fastest lap of the race has gone to the driver in third, Finn McLaughlin, with this time a 1:29.745. He's quicker, but he's quicker by less than a tenth of a second, so he's chipping away, but he's not there yet, so he's less than a second behind the race leader. We've got a time penalty now coming up for Hewitson, who's just outside the top 10 for start procedure. So for something that went wrong at the start, whether he was out of position when he went a bit early, one thing or the other, but number 33, the 5-second penalty, Cole Hewitson, which will be added to his time. He's outside of the points, outside of the top 10 anyway. We're into 10th place now. Ethan Jeff Hall in the 25 car, who was quick in qualifying, but has, I think, possibly lost a lap from qualifying because he started way down the order compared to where we thought he was going to be. So he's in the 25 car, but he's just got himself up into the last championship scoring point. Last year's Ginetta Junior champion, former world karting champion. Martin Molnar meanwhile, very good on the brakes in second place, closing up to the race leader on the way into the Melbourne hairpin. He's had 2 wins this year, 1 at Thruxton, 1 at Zandvoort, but Martin Molnar very consistent. He's had 5 seconds, a third, more often than not, scoring points up there in the top 10 this season as well. His second season of the championship, the Hungarian pushing hard here to try and close the gap back to the race leader. It's still just under 7/10 of a second, so it's ebbing and flowing a bit between them. On that lap, again, slightly quicker than both of them, with a 1:29.981 was McLaughlin, and a bit quicker than him with a 1:29.951 was Behrman, and then Bansal in 5th place, actually the quickest driver on that lap, done a personal best in car number 46 to close the gap. Now we've seen a bit of progress being made by Van Langendonk after his stall on the start of the race. So he's picked up a few positions. Obviously, there are 3 that went into the pits he got past. He's got past Wozakowski and Avramidis. He is next going to be focusing on, but back in 20th place, he really needs to see a safety car if he's to challenge to try and get anywhere near the top 10 and get up into the points. Charlie Edge gained a place on that lap ahead of Avramidis to go up to 19th place. But the gap slowly coming down from 1st to 3rd and chipping away all the time. A bit ragged coming out of the Fogarty S's in that Red Bull liveried high-tech car. He's the championship leader, Finn McLaughlin, pushing a bit too hard coming out of the turn. So he got a little bit shaky on the steering wheel, kissed the gravel, went on the curbs, and he was on the ragged edge there, but overall he still looks like he's maybe a little bit closer to the top 2 than he was at the start of the lap. He was 1.6 seconds behind the race leader. If the top 2 start to fight at any point, he'll be with them. Keep an eye on the gap from 4th to 5th as well, because that is dwindling all the time. Behrman versus Bansal, and Bansal is right underneath the rear wing now in the battle for 4th place. The inside line is covered on the way to Redgate Corner by the silver car of Thomas Behrman, and trying to go around the outside of him is Harry Bansal. That's not going to work, so he has to tuck back in behind. Got a black and orange flag as well coming out for Yuho Fu in the number 69 car. So the Chinese driver who runs for Excel Motorsport is going to have to come into the pits. Black and orange flag means you've got a technical problem, and it's usually either bodywork dangling or fluid coming from the car, which means that for safety they want you off the track.
And already he's into the pit lane. The team have been waiting for 3 or 4 laps because there is a damaged front wing, so that's going to be changed by the Excel Motorsport team, and that'll be the next car to have made a pit stop, an unscheduled pit stop to head back out, which is about to happen.
Yeah, so one of few incidents in this race so far. Now, with that slight cross-up of the wheel that he got coming out of the Fogarty S's last time around, in the end, McLaughlin was a bit slower than the top 2 for the first time in about 5 laps. So he lost a bit of ground on that previous lap. But on this lap, how is he going? He was a 10th down through the first sector, and he was a 10th down through the second sector as well. So McLaughlin is just dropping back a little bit to the first 2. Not by much, but only by 1 or 2 tenths of a second. Controlling things brilliantly, though, at the head of the field is Tommy Harfield, who goes through 7 laps completes, just about 6 tenths of a second clear of Martin Molnar. 1.7 seconds behind the race leader now is McLaughlin. And Hewitson, Behrman has tumbled down the order, having had that battle with Bansal as they came through nose to tail last time. Then they went side by side through Redgate Corner. This time they come through with Behrman having disappeared completely, and he's got a right rear puncture as he comes into the pit lane, back into my view. So a right rear puncture for Behrman. The tyre is almost completely off, that Pirelli tyre, bringing up a huge trail of smoke because it's completely off the rim now as he trundles down the pit lane.
Yeah, and the high-tech team are ready. As you say, though, the rubber's completely given way, and that can cause further damage. So the high-tech crew are having a look at the suspension to see if it has been damaged at all. The tyre has already been changed. The team seem to be happy to let him go. He's very keen to get going, and then he stalls. The car refire, and Thomas Behrman back into the race, but that lap did not go to plan.
No, so I wonder if there was some contact with him and the front of Harry Bansal's car, potentially. Anyway, that right rear puncture doing for his race, I'm afraid. So he's almost right at the back of the field now, and about 3/4 of a lap down on the race leaders, who make their way into Goddard's. Has that gap come down a bit more from first to second, possibly to the eye? It was 0.598 seconds. Yeah, 0.502 seconds, but McLaughlin's back on it in 3rd place. New fastest lap of the race, 1:29.601. 6.10 seconds, albeit it was only 1/1000th of a second quicker than Molnar. But the point is, they're both a bit quicker than Harfield, the race leader. So keeping the pressure up on Tommy. 4th place is now Bansal after that visit to the pits for Behrman. So number 46 in 4th place. Number 47, Raber, he's not far behind him in 5th. 6th place now is number 26, Henry Jocelyn. 7th, number 93, Jimmy Pazik. Ethan Jeff Hall continues to make his way up the order. He's now up to 8th place overall. He's 9th on the road, but Hewittson's got this 5-second penalty added to his time. So 25, Jeff Hall. 8th, 9th is 12, Al Alzari, and 10th with the penalty applied is number 33, Hewitson. He's got about a 6-second gap back to Savinkov, who's coming up through the order pretty well as well. He's just outside the points, running in 11th place now after a good run through the order in car number 19.
Harry Bansal's lap times have gone up since whatever happened between him and Thomas Behrman. There's a big queue of cars behind him. And just wonder if whatever caused Behrman to get a puncture has just damaged Harry Bansal's car a little bit.
Yeah, it could be. Savinkov got ahead of Ingram Hill on that last lap to get himself up to 11th. So we'll see if he can do anything about Hewitson and get himself up into the top 10. Hewitson in 10th with that penalty applied, but did a good job, Savinkov, from back in 16th place on the grid. Leaders go through. Gap stays pretty similar. 1:29.849 for Harfield, very fractionally, half a tenth quicker than Molnar. But here's the battle squabbling on the way down into Redgate Corner for 5th, 6th and 7th positions, all side by side. And yeah, the Fortec car, it looks like it's going to be dropping down the order a bit more here. And Ari Bansal losing another place. And he is definitely struggling with something, isn't he? So Jimmy Pazik is the one that came through that pack very nicely on that lap, gained 3 places up to 4th. August Raber gained 1, lost 1, so he stays 5th. Jocelyn is 6th. Jeff Hall continuing to work his way up the order. He started 13th on the grid in the end, but he's now up to 7th place in car 25. Al-Azhari, number 12, is up to 8th. Hewitson with the penalty, number 33, is 9th. And Bansal is 10th, but falling back all the time. With Savinkov looking to get an unlikely championship point here from way back down 16th on the grid if he can. So fastest first sector on this lap has just gone to Martin Molnar. He's got another half a tenth out of the race leader. Through the second sector, he's about a tenth clear. And so into the Melbourne Loop, they're almost nose to tail now for really the first time since the first lap of the race. So pressure starting to build here from Martin Molnar. Tommy Harfield, remember, looking to get, if he can, his first race win in the championship. Tommy 5th in the championship standings. He's had a couple of seconds this year and a couple of thirds, but looking for that first championship win. Hartfield goes down into Redgate Corner. He got a better run, I would say, through the last corner, but under braking, Molnar comes after him again. McLaughlin is a little bit closer, 1.4 seconds back, and sure enough, into the pits comes Ari Bansal, and it looks like he's got a cracked front wing to me. The left side of the front wing looks like that's the bit that's got the damage, and that was probably the side, I'm guessing, that hit the right rear of Behrman's car.
Yeah, I think you're right, probably right there, Chris, and they are going to do the front wing change. Fortec were prepared, but it's been a pretty eventful race and rather more pit visitors than you'd expect in a 20-minute British F4 race. Yeah, and he had to come into the pits anyway because he'd also got that black and orange flag, but he's clearly struggling with the car. With all that crack on the front wing means that you get a lot less downforce at the front of the car, which means it understeers everywhere. Understeering meaning if you turn right to go into a corner, the front of the car doesn't really react to that. A little bit like driving in the wet. You turn right, you have to wait for something to happen, and the stabilisation of the car through the high-speed corners would have been tricky as well. So losing a lot of time, has to come in anyway, and that's him out of the points as well. Martin Molnar, every time in the blue number 24 car, gets a really good run coming out of the Fogarty S's, carries the momentum down towards the Melbourne Loop hairpin, and he is there almost onto the gearbox of Tommy Harfield, but Tommy's better coming off out of the corner. Meanwhile, big smoking lock-up on the way into the hairpin in the battle for 4th place, which is a long way back. So coming out on top there is the number 93 car of Jimmy Pazik. Raber had a go at him, but smoked the tyres and lost a load of ground. So it's about 3 car lengths back now, and he's more looking in the mirrors to try and fend off the number 26 car of Henry Jocelyn, that Fortec car, driving the yellowy orange helmet. But in turn, he's trying to fend off the very rapid Ethan Jeff Hall in the Virtuosi car. The number 25 car is trying to go around the outside of him coming out of Redgate Corner, but eventually has to back off. So good scrap going on for 5th, 6th and 7th positions as it stands. Savinkov, by the way, because of that, well, not visit to the pits, not retirement, visit to the pits for Bansal. He's up into the points now from 16th up to 10th place
for the Ukrainians. So doing a very good job there in the number 19 car. And he's just done his best lap of the race. He was 7/10 quicker than the next car up the road, which is Hewitson, number 33, in terms of once you apply the time penalty. So he still could get 1 or 2 more positions out of this race. Well, the time is beginning to run out. 2.5 minutes left on the clock. Race leaders then make their way out of the fog of the S's, down that back straight. Slightly downhill braking then on the way into the Melbourne hairpin, which means the back end of the car is light. All the weight's over the front axle. Then you get on the power, and then you climb very slightly back uphill as you come back on yourself out of the hairpin, climb up to the top of the slope, and then go left into what's pretty much another hairpin at Goddard's. This time a left-hander to lead you back onto the start-finish line. Big old gap back from 3rd to 4th, isn't it? It's about 8 seconds, the gap from 3rd to 4th. So as they top 3 cross the line, yet to see 4th place come out onto the start-finish straight. Just about does that now, Jimmy Pezik. And he has got about a second advantage over August Raber in 5th place, who in turn is about 6/10 clear of Henry Jocelyn in 7th. So that battle has settled down a bit. 8th place is Jeff Hall, number 25, then 12 Al-Azari, 8th, 33 Hewitson, 9th with the 5-second penalty in Savinkov, less than 4 seconds behind him now on corrected times. Black and white warning flag though for Savinkov for track limits, and also one going to the number 23 of Theo Palmer, which has made his way up to 15th. McLaughlin, as is often the case, is the best of the rookies in this race. He's running 3rd overall. Second best rookie is Hewitson in 9th, and 3rd best rookie is Kraling, who started the race 12th, runs in 12th, and will be on pole position for tomorrow morning's reverse grid race. So they're top 3 rookies as it stands. Ingram Hill is the leading Challenge Cup driver, running 11th ahead of Kraling, so number 62 leading that category. Right, into the closing minute of the race now. 47 seconds left on the clock, and McLaughlin throws one down the inside on the way into the hairpin, smokes the tyres, gets ahead of his championship rival Martin Molnar, and holds a position coming out of the corner. So a big lunge there. Martin Molnar tried to come back around the outside of him on the way through Goddard's. They're going to be side by side out of the last corner, but the Red Bull livery car gets his nose in front, and that's McLaughlin up to 2nd place, and that means he's going to score 18 points rather than 15, and he's also going to take 3 points away from Martin Molnar, who now tries to come back around the outside of him at Redgate Corner and can't quite do it. Halfway alongside, but he'll be on the outside line for Hollywood. I look to the CCTV pictures, and that tells me that the Red Bull Junior is still just ahead. That's all fantastic news for Tommy Harfield, because half a lap of infighting between the top 2 of the championship means that he's now got a clear gap in the race lead. The clock has ticked down to 0, and this then is the last lap of the race. He's just got half a lap to go to get his first win here. We've got a time penalty of 5 seconds for track limits coming the way of Thomas Behrman, who's down the tail end of the field anyway after his puncture. And Tommy Harfield goes through Coppice Corner, looks in the mirrors and sees a nice, big, comfortable gap. So the 16-year-old from Worcestershire going down for the last time into the fog of the S's. Good effort, good move that by Finn McLaughlin to grab 2nd place. Molnar still trying to get back at him, but he's a bit too far behind coming out of the S's. So for the final time in the race, down into the Melbourne hairpin goes the race leader, Tommy Harfield. He's just got to guide the car home now. 1 more corner to go. Martin Molnar closes back up to the rear wing of championship leader Finn McLaughlin, but McLaughlin has got the line covered on the way into Goddard's. It's still very close between Pezik and Raber for 4th place, but the checkered flag awaits. Chris Dittman Racing cheer, and Tommy Harfield is a race winner in the F4 British Championship. He wins by almost 2 seconds from McLaughlin. Molnar comes home 3rd, and Jimmy Pezik hangs on to 4th place from Raber in 5th. 6th place to Jocelyn. Jeff Hall, good drive through to 7th. Al-Azari comes home in 8th place, gaining good positions as well. Hewitson with his time penalty ends up slipping back to 10th place on corrected times, because Savinkov got close enough to him to move ahead up to 9th place, having started 16th. A very good drive from Savinkov to get 9th place and 2 championship points. Hewitson was 9th over the line, but 10th on corrected times to take the last championship point. And a time penalty of 5 seconds delivered on the last lap of the race to the Ethan Jeff Hall car, number 25, for track limits, which has actually popped him back down to 8th place now as the screen corrects itself. So lots of warnings and track limits there. Tommy Harfield, though, just kept it beautifully clean. A really good start, helped by the fact that Van Langendonk stalled off the line and held 1 or 2 others up and just gave that clear run into turn 1, and then he really controlled things after that. Lots of pressure from Martin Molnar to start with, then from Martin Molnar and Finn McLaughlin. But as they battled each other and held each other up, it was Harfield who just got his head down, cracked on, didn't make any mistakes, drove the perfect race here to win the first race of the weekend for the 2025 Vera Tools F4 British Championship, certified by FIA. Number 21, Tommy Harfield, your first time race winner by 1.9 seconds. Second place, and with a point for the fastest lap, is Finn McLaughlin, number 5, the championship leader, who's also the top rookie in the race. Number 24, Martin Molnar, 3rd on the overall podium. 4th place, number 93, Jimmy Pazik. 5th, number 47, August Raber. 6th, number 26, Henry Jocelyn. 7th place was number 12, Adam Al-Azari. And then 8th place with that late time penalty, number 25, Ethan Jeff Hall. 9th, number 19 in the race, from 16th on the grid, Alexander Savinkov. 10th, number 33, Cole Hewitson. And he was the second best of the rookies, so he'll be on the rookie podium. 11th place, number 8, Ingram Hill. 12th, number 62, Kraling, who was the 3rd best rookie. 13th, number 2, Smith. 14th, number 15, Van Langendonk, who made somewhat of a recovery from that stalled start, but didn't quite get back into the points. 15th, number 23, Palmer. 16th, number 4, Aramides. 17th, number 44, Albag. 18th, number 27, Edge. 19th, number 40, Wojciechowski. 20th, number 46, Bansal, who visited the pits. Fernandez had a pit visit as well, number 90. He was 21st. Also in the pits with drama was number 69, Fu. He was 22nd. 23rd was number 13, Mercier. And with a penalty and a visit to the pits with a puncture, number 7, Behrman, a very disappointed 24th place. The only actual non-finisher of that race was Rowan Campbell-Pilling, number 42, who dropped out at mid-distance. So Tommy Harfield, your race winner, and Finn McLaughlin extending his championship lead in 2nd place.
And Tommy Harfield's just received a big hug from a member of the Chris Pitt-Dittman racing crew as a winner for the first time in the Vera Tools F4 British Championship, certified by FIA. So he's just taking his helmet off at the moment. So we'll wait for Tommy Harfield in a moment to get weighed, and then we'll have a word with him and with Finn McLaughlin and with Martin Molnar, if we can, here at Donington Park. But Tommy Harfield, helmet off as a race winner for the first time. He now goes over to the scales, and he will be weighed, and then it'll be our opportunity to speak to Tommy Harfield as a race winner here at Donington Park. He gets a Praddy winner's cap. And well done, Tommy. A perfect drive under plenty of pressure.
Yeah, good drive. Car was amazing. Yeah, obviously from pole, I had a good advantage. But yeah, I was under pressure the whole way. The guys behind were pretty well, so yeah, very happy to win.
And I guess this was a race meeting you weren't actually that sure if you'd be competing in, because originally you were going to be part of the Challenger Cup, but now the full season.
Yeah, only a week ago I didn't think I'd be here. But yeah, super happy. This is what I came. I wanted that first win, and very happy I've got it.
Well done.
Thank you.
So there's our race winner, Tommy Harfield, here in round 22 of the championship. Finn McLaughlin at the moment speaking intently to team members, so I think we can have a word with Finn. Finn, for a quick chat. Well done, 2nd place, an important part of Moulton near the ender.
Yeah, I mean, it was a good race. Started P5, so I was just hoping to get a few positions on in the race, but yeah, I drove well, fastest lap, and car was mega, so getting P2 was good for the points.
Is it now looking to the championship, although with so many races to go, just getting results important still?
Yeah, definitely. I mean, there's so many races left, which you don't know what's going to happen, so you just keep working and work hard in the races and see how it ends up.
Well done on your 2nd place.
Cheers.
So there's Finn McLaughlin in 2nd, and where is Martin Molnar? He is with his car. Let's not interrupt this photograph opportunity. And then we'll have a word with Martin, who might not be so happy with losing that position. Martin, 3rd position, a podium, but I get a little disappointed that Finn found a way past.
Yeah, it wasn't a bad race overall. Could get up to P2 after the start. And yeah, then I stayed there for most of the race. Then yeah, towards the end of the race I got overtaken. Well, we'll see how it goes tomorrow.
You're always really close to Tommy. Is it how easy or difficult is it to follow in these cars around here?
Yeah, it's definitely not easy to follow in these cars. Yeah, I tried to put him under pressure. He did a really good job, and yeah, we'll see how it goes tomorrow.
It's always important to make sure you finish and score as many points as possible.
Yeah, that's the goal now. Yeah, overall, not bad points, and we'll see how it goes.
Well done on the podium. So there's our top 3 for round 22. Podium comes up in a few moments.
Thanks very much indeed, Josh. Yeah, great to hear from Tommy Harfield first, then Finn McLaughlin, and just now from Martin Molnar, second in the championship. But losing points to Finn McLaughlin, who passed him late on for second place in the race and got the fastest lap of the race. So provisionally and officially, Finn McLaughlin with 19 points scored, including that fastest lap point, 15 points for Martin Molnar. And that means that the gap between them is now slightly extended to 44.5 points, 4 points gained to extend his championship lead for Finn McLaughlin, with 266.5 for him, 222 for Martin Molnar provisionally, 202 for Jimmy Pizzic third. And then even better news for Tommy Harfield, because 25 points, your first win in the championship, your first win in single-seaters, and you also moved up a place in the championship because you're on 172 points now, moving ahead of Henry Jocelyn.
With all the latest news, views and interviews, this is Toka Live.
Minis are going to be racing here at Donington Park in just a few minutes' time. We've got a podium for British F4. If the drivers make their way quickly over towards the podium, having finished their Parc Ferme interviews, then hopefully Josh can let us hear the podium presentation. That's coming up in a couple of moments. Before that, a couple of your messages. Having a great day sat at Starkey's. However, in desperate need of a good coffee. Where are all the baristas? Andy, Martine and Freddie. I reckon if you go to Garage 39, they do jolly good coffee in there. I know from personal experience. This one is just a very simple one. Hello from Stephen. Hi, Stephen. Good to have you here. This one is from Sue, and it's one really for Chris Hartley. It says, definitely chicken and mushroom, and I do exactly the same. More water, and it must be a spoon. There we go. That's
absolutely.
See, people
get more for your money than you see.
People are listening and taking notice of your pot noodle advice. Good afternoon, Alan and Co. Hope you're well and enjoying your cookies. Always a pleasure to hear you on this and Tin Top Tuesday. If people don't know, it's the I like this. It's the best radio show on Tuesdays, 8 p.m. after a race weekend. All the best for the weekend, and come on, Tingram. And that's from Harry. Harry, thank you very much indeed. Have we got a slightly blowy podium down there, Josh?
It's a little bit, Alan.
Yes.
But we're good to go for the podium presentation for round 22 of the Vera Tools F4 British Championship, certified by FIA. First, we welcome Wayne Matherin up onto the podium, the Sales and Workshop Manager for Neil Brown Engineering Limited, and he'll be presenting our all our drivers. Firstly, we start with our rookie podium for round 22, and in third position, Arjen Kraling. Well done, Arjen, a third podium of the season, only the second weekend, I think, racing in the championship as well. So up onto the third step of the podium, he receives the third place rookie trophy. In second place, Cole Hewitson. Well done, Cole, a sixth podium in the rookie class of the season. He gets congratulated by Arjen and makes his way to the end of the podium, receives his second place trophy from Wayne Matherin of Neil Brown Engineering. And the winner of round 22 in the rookie class, Finn McLaughlin. Well done, Finn, a 14th rookie victory in 22 races in the championship so far, and he'll make his way up onto the top step here at Donington Park as a winner again in the rookie class of the Vera Tools F4 British Championship, certified by FIA. And the three drivers will pose for photographs on the top step. So up onto the top step of the podium go our top three. Congratulations to Finn McLaughlin, Cole Hewitson and Arjen Kraling, the top three of the rookie class for round 22 of the Vera Tools F4 British Championship, certified by FIA. Next we move on to our overall top three, and in third position, Martin Molnar. Well done, Martin, a ninth podium of the year. Up onto the podium comes Martin to receive his third place trophy. In second place, Finn McLaughlin. Finn, who was the rookie winner, it's a 10th overall podium though of the year for Finn McLaughlin. Gets congratulated by his championship rival Martin Molnar before making his way up onto the second step of the podium. But for the first time this year, the winner, Tommy Harfield. Well done, Tommy. Up onto the top step of the podium here at Donington Park as a winner in the Vera Tools F4 British Championship, certified by FIA for the first time, up onto the top step of the podium with the biggest trophy of all for Tommy Harfield. And now we have the winning team award as well, and for the first time in the championship, that goes to Chris Dittman Racing. So a member of Chris Dittman Racing making his way towards the podium, and up onto the podium will come a member of Chris Dittman Racing as a winner, and he congratulates the three drivers who are also up here, and the winning team trophy goes once more to Chris Dittman Racing. Now, photograph we can get of the three drivers up onto the top step of the podium. So congratulations to Tommy Harfield, the winner, second for Finn McLaughlin, and Martin Molnar in third.
Live from the BTCC, this is Toka Live.
Mini Challenge Racing here, coming up at Donington Park. To guide you through it is Chris Hartley.
Thanks very much indeed. Yeah, entry list on page 54. Cars making their way to the grid. The grid based on everybody's second best lap times from that qualifying session. So it is number 38, Olivier Algieri, who starts on pole position with number 22, Ashley Gregory, alongside on row 2, 11, Gabe Fairbrother, and 81, Luca Marinoni Osborne. Row 3, number 88, the rookie cup leader, Alfie Garford, and 138, Henry Foote. On row 4, 95, Joshua Wilby, and 62, Alex Keynes, the championship leader in the green and yellow car. Row 5, 40, James Sherrington, and 15, Cameron Richardson. Row 6, 59, Reese Hurd, and 99, Louis Capazzoli's got a much better grid for the final race of the weekend tomorrow. And then on row 7, 610, Louis Fleet, and 171, Leo Purchase, who had a power steering issue in qualifying this morning. Row 8, 46, Paul Manning, and 8, Murray Richardson. Row 9, 69, Monroe Renard, and 96, Ronnie Smith. And row 10, number 4, Simon Sweetland, who's one of the drivers with a grid penalty. He's got a multiple grid place penalty. News coming through that the results of race 11 of the season at Croft, the top 2 were reversed, which means that judicial, which has gone through this morning, Algieri no longer the winner, down to second, and Alex Keynes picking up the win. So he's extended his championship lead from 28 to 34 points now over Alfie Garford. We're about to get the race underway then. 20 minutes of action here at Donington Park gets underway, and off they go off the line. Everybody safely away this time. It looks like a pretty decent start for the black and white car of Algieri. Ashley Gregory might, though, have to concede second place. Gabe Fairbrother up the inside all the way to Redgate Corner, and he goes second in the number 11 car. So Gregory down to third, and it's nearly three abreast in the battle for fourth place as they disappear from view. Garford, Marinoni Osborne, I think Henry Foote was in that battle as well as they go through Hollywood and down through the Craner curves now for the first time. Right then left, then right at the foot of the hill into the old hairpin as they stand on the brakes and make their way into the first heavy braking zone since Redgate Corner, really. Then get the momentum sorted because you've got to climb rapidly uphill for the next sector as you come up through Starkey's, through Schwantz Curve and to the top of the hill at McLean's. And Algieri with a fantastic start to the race as Ashley Gregory snatches second place back on the run up the hill into McLean's, away from that grey and turquoise car of Gabe Fairbrother. So she lost the place at the start. She's got one back, though, back where she started in second place. There's all been good news, though, for Algieri because he's much further clear of them all than he was going through that first couple of corners as they fought each other. He's now going to lead by around about 5 or 6 car lengths when they hit the brakes and go down into the Fogarty S's. So the pole sitter, Algieri, who is, as I say, that win now has been taken away from him at Croft, so he's lost 6 points in the championship, just outside the top 3 in the standings. So he could do with the win here if he can get it from pole. Gregory in second, Fairbrother in third place. Then Marinoni Osborne held on to that fourth place, that battle that was raging through Redgate Corner. Everybody concertinaing up. Alex Keane, the championship leader, hasn't really made up any ground. In fact, he's got a big tank slap because he gets contact from behind there, going through the hairpin, and he's going to lose loads more places. He'd already lost a few. He's lost a load more now. And side by side with him is the 610 car trying to get on the accelerator as well, Louis Fleet. So the championship leader is going to be down in about 3/4 of the way down the field as it stands. He's got a queued up behind him. He's digging his heels in, though. He's going to tuck back in behind Ronnie Smith. So he goes over the line in 11th place. Not quite as bad as it might have been, but not the ideal start to the race for the championship leader. So he is out of the top 10 as it stands. 50 points coming the way of Algieri, who's third in the championship. Gregory who is 6th in the championship, is in second place. We'll get 44 points for second place, and then for third place as it stands, Gabe Fairbrother would get 40 points, and he's 4th in the championship. So Keynes losing ground in terms of points to some of those closest pursuers to him in the championship. Alfie Garford, who's 2nd in the championship, is ahead of him, but only 5th. And places gained on that first lap by Hurd. 3 places gained, number 59 up to 8th. Capozzoli gained 3 places up to 9th in the 99 car. And Ronnie Smith gained 8 places to get up into the top 10 on the first lap of the race. So Ronnie with a rocket ship first lap of the race, as on this second lap of the race, Algieri goes through Coppice Corner now. And it might be about the battle for third place, because Marinoni Osborne getting closer, it seems, to the tail of Gabe Fairbrother as they had that run through McLean's, then through Coppice. They disappear from our view behind the roof of the grandstand. When they come back out of the corner, we'll see if the gap has come down a bit more. Marinoni Osborne getting in on the action here. So 2nd, 3rd, 4th, all pretty close together as they come down the hill now, with a bit of bodywork flapping on the rear of his car. Alfie Garford, the black and green number 88 car. A bit of loose bodywork. I don't think that's going to be too much of an issue for him. And under braking, closing up to him, is Joshua Wilby, number 95. Got ahead of Henry Foote at the end of that first lap of the race. So Wilby in the white and red car. Looks to the outside on the way into Goddard's, but there's nothing doing there. Has to tuck back in behind. And what about Alex Keynes? Is he getting back into the rhythm now, having got a proper smack through that first run through the Melbourne hairpin? Goes through behind Ronnie Smith, still running in 11th place. So Algieri 1.6 seconds clear at the end of that lap. Gregory just half a second clear though of Fairbrother, who in turn is just half a second clear of Marinoni Osborne. The quickest lap of the race has gone to Reese Hurd, and you get bonus 3 points in the championship for that. So Reese with a 1:54.814 second lap so far, which is about 0.7 of a second away from the lap record. But remember, he's in a battle in traffic and doing a pretty good job there. So his next target is to try and find a way past Wilby, who's only just ahead of him as the race leaders climb up through Schwantz into McLean's now. Goes Algieri. He's got himself around about a 1.5 second advantage over 2nd, 3rd and 4th. 5th and 6th still absolutely nose to tail, and Alfie Garford is still just about fending off that red and white car of Joshua Wilby as they make their way into the braking zone for Coppice. It's a blind entry there as we go over a crest coming out of McLean's as you go into Coppice. A very tricky technical corner. You've got to get the momentum out of there. There's a long run on the straight, a long run before you hit the brakes. Is Wilby going to be able to find a way through into the Fogarty S's? And see on the CCTV pictures that we are going to be 3 abreast in that battle as they come out. So, and in fact, they've both been overtaken. They so engrossed in their own battle, they forgot about the car behind, and it's Reese Hurd in the blue car that's got ahead of the pair of them. Henry Foote's trying to get in on the action as well now in the purple and green car, but it is going to be coming out in top of that battle for 5th place. That blue machine of Reese Hurd has already got the fastest lap of the race. He's now gained 2 more places. And so 1 forwards and 1 backwards for the red and white car of Wilby. He managed to get ahead of Garford, but they kind of held each other up and both lost out to the blue machine. And then next in the queue, the purple car of Henry Foote, the 138 car, and Luis Capozzoli one to watch as well. The grey car with the white roof having a good run up through the order. He's much higher on the grid, having qualified pretty well for the final race of the weekend. But Capozzoli pushing through this race into 9th place now. Let's get some grey clouds starting to come above us. It's a lot windier than it was about half an hour ago as well, so the drivers might be fighting that a little bit. With still 13 3/4 minutes to go in the race. Marinoni Osborne sets the fastest first sector. That is then surpassed by Wilby, who's now done the fastest first sector of the race so far. So Wilby, number 95, trying to get back up in terms with Reese Hurd in that blue car. He's right underneath him as they come up out of Starkey's through the left at Schwantz curve into the right at McLean's. Garford is going with them. So 5th, 6th, 7th, absolutely nose to tail now as they climb up the hill into that right-hander at Coppice. I'm keeping an eye as well on 3rd and 4th because Gabe Fairbrother has got Luca Marinoni Osborne breathing down his neck. So there's 1 battle for 3rd to keep an eye on and a 3-way battle for 5th to watch out for as well. And we'll see how it all unfolds when they come back through out of the Fogarty S's. They're braking now, go through the left-right section, come out of the turn. Fairbrother held on to 3rd place and there was no change in the end in the battle for 5th. further back though. That Capozzoli car is ahead now a foot, so the grey machine gained a place early on in this lap. He's got himself up to 8th position now. See what he can do, get his head down with a clear track in front of him to try and close the gap to the next few cars up the road. Ashley Gregory looking, now that she's free of that battle for 3rd between Fairbrother and Marinoni Osborne, like she's got good pace in this race. Is she going to have enough to close up to the race leader? Looking for a first win. Gregory goes through. A 1:55.1 for the race leader, a 1:54.7 for Gregory. That's the fastest lap of the race, and the gap is coming down just under 1.3 seconds now between the 38 car and the 22 car. So Gregory, she is pushing on here. Fairbrother in 3rd has still got his wing mirrors absolutely full of Marinoni Osborne at the start of this lap, and then Hurd, Wilby and Garford next up, 5th, 6th, 7th. Capozzoli, as I say, up to 8th, Foot 9th. Ronnie Smith, great start, but he hasn't made much progress since. He's running in 10th place. And Keynes, who got rather battered on that first lap of the race, just struggling for pace a bit today for whatever reason. Maybe he's got some damage as well that he's carrying in this race after that hit he got down at the Melbourne hairpin. But he's down in 11th place and not really flying as it stands. Did a 1:55.4 last time around, which is about 3/4 of a second slower than the fastest lap of the race, which now belongs to Ashley Gregory, who's 15 thousandths quicker than the race leader through the first sector. The second sector is the longer one, though. Gabe Fairbrother is still having his work cut out to hang on to 3rd place, because drawing alongside him now is Marinoni Osborne as they come out through Coppice Corner into the left-right sequence through the Fogarty S's. They're going to be absolutely side by side, and Marinoni Osborne might go for the move here to get himself into a podium-paying position, but doesn't quite find the gap, doesn't quite manage to draw alongside. And Fairbrother, for now at least, fends him off, but having a proper ding-dong, those two. Right, what about the second sector? Gregory was 100th slower through there, so overall pretty identical lap time so far between the race leader and his nearest rival, Ashley Gregory, in that purple and pink 22 car. And then I'm wondering if Reese Hurd and that group of cars might catch up to this battle for 3rd as well, because they both just did personal best laps last time around, Fairbrother and Marinoni Osborne, with 1:55 zeros and ones, but into the 1:54s with the group behind. And if 3rd and 4th keep tripping up over each other, then the blue car of Reese Hurd, the red and white of Wilby, and everybody else is going to catch them up. We've got a black and white warning flag for 2 drivers for track limits. One is number 610 Fleet. The other is the number 96 car for track limits, which is Ronnie Smith in 10th place. So they've got to be a little bit careful now, as the race fastest lap now goes to Louis Capozzoli, number 99, a 1:54.397. So he's finding pace. About half the drivers out there have just done personal best lap times. The average speed just shy of 80 miles an hour for the Minis around here. These 1.6 litre normally aspirated Minis, 6-speed sequential gearboxes, slick Goodyear tyres on them. And once again, Luca Marinoni Osborne gets a good run coming out of McLean's in the battle for 3rd place. He's there in that number 81 car, trying to get a podium away from Gabe Fairbrother. Gabe is digging his heels in, though. He needs the points for the championship as well. 4th in the standings last year, Gabe Fairbrother. Marinoni Osborne pressing him really hard, though. Probably egged on by the fact that every time he looks in the mirrors, that next group of cars gets a little bit bigger, a little bit closer to him. So he thinks, if I'm being held up here, I don't want to get sucked into their battle and get them running all over me. So the black, white and orange car of Marinoni Osborne, desperate to get past through. But Gabe Fairbrother doing a very solid job defending at the moment, as Henry Foote launches a move to try and get 8th place back away from Capozzoli up the inside on the way into the hairpin, halfway alongside. Capozzoli goes late on the brakes, gives a little nudge to the back of Garford's car, the black and green car. No harm done, and no change of positions. What it does do is bring Ronnie Smith kind of back into the equation in that white and turquoise number 96 car. He's now back onto the back of that queue. We've got 8.5 minutes just under remaining in the race. The leader goes through. Algieri's last lap was his best lap of the race, a 1:54.806, a 1:54.98 for Gregory, tiny bit slower. 1:55.4, half a second slower than Gregory for Fairbrother in 3rd. So Gregory's looking solid for another podium, another top 2 finish. Oh, contact over the line between 2 cars, absolutely side by side, were Richardson number 8 and Reddard number 69. And Richardson got a proper tank slapper on, was kind of drifting across the start-finish line, but just about held on to it. Good car control, but a slightly sketchy moment there as they all thundered down towards Redgate Corner. all of them battling in that little group for, what, 15th place. 15th, 16th, 17th and 18th and 19th are all pretty much together. They're all in a position to score points in this race. Again, really good on the exit to McLean's is Luca Marinoni-Osborne. Once again, he can't really take advantage of it on the way down into the, or up into the right-hander at Coppice Corner. Marinoni-Osborne currently 10th in the championship. He's had a couple of 4th places this year, both at Brands Hatch. Hasn't yet had a podium in the 2025 season, so that will spur him on even more. Gabe Fairbrother has had 4 podiums this year, 1 win, 2 seconds, in fact 5 podiums, 2 thirds as well this year. Now Marinoni-Osborne finally gets his foot in the door, draws alongside Gabe Fairbrother. They're neck and neck, but the inside line into Melbourne Loop belongs to the orange, black and white car. Marinoni-Osborne goes through at the Melbourne hairpin, up finally into 3rd place, and he kind of needed to do it because, again, that next group of cars catching them up, well, 2 in particular, Reese Hurd, the blue car, and Joshua Wilby in the red and white car, almost with them now. So 3rd, 4th, 5th, 6th pretty much together. Marinoni-Osborne didn't want to wait any longer, but he's got a bit tardy coming out of the final corner, gets onto the curbs, kicks up the dust, loses momentum and traction, and straight away Gabe Fairbrother takes the position back. Inside line being covered now by Marinoni-Osborne. He's now busy defending from the blue car of Reese Hurd. Hurd, though, can't find a way through. That's going to be massively frustrating for Luca Marinoni-Osborne. He finally got through and then just got it slightly wrong coming out of the final turn. Just grazed the dust and the grass with his right side Goodyear tyres. Lost that little bit of traction, which really punished him on the run up through the gears and over the start-finish line. So Fairbrother able to get him back straight away and back up into the top 3. 1.3 seconds is the gap from 1st to 3rd now. Half a tenth quicker, well, less than half a tenth quicker on that lap was the race leader. 4 together almost in the battle for 3rd place. Now Marinoni-Osborne looks like he's got back up at the inside line on the way into McLean's, which has been his real strong point on this lap. I think he's got back ahead then of Gabe Fairbrother, but Hurd and Wilby are in that mix as well, so they're still all together. But Marinoni-Osborne did make the move stick. He's held on to the position at Coppice Corner as well, so back into 3rd. Now just needs to not give it away straight away again. So Fairbrother down to 4th. Hurd and Wilby still with them in 5th and 6th positions. Top 2 make their way out of the fog of the S's. Then this 4-way battle as it now is for 3rd. Hurd has got ahead of Fairbrother as well. So Fairbrother's lost 2 places on this lap, from 3rd down to 5th in the number 11 car. 6th place, the red and white car of Wilby. Trying to go around the outside of Marinoni-Osborne here is Reese Hurd. Has had a really good drive in this race. Did have the fastest lap at one point as well. Can't get through. Marinoni-Osborne now has to defend. He'll punch a big hole in the air on the straights though for Reese Hurd to try and get the slipstream on the run down the straights in that blue car and pick up a toe. There's a bit of contact between them. Almost the left rear wheel of Marinoni-Osborne's car lifted clear off the tarmac. Then he went wide onto the grass because I think of that little bit of contact. He's still just about got his nose in front of the battle for 3rd place, but Gabe Fairbrother is going to try and lunge down the inside of both of them at Redgate Corner, which he does. Fantastic move. He goes from 5th to 3rd, makes it stick on the way through the corner, goes a bit wide on the exit, but Fairbrother just read that beautifully, saw what was going on ahead, waited for them to hold each other up and dived down the inside, and crucially didn't overcook it coming out of the corner. Incidentally, we got a 5-second penalty for Fleet number 610 for more track limits infringements, which on corrected times puts the 610 car down to 14th place. Just under 4 minutes to go. Algieri leading by 1.5 seconds from Gregory. They're well clear of this great battle that we've had going on for 3rd place now, which is going up to McLean's. Still 4 cars pretty much tied together, but it's Reese Hurd that emerges at the top of that group. So Gabe Fairbrother looked like he'd held it as he disappeared from my view going out through Redgate Corner, but maybe on that run down through the Craners or out of Hollywood, Reese Hurd was able to nip back into that 3rd place. Well, 3rd for the first time in the race, but now he gives everybody else behind him a tow. More drivers are catching up to the train. So Hurd will have to fend off Fairbrother, Marinoni-Osborne will be, and possibly also Capozzoli and maybe Garford as well, trying to get in on the action in this final few minutes of what's been a very good race from the Virtue Mini Challenge. So Marinoni-Osborne, the one that's really lost out there big time, and having got up to 3rd place twice, he's now having to work hard just to defend 5th place from Wilby down at the Melbourne hairpin. Be very frustrated. That car just got that little nudge coming out through the hairpin, wheel up, then wide and onto the grass, and all that momentum lost and dumped him off the podium positions. 2 3/4 minutes to go as Algieri crosses the line to start a new lap of the race. Gregory in second, Reese Hurd now in third, Fairbrother fourth, Marinoni Osborne fifth, just from Wilby in sixth, and Capozzoli, Foot, Garford have catching them up as well. We had a very lonely race since that first lap. The championship leader in 10th place, the green and white car of number 62, Alex Keynes, who's had 2 wins now this season, and a third, and a very consistent point scoring season. Apart from one retirement at Snetterton, he's been in the top 7 in all the races this season. But a pretty lonely run so far. Well, he's not quite on it with that car, so but he might catch them up because they're fighting each other ahead, and he might just be able to catch them up as they hold each other up. On pure pace, I think he's struggling a bit, although he's just done his best lap of the race, a 1:55.2. That is, though, the best part of a second off the fastest lap of the race. So he's not quite where he normally would be. Now, Gabe Fairbrother would like that podium position back if he can, and he's having a really good try to get it back about Coppice Corner. He's right on the rear bumper of Reese Hurd. The blue machine just about stays ahead for now, but Gabe Fairbrother is pressing on here as they go absolutely flying out of Coppice Corner down towards the Fogarty S's in the braking zone. And Reese Hurd has just got to keep an eye on the mirrors here, not leave a gap, not leave an opportunity. Pretty hard to overtake into this corner unless you're already alongside. So he should hold on to it. He does hold on to it, remains in third. But Fairbrother with him now. Then there's a bit of a gap back to the change that we've had for 5th place, because Wilby's got ahead of Marinoni Osborne, and Marinoni Osborne's about to lose another place here to the grey car of Capozzoli. 10 seconds track limits penalties now coming the way of Fleet. Every time you get a warning after, or a track limits infringement after you get a 5-second penalty, you get another time penalty. So that's 10 seconds added onto this time.
You said 10 minutes.
10 minutes, yeah.
that would be brutal, wouldn't it?
At the end of the race, the way we go today, it would be pretty brutal. 38 seconds left on the clock, so the clock is going to tick down on this lap. We're therefore onto the final lap of the race as Olivier Algieri leads, looking well, he did have 4 wins on the trot, but that result changed earlier, so he'll be looking for his 5th win of the season. And that would add to the 2 wins he got at Croft and the win that he got at the last race at Thruxton, and 50 valuable championship points as well. With Keynes back in 10th place, currently only scoring 25, so he's going to take 25 points back away from him. And will close the gap. And Garford is behind him as well, running in 9th place. So an opportunity to really start putting the pressure onto the top 2 in the championship, with 2 more races to come tomorrow. So the top 2 in the race looks sorted. 3rd place does not look to be sorted at all, though. And Reese Hurd is going to have to drive a very wide mini if he's to hang on to this final podium position with half a lap to go, because Gabe Fairbrother is almost pushing him out of McLean's, up the hill, over the crest. And Fairbrother, if he goes for it, has to properly pull off the move, because if he dithers, if he gets it half wrong, he's going to lose his own place here to the red and white car of Wilby, which is right behind them in 5th. So 3rd, 4th, 5th going into the Fogarty S's for the last time. Who comes out on top and they come back into view? Will it be the blue car still? Yes, but only just. And then there's now 4 of them battling away, because Capozzoli has caught up. 4 of them going for 1 more podium position. Reese Hurd with his nose in front. Gabe Fairbrother closes up. There's no line, there's no gap. He tucks back in behind. 1 more corner to go. Uphill exit. So you've got to get this run absolutely right. A bit wide goes Reese Hurd. Gabe Fairbrother thinks about drawing alongside, and then you've got Wilby trying to do the same and trying to split them as well. Wilby's going to get out the inside of Fairbrother into the last corner to nab 4th place, but the checkered flag is out. Algieri gets his 5th win of the season. Gregory comes home in 2nd place, but what about 3rd? It's going to be just about Reese Hurd. Gabe Fairbrother hanging on to 4th place over the line, side by side with Wilby, who comes home 5th. Capozzoli in 6th place. Foot 7th, Garford 8th, Keynes 9th, got 1 more place on that last lap. Marinoni Osborne will be gutted to be 10th, because he had a really good race for 2/3 of that race. It looked like a podium was on the cards for the first time this season, but 10th in the end for Marinoni Osborne. Purchase 11th, Sherrington 12th, Ronnie Smith 13th, Fleet's just crossed the line 14th, but he's got these 10 seconds worth of time penalties to add on. So Renard goes 14th, Richardson 15th, Manning 16th, Cam Richardson 17th, Fleet 18th, demoted by 5 places once you had those 10 seconds on. And then Sweetland crosses the line for 19th place. So Olivier Algieri, a win at Thruxton, 3 rounds ago, he got a win at Brands Hatch. He got 2 wins out of 3 in the end at Croft last time out, and now he's a winner here at Donington Park with that maximum score of 50 points. He wins by 1.88 seconds from Ashley Gregory. He gets her 3rd second-place finish of the season, her 4th podium of the year in the championship. And then Reese Hurd with a very good drive to pick up 3rd place. That's his 3rd podium of the season. He had a win at Snetterton, so had a couple of wins, one each at Thruxton and Croft. And there he is on the podium again with his first 3rd place finish of the year. Gabe Fairbrother comes home in 4th position. Be frustrated not to be on the podium, but given that he was struggling in the first half of qualifying this morning, I think he'll be okay with where the day has ended up. So number 38, Algieri wins. Number 22, Gregory in 2nd. 59, Hurd in 3rd. Number 11, Fairbrother 4th. 95, Wilby in 5th. 99, Capazzoli in 6th. 138, Foot was 7th. Number 88, Garford in 8th. 62, Keynes in 9th. 81, Marinoni Osborne in 10th. And then 171, Purchase 11th. Number 40, Sherrington in 12th. Number 96, Ronnie Smith 13th. Number 69, Renard 14th. Number 8, Murray Richardson 15th. Number 46, Paul Manning in 16th. Number 15, Cam Richardson in 17th. Number 610 with his time penalties fleet demoted to 18th. Number 4, Sweetland in 19th. And in the end, the bonus points, 3 points for the fastest lap of the race, went to Capazzoli with a time of 1 minute 54.397 seconds. The driver that came home in car number 99 in 6th place. So provisionally, Alex Keynes coming home in 9th place will pick up 26 points for that. Started the race on 423, so he'll move on to 449 points. Alfie Garford came home in 8th place and will pick up 28 points to move him on to 417 points. And then Olivier Algieri, 50 points, outscoring both of them with that race win, will move himself on to 421 points. So very good day's work for Olivier Algieri there after the disappointment of losing that race win from Croft with that decision that was made earlier today.
On speakers, on radio, online, this is Toka Live.
Do you know, I was about to say that the weather forecast has been absolutely spot off all day. And then all of a sudden, we see a few raindrops on the windows. Josh Barrett is down there. Did you just have a sprinkling of rain, Josh?
We still do, Alan, which I'm sure you think's perfect timing.
Oh, you poor old soul. I might leave you down there in pit lane for touring car qualifying.
For now, we can beat to Olivier Algieri, who just got out of the car as a race winner for the 5th time this season. He gets congratulated by Reese Hurd and by Ashley Gregory, the other 2 podium finishers in the Virtue Mini Challenge Trophy. And Olivier's just going to take his helmet off, and there's perhaps some photographs to be taken in a moment as well. Well, I think we're going to jump in first if we can. Well done, Olivier. That was pretty perfect.
Yeah, I mean, we just missed the rain, so that was perfect as well. But yeah, it was a nice tidy race. I knew going off pole it'd be a little bit tricky, so I had to get a good start, and then had Ashley in my mirrors the whole time, keeping me on my toes. So it wasn't an easy race, but definitely pushed me to my limits.
And it's, like we were talking earlier, the second part of the season just continues to go really, really well for you.
Yeah, I mean, we're back in the championship fight now, so I'll be putting every foot I can right to make sure we bring it home.
Do you now have to start thinking about championship points if you're involved in a battle? You don't want to sort of get involved in anything that would go wrong?
To be honest, no, we'll just play it by ear, see how it goes, keep picking up the wins, hopefully. Obviously got another 2 races tomorrow that I need to do a good job in. Then maybe towards the last round we'll start thinking about the championship.
It's obviously going well today. Well done. So there's Olivier Algieri. The winner in 2nd place was Ashley Gregory. Ashley, well done. Really good result for you, good start, and then you 2 pulled away from the rest.
Yeah, 100%. The car was absolutely perfect, thanks to the team. Yeah, me and Olivier just sort of broke away and drove our own race, so yeah, really good.
And good points. Are you one to think about the championship, or is it just getting results for now and then seeing when we get to the final rounds as well?
We'd like to win the championship, so 2nd place is perfect. You know, Olivier's well within the championship. I think all our rivals are in the top 6, so yeah, it's just going to be a case of just trying to keep finishing ahead of them and see where we are come Brands Hatch.
Well done for today. In 2nd place, Ashley Gregory, and then in 3rd position was Reese Hurd, and I'm not sure where Reese. Do we know where Reese is? he has disappeared, so we're just going to grab Reese so we can speak to all our top 3 from the Virtue Mini Challenge Trophy, and he was really involved in a very large battle indeed. Well done, Reese. A fantastic battle that you managed to come out on top of.
Yeah, well, after the problems in quali, we sorted it all. I knew I just had the pace, so I just had to pick my moments. Luckily, me and Josh just pushed away towards the front, and Gabe and Luca started fighting, and then just got to run out of red gate on both of them, and then just held it from there, defending from Gabe.
And tell us about some of those overtakes. Were they sort of building up to those, or did it come all of a sudden?
Yeah, suddenly it just came. I'd done 2 into the chicane and then 2 out of red gate, and it was there, and I was like, well, I'll just take the place and just go with it. But yeah, this weekend it's bounced back really well after quali. I just want to thank all my sponsors, especially AU Vodka that's come along the rest of the year. So go again next time.
Well done. So that's our top 3 down here in Parc Fermé. We'll head over to the podium.
Lovely, thanks very much indeed, Josh. Yeah, so right on cue, just before qualifying, 1 or 2 spits of rain. It's nothing serious yet, but there are a couple of big dark clouds above us, and if they dump their contents, it's going to be a very interesting start to the qualifying session for the Quick Fit British Touring Car Championship, which is due to get underway in about 9.5 minutes' time. So first thing to do is to confirm which groups we're going to get for the first part of qualifying. They're split into 2 groups. They each have separate 10-minute qualifying sessions, and the fastest 6 from each group go through to Q2. 12 remain. They have a single 10-minute Q2 session. Times are reset, and the fastest 6 from the second group go through to the final part of qualifying to determine who'll be on 1st, 2nd, 3rd, 4th, 5th and 6th on the grid. The quick 6 shootout, where again the times are reset, and you have another 10-minute session. The groups for the first session, which one you end up in, depended on whether you finished free practice 2 in an odd-numbered or an even-numbered per minute session. The groups for the first session, which one you end up in, depended on whether you finished free practice 2 in an odd-numbered or an even-numbered position within the rankings. So in Group 1, the first group that we're going to get, we'll have number 1, Jake Hill, the defending champion, double winner at Knock Hill last time out, and Tom Chilton, who's looked very competitive here so far in free practice in the number 3 Virtue Hyundai. Then Aidan Moffat in the number 16 LKQ Euro Car Parts BMW. Number 19 Max Buxton will be in this group. Number 22 Chris Smiley, the Independence Trophy Championship leader. 33 Adam Morgan in the Team Virtue Hyundai. Then we'll have Aaron Taylor-Smith, number 40, Gordon Cheddar, number 52, Josh Cook, number 66, all in their Toyota Corollas. And we'll have Tom Ingram, the championship leader in this group in car number 80, and number 1, 2, 3, Dan Lloyd, who was 3rd and 5th in the 2 free practice sessions. They are the drivers that will be in this first group. The fastest 6 go through. It doesn't matter whether you finish 1st or 6th or in between in this group, just get out of the group and get through to the second part of qualifying. A reminder as well that the top 7 in the championship will have less use of the boost, the turbo boost, which delivers an extra about 70, 80 brake horsepower on top of the 375 brake horsepower that all the cars have, these 2-litre engines. And so if you're not in the top 7 in the championship for qualifying, you get to use that extra boost for up to 15 seconds per lap, and you can use it wherever you want on the lap, and you press the button as many times as you want, but overall 15 seconds is the most you can use it for. You have to get up to a certain minimum speed before you can deploy that, but you can use it wherever. There's not a particular zone. But if you're in the top 7 in the championship, then you have way less use of it. So Tom Ingram, as the championship leader, rather than having 15 seconds per lap of boost, he'll have just 1 second per lap of boost that he can use on his qualifying laps. For Ash Sutton, 2nd in the championship, he gets 3 seconds per lap. 5 seconds per lap for Dan Camish, who is 3rd in the championship. 7 seconds per lap for Dan Rowbottom, who's 4th in the championship. 9 seconds per lap for Jake Hill, 5th in the championship. 11 seconds per lap for Adam Morgan, 6th in the championship. And 13 seconds per lap for Tom Chilton, who is 7th in the championship. Everybody else, 15 seconds per lap, where they can use that boost, the turbo boost, to give them an extra 80 brake horsepower. Now, the other thing to mention is that if you're in the top 7 in the championship, you also have to get to a higher minimum speed before you can press the button and use that boost. So for the top 3 drivers in the championship, they have to get to 135 kilometres an hour before they can deploy that boost. 4th and 5th in the championship, you've only got to get to 130 kilometres an hour. 6th and 7th in the championship, 125 kilometres an hour. So you have to think about where you can use it. If you press the button too early before you get to that minimum speed, the system cuts out for 5 seconds and becomes void. You have to wait till it resets before you can use it again. For everybody outside of the top 7 in the championship, 115 kilometres an hour is the speed they have to get to use the boost. So you have to go 20 kilometres an hour faster before you can deploy it if you are Tom Ingram or Ash Sutton or Dan Camish, 1st, 2nd or 3rd in the championship. In miles per hour, it means the top 3 have to get to 84 miles an hour, 4th and 5th in the championship, 81, 6th and 7th in the championship, 78, but you've only got to get to 71 miles an hour speed if you're outside the top 7 in the championship. Tomorrow, I know most of you know this, but just to explain it for anybody new to the championship, tomorrow the top 7 in the championship will have less laps where they can use that boost. Whereas somebody else gets to use it for half of the racing laps. It's only for 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 or 7 laps, depending on where you are in the championship, that you can use it come race 1. Right, that's all coming up in 5 or 6 minutes' time. But Josh, I think you've got our podium drivers.
Yeah, we're ready for the podium presentation for round 13 of the Virtue Mini Challenge Trophy. And firstly, we welcome Mickey Butler up onto the podium from Goodyear, who will be handing out trophies for our top 3 overall. But firstly, for our graduate winner, and the graduate winner for the 8th time this year, Josh Wilby. So up onto the podium for Joshua Wilby, an 8th graduate victory in the first 13 rounds of the Mini Challenge Trophy, and he will receive his trophy from Mickey Butler. And then we move on to our top 3 overall, and in 3rd place, Reese Hurd. Well done, Reese, a 4th podium of the season in the Virtue Mini Challenge Trophy, and Reese will make his way up onto the podium and will receive his 3rd place trophy from Mickey Butler. Up onto the 3rd step for Reese Hurd. In 2nd place, Ashley Gregory. Well done, Ashley. Another driver with their 4th podium of the season in the Virtue Mini Challenge Trophy. And Ashley will make her way up onto the 2nd step of the podium to receive the 2nd place trophy from Mickey Butler, and a hug as well. Up onto the 2nd step she goes, the winner of round 13 of the Virtue Mini Challenge Trophy, and the rookie winner as well, Olivier Algieri. A 5th overall victory of the season for Olivier Algieri in the Virtue Mini Challenge Trophy for 2025. And up onto the top step he will go, and then he will receive the Rookie Winners Trophy and the Overall Winners Trophy from Mickey Butler. Congratulations to Olivier Algieri, the winner, Ashley Gregory in 2nd, and Reese Hurd in 3rd, as well as the graduate winner, Josh Wilby. We'll get the top 3 drivers up onto the top step of the podium and get Josh in there as well for some photographic opportunities for everyone down here at the podium to complete the podium presentation for round 13 of the championship.
Thanks very much indeed, Josh. Right, the build-up then to our final track action of the day, and this 4-part qualifying session, 3 sections to qualifying, 4 segments, because you have this split group for the first part of qualifying with the 2 10-minute sessions. And also, and every point is going to count in this year's championship, the way it's going, you also have the drivers fighting for pole position and an extra championship point, which might just come in very handy at the end of the season. So point for pole position. Whatever happens today, Tom Ingram is going to go into Sunday as the championship leader. Tom has got 323 points, 17 points clear of Ash Sutton. And it's a Napa Racing UK 2, 3, 4 in the championship, because behind Ash Sutton, Dan Camish 3rd in the championship, and his other teammate Dan Rowbottom 4th in the championship, Jake Hill and Adam Morgan 5th and 6th in the standings. Coming into this weekend, the 8th of the season, 7th of the season, after visits to Donington, Brands Hatch, Snetterton, Thruxton, Alton Park, Croft, Knock Hill. We've got Donington, Silverstone and Brands Hatch to go. In terms of the championship for the Independence Trophy for teams, Restart Racing lead that one by 13 points. On 290, Motorparts Direct with PMR are 2nd in the standings after their monumental effort to get back into the championship after that heartbreaking fire that they had back at base and losing their cars and lots of their equipment as well. But they are still fighting for that championship trophy. They were the Independence Trophy champions last year, both in terms of the teams and the drivers' championship. So they're second in the standings there. Independence Trophy, in terms of the drivers, is being led by Chris Smiley at the moment. Restart Racing's Chris Smiley, who has had a really good run at Knock Hill, 3 Independence wins out of 3. And so far this season he's on 8 wins now. He's only 13 points clear though of Mikey Doble, who's been consistently scoring points. 4 class wins for Mikey Doble, so 277 points, 13 behind Chris Smiley. Dan.
Well, welcome everybody to qualifying. Louise is down the grid. Whether she's saying there's rain coming down as the green light goes on for Q1.
Impact things as we stand, but I'm not quite sure which direction the weather is coming from, so it could well be we've got more rain following along behind us. I've just been having a bit of a stroll down to see who is on the soft tyre, and looking at these cars as they're going out now, you'll see Jake Hill there with the white wall on, so most of the cars as they're going past me here are on that white wall soft tyre, so let's see what they can do with it.
Thank you, Louise. Green light. We are underway for qualifying here at the wonderful circuit as we will prepare to see what's going to happen. Let's check in with what the groups are.
Based on the order at the end of the second free practice session, Tom Chilton, Tom Ingram, Dan Lloyd, Chris Smiley, Aaron Taylor-Smith, Adam Morgan, Jake Hill, Aidan Moffat, Gordon Shedden, Josh Cook and Max Buxton are going to be within this group. And the cars making their way out on the circuit. Josh Cook then returning to the championship, now part of Toyota Gazoo Racing UK. He steps in for James Dorlin. Josh is going to be in the car to the end of the season. And Aaron Taylor-Smith and Gordon Shedden's Corollas are going to run the Toka engine this weekend. The other cars are going to run the regular Toyota one, just really by way of compare and contrast and aid developments and see what lessons can be learned in either direction. So it's going to be interesting to see how the Toyotas stack up over the course of the weekend.
Yep, and in terms of the boost, Ingram's going to have 1 second, Sutton 3, Camish 5, Robot on 7, Hill 9, Morgan 11, Chilton on 13. Everybody else will have 15 in total. It's qualifying then. Part 1 here at Donington Park on the Grand Prix layout. And I must admit, it does feel slightly strange that I'm not trackside in the commentary box. That's only because, unfortunately, with the action going on in the Formula 1 race, we can't get to the circuit. Unfortunately, F1 does take the priority broadcast, so we'll hopefully get there later on in the season. Ergo, you can see all the action going out there on the circuit, and we are underway for some running. Let's check in with David and Tim.
Before conditions potentially deteriorate, front-wheel drive cars already coming in the pits to change tyres. Of course, they have to diagonal their tyres. They have to do that to get warm tyres on the rear. So initially, a bit of an advantage for the BMWs if they can post a good lap time straight away, although it takes the BMWs a little bit longer to get their tyres up to temperature. But should it rain quickly, we'd be in trouble. Louise has already got a bit of reaction down the pit lane from James Dorlin.
Rain seems to be a bit better. Just update you, the rain seems to be a bit better at the moment, so it seems to be holding off. But yeah, front-wheel drive cars have come in to switch their tyres around, but I thought perfect opportunity to grab a word with James Dorlin, who sadly isn't out in the car this weekend. Josh Cook has taken over in his car, but James, it's the decision. You were very much involved in that decision, weren't you?
Yeah, look, to be honest, for us, it's the right decision. You know, Croft and Knock Hill, we were struggling with a few issues, and after the really good run from Thruxton and Alton being top 5, you know, we was realising it wasn't where we wanted to be. You know, we're here to try and win, and it was a struggle financially as well. We've had a few difficulties with sponsors this year as well, but yeah, we've got a really good team of people, and we didn't want to jeopardise that by, you know, trying to force something that was proving very difficult at this moment in time. So disappointing to not be in the car, but at the same point, we'll be back next season, and you know, hopefully what we're doing now will put us in good stead for that.
You get to enjoy the action from the sidelines instead. Watch what's going on. No stress.
No stress, and especially in this weather. I think I've made the right decision. So yeah, like I say, I'm gutted, but at the same point, yeah, we've got a good team of people here, and it'll be interesting to see what Josh does as well. But it's all just building for next year and doing that with the right people involved. So yeah, really good, and see what it brings.
Good to see you here. Cheers.
And so Josh Cook picks up James Dawling's carryover tyres to run through the weekend, and we are having early times done, of course, by BMWs because they've stayed out. We're almost at the halfway point of this first part of Q1.
Yep, and the lap times have come through as well with Delta, because we've got Moffat 137.624, Hill 138.274. As well, at lap still coming for the rest of the field from Ingram down, but still first session in as Ingram comes over the line. This is Jake Hill coming down the back straight towards the S's. Let's see if there's going to be a difference there as this session really starts to attenuate together.
That's before they really reach their optimum, but it will be the fastest these BMWs go all weekend, as racing will all be on the medium and the hard tyre.
So Jake Hill then over the brow down towards the Melbourne hairpin, and we've also got Tom Ingram out on track, and Ingram is now starting to do absolute best in sectors. So into the second half then of this first part of qualifying, with Jake Hill making the run up towards Goddard, runs out of boost for the lap, so he's used it relatively early. Ingram, of course, with just that 1 second, having to be really clever about where he uses it.
Yeah, very much so. On the uphill sections out in the slow corners is when you want to use the boost. But the BMW is revelling in the extra traction they can get off these slow corners, and also running last year's mapping, engine mapping. They did a test at Stetterton a while back and found that last year's engine mapping was preferable for throttle control and linear power delivery off the slow corners. So they're back to running that now across the board on the car.
This is Adam Morgan looking rapid as he comes down there towards the S's. Gordon Shedden has had a lap time disallowed for, here we go, track limits. Not for the first time this year, Gordon and track limits not necessarily getting on. Tom Ingram, Adam Morgan's times reflected there on the graphic as we look at Morgan coming out of the Melbourne hairpin there now. It is Jake Hill from Aidan Moffat, the rest have yet to do a proper lap time. We're about to lose a lap from Max Buxton because this lap is going to be disallowed because of track limit offences. As well, with under 4 minutes on the clock in a 2.5 mile lap, you can't be throwing away laps like this.
It's quite a long lap time. I thought we had another Buxton in the mix here. Matt Buxton.
Not quite as good as we thought, yeah.
But yes, it is quite a long lap, so they won't get a lot of laps themselves. But Ingram it is that's quickest at the moment, as we see Chilton, who was quickest, caused a red flag in free practice, but then went quickest. So he's had an up and down meeting so far. Where does he go? He goes fastest on a 1:33.58.
And then up to second. No, indeed, he has the lap taken off him, so that's why it all changes. Track limits for Tom Chilton. So a good lap posted, and then it disappeared. So it's Ingram the fastest then now. 1:33.665, 3/10 up on Jake Hill. And that means that this man, Tom Chilton, has got to do it all over again.
Well, he's done this before this year, hasn't he? He's been victim of track limits when he's been pushing the limit and then had to rein it in just a little bit. But of course, you lose the best of your tyres when you do that.
And Max Buxton, 2 laps in a row disallowed now.
Probably at the same place. Team will be jumping on the radio, hopefully being able to tell him where he's exceeding track limits, because it's monitored in at least 4 places with cameras and judges of fact.
Tom Ingram, in the meantime, 2 absolute bests in the sectors then. He's already the fastest. Remember, it's the fastest 6 that will go through. So at the moment, we're losing Shedden, Cook, Moffat, Chilton and Buxton. And here is Tom Ingram coming out of Goddard's then. Can he do 3 absolute bests? Yes, he can. The perfect lap as he goes by at 1:32.939. But then the lap is disallowed because of track limits. He's still fastest, or is he? No, Adam Morgan now goes quicker still. So Ingram's perfect lap with 3 absolute bests in sectors is taken off him.
Yeah, more lap times continuing to change between the two now. Ingram 1:33.665, Hill second, Morgan third, Lloyd fourth, Taylor Smith fifth, Smiley in sixth, Shedden, Cook, Moffat, Chilton and Buxton continuing to change the order as the session goes on. And this is going to be the really key factor to see who can improve up the board. Shedden goes into 4th position, but immediately somebody just lost their lap time again on the timing data screen and the monitors up here in the commentary box. Times keep on a-changing, they keep on a-rolling, and it's all going up and down, side to side. Ingram now, Lloyd, now Hill second, Lloyd third, Smiley fourth, Shedden, Morgan, that's your top 6. Chilton, Moffat, Taylor Smith, Cook and Buxton are kicked out of it as Lloyd locks up, coming into the old hairpin, trying to keep it out wide and drifting uphill as they come up towards Starkey's.
So is Cook, so is Buxton, and we've got a minute on the clock, so there are quite a few that need to dig deep.
Yeah, that was a beautiful shot of that Lloyd coming down the cradle curves, whole car sliding, and he
track limit offences. Right, coming then now out of the S's. Aaron Taylor-Smith pressing on, trying to get himself into that top 6, and he's rather concerned about squeezing one more lap out of the session here. Morgan's up to 3rd now.
Yeah, fascinating experiment being undertaken by the Toyota Gazoo racing team with 2 different engine specs. The M Sport engine now in Gordon Shedder and Aaron Taylor-Smith's car, and the Neil Brown engine that they've been using previously in the other 2 cars will give them a fantastic back-to-back of performance.
Chris Smiley, lap disallowed, he's down to 10th over the timing line then.
Yep, and the checker flight's coming out, so this will be the ending of the session. Let's just see what's going to happen between the 2 as it comes over the line. Ingram from Hill, Morgan, Lloyd, Cheddar, and oh, look at that, there's rain! Rain coming down through the crane occurs as well. Buxton goes 11th fastest. Moffin's taken 8th fastest as well. Smiley goes up into 6th position. 1:33 on the time delta. So a big improvement from him now as well. And that's going to be the surprise that we didn't see coming earlier on in this session as they continue to gauge through as well. 1:33.658. Ingram, Hill, Morgan, Lloyd, Chilton, Smiley, your top 6. Shedden, Taylor-Smith, Moffat, Cook and Buxton. A still delta time to be found and changed around as we take a look at Aaron Taylor-Smith coming out now down the back straight towards the Fogarty S's. Can he find any delta change? Hill's coming to the pit lane and stayed in 2nd position. Such a long lap here, 1:33 in a touring car. Imagine a Formula 1 car around here as well. It must be somewhat less than 60 seconds. Hard on the brakes. Turn in, put the power down gently on the throttle as you rise back up towards Goddard's from the Melbourne hairpin. Throw it in once more. Morgan stay 3rd. Moffat's out. Buxton again with a lap time deletion for track limit, so it has changed massively. Past the commentary box, 1:33.522. Chilton's gone tops. Taylor-Smith has gone 5th. Lloyd's going to get through as well, surely, and does so as Josh Cook goes 10th. So that's the running order from queue number 1 then. Nothing changes. Chilton, Ingram, Hill, Morgan, Taylor-Smith and Lloyd.
Smiley, Shedden, Moffat, Cook and Buxton. And Tom Chilton ends up the fastest right at the very end, because on his last lap, Tom Chilton did a 1:33.522.
Yeah, and I know it didn't count, but Ingram's lap, the quickest lap we saw with the 3 purple sectors, was actually a 32.9, where you can say, well, he did that with using track limits, but it does give us an indication that there's more pace to come in the lap, isn't there?
Yeah.
So,
now it's all changed again, because now that lap's been taken off Chilton.
He still gets through.
Yeah, but Taylor-Smith's lap's gone, so he doesn't. And Cook's lost a lap, and Shedden has lost a lap. So
and Smiley does get through.
Exactly right.
Oh, what a change.
So we'll cross out the lap time of Tom Chilton, and we'll go back to Tom Ingram, 1:33.658. Ingram it is that's fastest. So, for the moment, until things change again, Ingram, Hill, Morgan, Lloyd, Chilton, Smiley is your top 6. Write it down just yet, Tim. One way to go. One way to go. So there is Gordon Shedden making his way back to the pit lane. So Ingram's time is a 1:33.658. That is the target for those in Group 2. And those that will progress then are Ingram, Hill and Morgan to round out the top 3 from Group 1. Dan Lloyd, we're pleased with that. He's got some carryover tyres, of course, having missed a race or so this year. Chilton ends up 5th, despite being fastest at the very end. He lost that lap, and Chris Smiley ends up going back in, not off his own pace with respect, but other people having their laps disallowed.
Well, I actually don't know what everyone's quickest pace was, because we lost so many laps.
Keeps you guessing.
It certainly does. Makes our job very difficult indeed, but at the end of the result, we do have 6 going through.
They are Tom Ingram then by 47 thousandths, the fastest from Jake Hill, Adam Morgan 3rd, 4th Dan Lloyd, Tom Chilton 5th and Chris Smiley 6th. The 2 independents then from the Restart Racing squad. Out though go Gordon Shedden, Aaron Taylor-Smith, Aidan Moffat and Josh Cook and Max Buxton. So those are the times. No time at all for Max Buxton. Every lap disallowed for track limit offences. Good job his dad's not here. He's over at the Nürburgring, but I think Danny Buxton would be decidedly cross about that and would read Riot Act.
It was a bit of a waste of money, really, wasn't it? A bit of a waste of money, fuel and everything,
Tyres,
really.
Yeah. Hey-ho.
Group 2 is underway then here as we will get ready for all of the action. Another 10 minutes and the drivers will head out onto the circuit. And let's just see what we can do with Group 2.
An extreme dose of caution. So here we've had first sight of the Valvoline liveried Napa cars, 2 of the cars, which is Ash Sutton and Dan Camish in the Valvoline colours, but all 4 Napa cars out in this session.
And these are the drivers for Group 2. Ash Sutton, Charles Rainford, Dan Rowbottom, Dan Camish, Sam Osborne, Senna Proctor, Mikey Doble, Darrell DeLeon, Dexter Patterson, Nick Hamilton, Nick Halstead, and yet the Sutton and Camish cars in those Valvoline colours. Right, let's go to the pit lane. Luke.
Yeah, and I thought I'd grab a word with the driver who just sneaked in at the tail end of that session. Well done, you made it through.
Yeah, it was touch and go getting through at the end there. At the very start, there was a little bit of rain in the air. Probably didn't maximise the first lap enough, but yeah, Barton's just given me a breakdown of the lap times. It's ever so close, so yeah, we're going through to Q2 now, so yeah, just need to focus again and yeah, focusing on extracting that lap time.
Well, what are your thoughts? What's your tactic then heading into the next session?
Well, qualifying, just go as fast as you can normally. You know, we're running the soft in qualifying today, so yeah, the car feels awesome on soft tyres, so yeah. It's down to me now to get a clean and tidy lap. Be careful of the track limits at the chicane. It's so easy to run over there, and sometimes, you know, coming down there at that speed, it's very easy to misjudge it slightly. So yeah, really looking forward to Q2 now.
Have a good one. Back to you guys.
Thanks, Louise. Chris Smiley then, talking about getting through into Q2, which he has now done for the 5th time this season, as we run on board with Sam Osborne. As Tim was saying, Dan Camish and Ash Sutton running in the Valvoline colours, and not only is it a nice livery, they're the only 2 cars with the sort of retro style of having a number on the door. Normally these days you just get the number on the window and you've got a full side livery, but the Valvoline liveried Fords have gone for the number on the door, which is a nice retro feel. Down the pit lane come the front wheel drive cars to do a tyre cross. Rear wheel drive will stay out, and the clock ticks on down. Over the line has just gone Darrell DeLeon with 7 minutes and 40 seconds on the clock. This replay of earlier on as cars were heading their way to the pit lane.
Doing practice starts. Well, when I say practice starts, it's effectively a rolling burnout to try and get extra heat in those front tyres. They're going to be diagonally put on the rear, so it's just tyre warming, that is. But yeah, going back to that number panel thing, the Valvoline is a reflection back on the 1995 Ford Mondeo cars. I'm old enough to have raced against those, but I actually really like the number panel on the side. It looks great.
So there's Ash Sutton in one of them, heading back out on circuit. Remember, Ash has 3 seconds per lap of boost for this session, which is into its final 7 minutes of Q1 for Group 2. And the Ford accelerates out of Redgate. He's managed to get pretty much clear track space here, hasn't he? Nobody really around him, so he's the road to himself as he heads downhill.
Ash, who of course was a double winner earlier this year on the national circuit, but a very different prospect racing on the full Grand Prix circuit with very heavy braking in 3 places and 3 big traction zones. So a very different car requirement. Obviously this part of the circuit exactly the same, but you're having to compromise your setup in this part of the circuit to gain maximum traction and rotation through the tighter corners.
First lap time's coming up shortly then.
Going to generate some more warmth and pressure in the rubber. He comes up towards Coppice now, that double apex right, and then onto the straight down towards the S's, onto the Grand Prix section of the circuit. As over the timing line has just gone Darrell DeLeon, a 1 minute 40.9. So a fairly gentle start-up lap. Charles Rainford's time isn't going to happen because he's heading into the pit lane. That's Mikey Doble. Of course, Power Max Racing still in the Cupras. Mikey Doble, another driver with lots of effectively carryover tyres, new tyres therefore, because all the carryovers were burned. So Goodyear had to effectively replace the stock the team had with fresh rubber.
Yeah, no choice about it. The Power Max team have been very busy since Knock Hill. Both those cars have been fully stripped and rebuilt, as it's the only really way to understand and know the way the cars are put together. They might be the same components, but it's how you put together that can make a big difference to performance.
Sam Osborne coming then now down into the Melbourne hairpin. On the track behind it is Dexter Patterson, from whom we heard at the start of the programme, and there you've got charging Darrell DeLeon then coming down towards the S's. So he did a 1 minute 40.9 last time, which is a start-up lap. We're looking at a 33.6 or better, and his should be better in as much as he's got more boost than England.
Yeah, good deal more, but we saw just how quick Tom Ingram was. Had lap in the 32s actually possible, which would be a lot quicker than our pole time from last year, over half a second, so huge amount better. Just back to Mikey Doble, of course, he qualified third here on this circuit last year, so more than capable of putting in a good time.
Charles Rainford still in the pit lane, which is odd for a rear-wheel drive car with 4 minutes on the clock. I anticipated he'd be out on track, but he's still shown as being in the pit lane, which makes one wonder whether there might be a problem. Over the line goes De Leon, and that's a 34.4 then, so he's notionally the quickest. And Aidan Moffat's BMW is there. Is Charles Rainford back out? Yes, he's just gone through the first sector, so Charles Rainford is thankfully back out on track. Now Sutton, personal best, absolute best, other way round for Rowbottom, absolute in the first, personal in the second sector. 4 minutes to go. This is going to get lively.
It's going to get lively. The track limits violation places, where the cameras are, the exit of Turn 1 Redgate, the exit of the old hairpin, the exit of McLean's and the S's.
This is Rowbottom there, coming out of the old hairpin, makes the climb up now towards Goddard's. There over the timing line goes Ash Sutton, who goes fastest on a 1:33 points. Lap time taken away. Senna Proctor goes fastest, 1:34.477, ahead of Darrell De Leon by 3 thousandths. Then Rowbottom goes quickest, 1:33.741. Camish up to second, half a second between them.
Yeah, so Rowbottom, Camish, Proctor, De Leon, Sutton at the moment.
Sutton's going to do it all over again then, because he had that lap taken off him with the track limit. So let's keep an eye to him then, as Sam Osborne's lap has disappeared as well. This is Sutton going up to McLean's.
Didn't see the start of the lap, but he looked clean enough through the old hairpin. Just in within track limits there. You can use the painted bit of curb, but not the green section. So the S's is the next bit he needs to absolutely nail.
He was on the boost, wasn't he? Copies from Darrell De Leon's lap, but his on has gone.
And his wiper's on, interestingly.
Down towards the S's comes Sutton, then nobody around him to get in the way. Seemingly personal best, absolute best, and the rain is coming. So you've got to do it now.
Oh, no, this is not what we wanted to see. Rowbottom, Camish, Proctor, De Jong, Doble, Patterson, that's the top 6, but the rain is starting to come down here at Donington Park. And believe me, when it comes at Donington, it doesn't just come in very slowly. Because of the airport next to it, the East Midlands Airport, it sucks the weather in and it just deposits it down. And it's really raining now at Goddard's. Ash Sutton's going to come across the line. Is there going to be any improvement in his delta? Surely there'll be something to keep an eye on. Second fastest, 134.155. So it's still psychological rain at the moment.
And Proctor's most recent lap has disappeared. So Rowbottom, Sutton, Camish, Proctor, De Leon, Doble are the top 6 at the moment. This is Charles Rainford, who is on the flying lap, but at the moment does not have a lap time to his name. So we need to see where this is going to put him. Dan Camish's lap that he's on has just been taken off him, so Camish is going to remain third for the moment. The gap then between Rowbottom and Sutton, 0.4 of a second. They're the top 2.
At the moment, it's Mikey Doble, the man on the bubble at the moment. He's in at the moment, but Patterson, Osborne, Hamilton, Halstead and Rainford behind. Rainford perhaps the man that could deliver the time.
Yeah, the gap though Doble has over Patterson, he's 1.9 seconds. Sorry, he's 0.7 of a second. He's 1.9 away from the top time, but 0.7 is the margin. It's quite a gap, isn't it? Rainford gets himself up to 7th.
Not quite enough, but this is his last lap. I'm just wondering if there's too much rain out there now to deliver. The wipers are on almost permanently. I think the track may have just deteriorated.
And that lap that he did has been taken off him anyway, so he's got only this lap on which he can get a time. So it's full pressure now for Charles Rainford, pole position at Knock Hill, and he's going to have to dig deep here on an increasingly slippery racetrack as he comes now up towards Schwantz Curve. The lap that he's just done, disallowed for track limit offences. This is his only hope.
Yeah, a little bit of a snatch there has put him slightly offline for McLean's. Of course, the man he's fighting so hard for in the Jack Sears Trophy is his teammate Darrell De Leon. He is already through at the moment in 5th place.
As far as the Goodyear Wingfoot Award is concerned, it's Tom Ingram that leads that. Right, the flag is imminent. 1 or 2 more just squeezing through to get another lap in. But the lap times are not improving now. They're all looking slower because of the change of conditions. Very, very few greens in sectors, and Rainford is down in the sectors.
Yes,
down to get a lap time to try and haul himself off the back of the grid.
Yeah, I don't think he's going to manage to do it. His teammate kindly getting out of the way at least, not holding him up.
He might not get in the top 6, but anything to get him ahead of Halstead and be on the back row, that's for sure.
No, that's right. Still fighting for grid positions, even if they don't make the top 6.
Here he comes out of Goddard's, then up towards the timing line. So Charles Rainford heads up towards the line. 11th he is at the moment in this part of the qualifying, and he ends up, as he goes across the line, 8th. So he misses out as his father Sean looks on, but at least he's not on the back row. So the places he's just gained are going to help him in terms of a grid position, but they don't help him to progress. This is Nick Hamilton, who is currently 10th, and I think that's where he's going to be.
Yeah, so at the moment it's, as the checker flag is out, it's going to be, assuming there are no other changes, Rowbottom, Sutton, Camish, Proctor, De Leon and Doble that progress through to the next round.
Well, that's a surprise and a half.
And the rain on the windscreen, look at the rain on the windscreen, that is really starting to get quite aggressive in terms of keeping the slick tyres working, especially as there's a little gap now with no cars running on the circuit and the circuit getting a bit damper. It could be possible just initially to get a run on slicks in the next round. Certainly though, I should think they'll try. And it's a bit of an advantage towards the BMWs, who don't have to cross their tyres over at the start of the next session. We'll just have to see how quickly the rest of the rain comes down. But it's really difficult to decide on what tyres they might go out on. So the car's still coming back into the pit lane. There's Jake Hill, current champion. He'll be talking to Craig Pawley, his engineer, about tyres and everything else. Maybe even some quick changes to the chassis before the next session.
And of course the Group 1 drivers are going to face a circuit that will be slightly alien in the surface. If you've been in Group 2, although you've had to cope with those wetter conditions and the deteriorating track most recently, at least you know what to expect, don't you, when you go back out, because you've had more recent experience of it. So it's less of a shock for the drivers in Group 2 that progress compared to those in Group 1. So there is Jake Hill. He's getting ready to go back out into battle. Remember now we have Ingram, Hill, Morgan, Lloyd, Chilton, Smiley, Rowbottom, Sutton, Camish, Proctor, De Leon and Doble as the drivers that are progressing. That's Charles Rainford's car going through the weight and ride height checks. Then it'll be released to the team. Of course, if they're not progressing through qualifying, then the technical team want to make sure the cars are as they should be. And then that car will be released back to the team at WSR, which is, of course, already getting ready to concentrate efforts on Darrell De Leon and Jake Hill, who have made it into Q2. Same principle, it's the top 6 we need after 10 minutes, but 12 drivers will do battle. And this is always a fascinating part of qualifying to see who is going to go through, because almost by definition, you've got some big names in this, and not all are going to progress. So let's have a look then at the order after Group 2 of Q1. Dan Rowbottom the fastest by 0.4 of a second over teammate Ash Sutton, and then Dan Camish third. So a good session for the Napa Racing UK Fords. Team Virtue Senna Proctor fourth, WSR's Darrell De Leon fifth, and Motor Parts Direct with Powermax Racing's Mikey Doble rounding out the top 6. Dexter Patterson seventh, he misses out, so does Charles Rainford, so does Sam Osborne. Nick Hamilton ending up 10th, and we lost Nick Halstead 11th as well. So there is Charles Rainford. He'll be frustrated for sure, partly because of the track limit offences, partly because of the weather. But I'm still interested to know what that pit stop was all about, because that certainly upset the game plan, didn't it, having the car in the pit lane. I think Louise is on her way down to WSR, so we might be able to get some more news in a moment. Drivers clamber out of cars, and the teams and drivers that we need for Q2 are on instruction going to be released down the pit lane. Right, there's Ash Sutton's car ready to go. Before we do, let's hear from Charles Rainford. Louise is with him.
I'm happy to report he came in with a smile on his face, but I'm guessing it's slightly gritted teeth. I mean, after the highs of Knock Hill, frustrating session for you.
Yeah, 100%. Went out, and then I said to Dan, my lock-up lights are both on whenever I broke, so there was some kind of glitch in the car's electronic system, which also meant I had no boost, so I had to box, and as soon as I came back out, obviously it started raining, so tried the best we could, but just wasn't to be this time, so we'll have a fun day tomorrow, I think.
Well, it's going to make the racing interesting tomorrow, certainly race 1. No doubts, though, that you've got a good car underneath you to get yourself back up further up for races 2 and 3?
Yeah, 100%. It's really unfortunate because, say, we're really quick in FP1 and 2 and the car was feeling really solid. Like, as Dan said, like, all we need to do is repeat what we did in FP2 and we'll be right up there. So, yeah, I think it's one that slipped away from us from today, but it's no one's fault. It's just a glitch in electronics, and heartbreaking as it is, we'll just try and see what we can do tomorrow.
See you out there.
Thank you.
So Charles Rainford does indeed produce a smile, and he's been a feisty racer this year. He's going to be one to watch tomorrow, that is for certain. The weather, though, is still teasing the teams, isn't it, here?
It is. It's just spitting, isn't it? It's not really coming down. The track is, well, to the eye, it looks pretty dry, doesn't it? But I'm sure if you're a slick tyre on the back of a front-wheel drive car, you might have other ideas.
All right, the team's ready, and the fans trackside now bracing the elements. Some Napa fans there ready to cheer on their drivers, and you can see how blustery it has become as well, which in a sense ought to dry the track, the strength of the wind. Right, the green flag shown. We are in business then for Q2. Cars will make their way down the pit lane, and as we've been saying, ever since this format of qualifying began, 10 minutes really does rattle through very rapidly indeed.
Everyone going out that I can see on slicks, trying to get a time in, because at the moment the track, until it really does get wet, if you can get any heat into these slicks, it will still be quicker on those than on a wet.
Wiper on for Adam Morgan, number 33 Hyundai, Darrell de Leon's BMW as well. Dan Lloyd in the background as the cars come out of the pit lane, and Ash Sutton is pressing on to try and get the warmth into the tyres, and again the drivers would be well advised to get a banker lap in just in case.
Yeah, very much so, but you can't really deliver that lap time in a front-wheel drive car until you've transferred the tyres over, because the rear tyre temperatures are just too cold. You could stay out, I mean, it is a possibility, but it's very hard to get temperature in the right rear tyre because there's so few left-hand bends, and that's the tyre you lean on, crucially, when you're going down the Crater curve. So it's a gamble to stay out on a front-wheel drive car. It just depends what you think the weather's going to do. If it's going to hold at the moment, come in and change your tyres over, but obviously that takes time and loses laps. But if you don't think it is, you're going to have to stay out and just hang on to it.
This is Adam Morgan's view, and he's coming out of Coppice then. He's got the BMWs of Jake Hill and Darrell de Leon behind him. Adam, by the look of it, he's trying to get some clear track space, whereas the other Hyundais are rather tripping over themselves at Team Virtue, with Tom Ingram, Tom Chilton and Senna Proctor all running together. Well, Adam Morgan was doing, he's slightly getting in the way of the BMWs, but they've now been released. This is Jake Hill's view, Adam Morgan ahead, and Jake, you could see, did not want to be behind a Hyundai. He wanted to be on his own, away from any traffic.
Well, he's pushing as hard as he can. He's in the rear-wheel drive car. He's just they're trying to push as hard as you can to get temperature in as quickly as possible, knowing they're not going to stay. I've just seen Ash Sutton go past, so he's stayed out. It's obviously too much of a gamble. Look, they're all staying out, so it's too much of a gamble to come in and cross the tyres, although Rowbottom has done it, so he'll lose time on track. The rest of them are just going to have to hang on to the car.
Right, this is going to be well worth watching, isn't it? This is Sutton then, coming downhill, up the curve.
Oh, a little bit wide in the wet conditions. Everyone's slipping and sliding out here as he comes to Ord Hall. Sutton really having to push it in.
In the tunnel and on the screen.
Wets going on.
Rowbottom in the pit lane, so you've got Sutton on wets, the others are on slicks. This is Jake Hill, as ahead of him is Tom Chilton's Hyundai, the Team Virtue car dancing out wide as he comes off the corner, and Jake Hill trying to find a way through, but bearing in mind we've only got 12 cars, they all went out as a line, and therefore pretty much everybody had traffic around them.
Yeah, well, it's I'm not sure whether Jake could be better off to give himself some room, but you don't want to back off and give up a lap, because you don't know if it's going to be wetter next time you come round, and it might be the best chance you've got.
Right, so Sutton's going to offer up the target time. Mikey Doble is looking pretty rapid in the first sector as well, but this is Jake Hill's view as he comes then past the old exhibition centre on the left. Ash Sutton is down to the Melbourne hairpin, 6.5 minutes are on the clock. Dan Rowbottom is about to leave the pit lane. Dan Lloyd came in as well, incidentally, in his Restart Racing Hyundai. Dan Lloyd third in the independent competition. Teammate Chris Smiley leads that. This is the Ash Sutton Ford coming up now then to the left-hander of Goddard's, and he's going to pit this lap. So more warmth in the tyres, but no lap time. He comes to the pits instead.
Well, that's odd, because he was on wet, so he decided not to deliver up a lap time, even though he was on the tyre. So the only option he could do, he wouldn't be crossing wets. You don't cross them over. So
does he think it's not wet enough, even though we'd still get a banker lap in, wouldn't you?
Exactly.
Rowbottom has
put time in.
Yeah, Rowbottom has gone out on wets, and so has Dan Lloyd, but it doesn't look that wet to the eye. However, Mikey Doble is the fastest, 1:40.981. We really need to see what those on wet tyres are going to do. So Rowbottom and Lloyd will be slightly ahead in sequence of Sutton in terms of a lap time. Where are the BMs? 4th De Leon and 5th Hill. There they are together on track.
Yeah, I mean, to the eye, it looks darker and wetter, doesn't it? So it looks to me like, and if 1:40 is obviously a long way off the 33.5s that we were seeing in the dry.
So Rowbottom on wets has done an absolute best middle sector on an out lap. So when he comes across the line, he'll be starting a proper flyer, a push lap if you like, but that's going to be the interest to see. The lap that Rowbottom has just started is really the interesting one, because he's now the first driver on wets to attack the flying lap, and he's at the moment making his way down through the Craner curves. There are the BMWs coming towards the S's, and Jake Hill has just had a lap time taken off him. So Jake had done a lap, but it's disappeared from the system. Mikey Doble, therefore, is still at the top of the times.
So, of course, the longer you stay out, the more warmth you can get in the thick tyres. And the groups that went through second, big oversteer. There's a lot of traction loss there from Jake Hill's car coming off the hairpin.
Now, there's Rowbottom making the run up towards Coppice. He is in the traditional Napa Cataclean colours for the weekend. And this, remember, is a car on wets. Now, Sutton's gone on to slicks. So as he has gone in one direction, Rowbottom's gone the other. This is Mikey Doble's view. That shows you the rain. And Doble is the fastest on a 1:40.981. But Rowbottom is coming up towards the end of the lap. And this will show us perhaps whether or not wets or slicks is the way to go. Fascinating to see what Sutton has done. Another lap taken off Jake Hill. That's 2 in a row. Now Darrell De Leon has lost a lap as well. The target is a 1:40.9. Yeah, it's slower, but it would be given the conditions. And this is Rowbottom with 2 corners to go. Melbourne hairpin, first of all, tick. And he's on the power, and he's up towards Goddard. Ahead of him is Ash Sutton, who is now on slicks. He's made that change and has not gone faster in the middle sector of the lap. This is Rowbottom then. So is a car on wet. It's going to put itself to the top of the times. His middle sector now is a little bit slower. He comes up towards the line, and he goes 8th fastest on wet tyres. It's a personal best lap time, but it's his only lap time. But it's still slick-shod cars, 1 to 7.
Yeah, crucially, that time Rowbottom's 4 seconds slower than Mikey Doble's gone. So if you can get some warmth in the slicks, they are the way to go. But remember, Sutton went out on wets, so he hasn't crossed the tyres. So he's down on everybody else in terms of tyre warmth. He's going to have to work really hard. But you're right, yeah, it is still slick tyres. But the last lap times are coming in at sort of 41, 42, 42. Still quicker than the wets by 2 seconds.
That's Dan Lloyd on wet. He goes 10th. Sutton's last lap, by the way, it was an out lap, but it didn't count anyway because of track limit offences. So Hill and Sutton with no lap to their name. Rowbottom is out of that top 6 because at the moment the road is not as good for the wets as the slicks. And there he is coming out then of the right of Coppice. Personal best in the first sector. So he is still pushing, and the lap is still being pieced together quite nicely. This is Rowbottom then heading to the end of sector 2. Sector 2 is slower than he had done previously.
Yeah, if he didn't do the lap time straight away, I don't believe he'll go significantly quicker enough, as we saw Ash Sutton running wide into the entry to the S's. I don't believe the wet tyre cars are going to find enough pace to go quicker than the dry times already set.
So into the pit lane have just come, for example, Jake Hill and Darrell De Leon and Tom Ingram. Very frustrated Jake Hill, because with 2 minutes to go, I think that might well be him done now. It's going to be hard to do an out lap and a proper flyer. Adam Morgan's last lap has been disallowed for track limits. He's down to 9th. This is Rowbottom, who is 8th. Personal best in 1. Slower sector 2. Timing line beckons, and as he breaks the beam, he stays 8th, the fastest.
And a second slower than he's gone before. As I said, the wreck tyres will not go any quicker. So the big question is, can Sutton get himself up into the top 6? That's the big question. Ingram is, of course, in. He's in 4th. So can Sutton do it?
At the moment, you've got Doble, De Leon, Smiley, Ingram significantly, Proctor and Chilton. That puts the pressure on Sutton, doesn't it? If Ingram is in and Sutton's only 11th, A, he's going to miss the cut, B, he's going to be in midfield, and that means jeopardy when you get to Redgate on lap 1 of race 1. That is Sutton having a real fight to get the car around the old hairpin.
Because, of course, he didn't cross his tyres, so his rears are cold. This is the problem. I don't think he's going to be able to get enough heat in him to do it.
And I don't think he's going to get another lap out of the session either. So sector 1 is slower than it was. So the weather conditions really have given a varied qualifying, and we're not done yet, of course, with the final part still to come. So Sutton is on the run up towards Coppice, but the frustration inside that Ford Focus is pretty much audible, isn't it?
Yeah, the interesting thing, though, if he completes this lap, it will tell us whether they need to be on wets or slicks for the final part.
And a very angry Jake Hill, knowing that he hasn't got a lap time, and he is going to be therefore not only out of Q3, but he's going to be 12th on the grid. Now Sutton at the moment is 11th on the grid. Even if he can't get into the top 6, he's not quite Rainford did in Q1 to try to buy a few more places and get us as far forward as he can.
Yeah, I hope he finishes the lap to give us a lap time. He may have not, but as you say, it's important for the grid that he tries to finish as high as he can. It clearly has changed from slicks to wets now, but that isn't going to be quick enough to beat the times we saw before. Let's see what he completes. He's got a wide line in to get a good exit, but he's coming in the pits. He's aborted. So there we go. I think we'll see the next session completed on wets, folks.
Right, checkered flag is out, and pretty much everybody into the pits. So Dan Camish making his run up through the ride of Coppice, and just going back to Jake Hill's onboard, you could tell how angry he was. Apologies for any language you may have overheard. So Jake, understandably very frustrated indeed.
Now checker flags out. This rain really has messed up the session. 1:40.981 for Doble. De Jong on wet tyres goes second. Smiley third. Ingram, Proctor, Chilton. That's your top 6. Camish, Rowbottom, Morgan, Lloyd, Sutton, and Jake Hill with no time set. Hill's going to start 12th on the grid. Not as bad as you think it is, but it's not the greatest, especially when you've got more data and more information to come through around the action zones as well. So we're underway and getting set then for the finals, but the rain has really opened up here, and it's going to be all out of it.
That right at the very end, other than just to go and see what the conditions were like, because he was in 1.3 seconds away from Doble, but that might be quite clever usage of time.
Yeah, very smart if that's why they did it, just to get a feel, but I'm pretty sure now because normally a wet tyre is about 10 seconds a lap slower, and bearing in mind that the slick times that were being done were only 7 seconds quicker, they weren't going to be quicker on wets, but I think that time has gone away on slicks now, so it might well be that we're into the wet tyre window, and that was good research by Darren de Leon and West Surrey Racing. We'll see who comes out on what tyres for the final 6 shootout.
So the 6 are going to be Mikey Doble, who therefore makes it through into Q3 for the 5th time this year. Darrell de Leon for the 2nd time, and Chris Smiley is going to get through as well as his 2nd appearance in Q3. Tom Ingram will go through. That's 8 out of 8 for him. Senna Proctor will go through, a 3rd appearance in Q3, and then Tom Chilton, only his 2nd appearance in Q3 of the season. Dan Camish misses out, Dan Rowbottom misses out, Adam Morgan goes, Dan Lloyd disappears, Ash Sutton and Jake Hill, 2 big names dumped out of qualifying as well. And I think wherever Louise goes at the end of that part of qualifying, she's going to find frustrated drivers. She's going to have to work her magic here to get some smiley drivers. Dan Rowbottom is going to be decidedly nonplussed, fastest in his group in the dry, and then missing out in the wet.
One thing's for sure, we're going to have an interesting grid, aren't we?
Absolutely, yeah. So, there you've got Ash Sutton's car at the front. As you look down the pit lane, the team's now deciding what to do for tyres for the final 10 minutes.
Well, looking out of my window, I can see the brollies up amongst the crowd. I can actually see the rain falling. Brollies are up in the pit lane. I think the tyre choice is going to be made for everybody now, so it'll going to be a wet shootout, which means the boost isn't quite so relevant. But of those in the final 6, Chilton has 13 seconds. Proctor, Smiley, de Leon, Doble, all with 15, the maximum. And poor old Tom Ingram just with 1 second. But this will suit him because it makes less difference in the wet, so it'll suit him.
And the only driver to have had any experience on that wet tyre, Darrell de de Leon, even if it was only one lap at the very end. So he has just got a little bit of knowledge and feel for what it is going to be like out on a wet road. Right, let's go to the Grumpy Club. Dan Rowbottom, victim 1, Louise.
Yeah, absolutely. Ash has already headed off into the truck, so no chance to grab a word with him. But to be honest, the questions would be pretty much the same. I mean, you rolled the dice, but it just didn't work for you, did it?
No, I mean, you know, I was watching Ash on the outlap who'd put wets on. We were on slicks, and through the sector 3 he just drove away, and I was like, well, it's now or never. We'll go with the wet tyre. And we just missed a window then because we didn't have enough temperature when the wet was good, and then when it was good, the tyre had fell over. So, you know, disappointing not to be in the quick 6, but you roll the dice and that's what you get.
He was obviously having the same conversation, but from the opposite perspective with his engineer, because you've kind of gone opposite ways, and it hasn't worked for either of you, has it?
No, I think both of us missed the window. You know, if I had stayed on the slicks, I think we could have got a lap time in that would have put us through. But equally, the rain kept coming, and it was such an, you know, we were 30 seconds away from the right call, both of us, and that's BTCC.
Ain't it just? The rain is properly coming down now, so it'll be interesting to see what everybody can manage in this final quick 6 session.
And we notice you're sheltering in the garage as well, Louise. Don't blame you. Right, green flag is waved, and we are back in business then. So we started then with the 22 going into qualifying. We're down to the final quick 6. Where's your money going?
Ingram.
Okay. There he is. Down the pit lane he comes. He's up against Mikey Doble, Daryl De Leon, Chris Smiley, Senna Proctor and Tom Chilton. Good session for Team Virtue. Lots of cars in there.
Yeah, very good session for them. And a great session for PowerMax as well to get one of the Coopers through into this final 6.
Yeah, because it's only the second event at which they run the cars. Mikey Doble, as he was saying, at Knockhill, having to adapt from sitting on one side of a race car to another. Mikey's still perhaps one of the great underrated talents in the British Touring Car Championship. He's a fairly quiet bloke, doesn't really shout and scream about his ability too much, but you put him inside the car and he delivers time and time again.
Yeah, works of course in the family motorcycle business, Doble Motorcycles, and also annoyingly for me as a golfer, an amateur hacker golfer, he's virtually a scratch player at golf as well. So he's a man of many talents.
So let's see whether he's going to be able to take a second career pole position. Remember, Silverstone 2 years ago he did it, and now makes that run up through Schwantz Curve. So the Motor Parts Direct with PowerMax Racing Cupra. This would be quite a fairy tale story, wouldn't it, after everything that they've been through in the last month or so. PowerMax Racing, and as you made the point early on, still working so hard to refine, to engineer these cars. This chassis, the one that you saw Matt Hall and then Stephen Jelly in at the start of the season. Stephen Jelly, by the way, just to make the point, racing in Carrera Cup GB this weekend. One Motorsport having announced it's going to sit out the rest of the season, and we hope to see the team back next year and continue to continue well after his recent illness. There's Doble out of the S's. That's Daryl De Leon, and he's coming down with a little more hairpin with 8 minutes to go.
And just to confirm, everybody out on wet tyres, as you see from the graphic. It's gone now with a little wet insignia for the tyre choice, and across the line comes Senna Proctor to start the lap. Not crossing tyres with the wets being very soft, they heat up very quickly. You can still cross the tyres if you really want that added security of the rears working, but in fact they're so soft they warm up quickly. Drivers are usually pretty confident to just lean on them straight away. As you see Proctor leaning on that right rear a little bit gingerly as he comes through the left-hander at Trainers. And he'll build up probably over the next couple of laps while the tyres are absolutely at their peak. The edges on the grooves nice and sharp to cut into the ground.
Of course, Senna Proctor came into the championship late. He was only ever planning to do a part season. It was brought forward slightly because of budgetary dramas for Michael Crease. But what that has always meant is that by not featuring in the championship, he's always come into qualifying with bagfuls of boost.
Yeah, it does help, doesn't it? But he's been right on the money in races as well. Taking some slightly different lines, taking the wet lines quite often round the outside, particularly at the claims he's doing, taking a middle of the road to the outside where there's a little bit of extra grip, the track not quite as polished and smooth and slippery as it is on the racing line. For the chicane, you've got no choice but to follow the racing line because it's the line of least resistance in terms of curvature.
So there is Chilton then coming down towards the Melbourne hairpin. He's done good sectors early on, but there's not very much to compare it against yet. It's only as the session really unwinds that you start to see Darryl De Leon in the background. And here comes Tom Chilton, who was a winner at Donington on the short circuit, remember, earlier on in the season. It's rather nervous, doesn't it? All a bit tiptoeing.
Yeah, just feeling out the grip. He'll fancy his chances here with the amount of boost he's got, and he loves car being on the edge anyway. He'll fancy his chances, I'm sure, of a pole.
Right, there's Mikey Doble in the background. So Chilton does a 1:43.129. Darryl De Leon goes third. In fact, Mikey Doble splits him and Chilton to be second, 1:43.482. That's Ingram who goes by, and he's up to second now, 3 tenths down on Chilton.
Yeah, and I bet you there are less track limit infringements now. They're in the wet because they're trying to stay off the exit curves for maximum traction. The painted curves could be a bit slippery, but yeah, that's a little bit quicker than we saw the quickest wet time in the last session. Even though it's a bit damper, now they're all on wets and brand new ones. They're just getting good grip.
So Tom Ingram out of the old hairpin in the Team Virtue Hyundai. Virtue having announced an extension of the sponsorship deal, which is good for the championship. Demolished the floppy marker, didn't he, going out of the old hairpin. Proof of how much Ingram is charging here. Proctor and Chilton together, and Chilton trying to find a way through, which he does. Proctor lets him go and slots in behind.
Yeah, so no reason for Proctor to particularly let his teammate through unless he's going to take out the bollard on the left there. That's a definite short circuit, isn't it? But that's not a the track limits don't actually apply at that corner. They apply only the corners that they're being used about. Right, so there's no track limit. There's no track limit on there. The blue block doesn't apply there actually.
Right, okay. Now this is Tom Chilton at the end of the lap, Senna Proctor behind him. 4 minutes of the session to go, only 4 more minutes of opportunity for Tim to rant about track limits as well. Over the timing line goes Chilton, and that lap is slightly slower, in fact.
Yeah, because they've just taken the track isn't soaking wet, so in fact the tyres have a very small peak operating window when they're brand new, because they'll actually overheat a little bit straight away. So that first lap or the second is when it's going to be the quickest. Chilton comes across the line. He's slower as well by 4 tenths than his previous lap. So it may well be that we don't see any significant improvements now.
That is Chris Smiley. So for a man that we thought at one point had been dumped out of Q1, he's got into Q3. So he owes a few drivers a beer, doesn't he, because of their track limit zealotry, and therefore he managed to progress into Q2 and then into this final part of qualifying. Chilton, Ingram, Doble, Smiley, De Leon, Proctor is the order with 3 minutes and change on the clock.
Mark Proctor, Senna's dad, watching on, biting his lip. It's very nervous as a father, isn't it? So much invested from the family in this comeback drive for Senna Proctor. He hasn't let them down either. He's been really electric ever since he sat in that car. Hopefully we'll get him a drive for next year.
Yeah, he's got to find a second or so to get into the mix in this final part of qualifying, as there is Proctor now down towards the Melbourne hairpin. Darryl De Leon is behind him on the track, but directly ahead of him in the times. And on this lap, Proctor good in sector 1, not so good in sector 2.
Yeah, and sector 3, where the front-wheel drive car really needs those wet front tyres to be biting into the track, is probably where he's going to lose time as well, because they'll have been past their best, the wet tyres now. They'll have overheated, lost their sharp cutting edges. There's no more rain falling, and not surprisingly, he doesn't improve. In fact, that lap is another 3 tenths slower than his best.
And it was disallowed anyway because of track limit offences, so didn't work in any sense, did it? That is Mikey Doble who goes through, and Doble did not improve, even though he had a couple of good sectors. The middle one was down and the lap time was down, but yeah, I think you're right, the track has got slower.
The track's got slower because it's not raining anymore and the tyres are overheating, but there's no way, even if you had time, that you'd put slicks on now, so it's just too late. Potentially the BMWs could still go a little bit quicker, purely because they're a bit lighter on their tyres, but De Leon is definitely pushing on. He's 5th at the moment on the grid, so still a great starting position for him. But others have had enough. Back on the weighbridge.
And Tom Ingram has just had a lap taken off him, his 4th lap of the session. So Chilton to Ingram, 3 tenths of a second. That is Tom Chilton, who always seems to go well around Donington, and he's looking here for 11th. And what have we got left in the session, just over a minute or so as you look at Mikey Doble. So drivers staying out there, Doble improving in the first sector.
Yeah, the second sector and the third are where the tyres really fall back, but let's just see what DeLeon can do, and Doble, but I don't see them improving, if I'm really honest. Oh, Doble's gone straight on that, braked himself. Just going to go through the gravel there, keeps it rolling, back onto the tarmac and rejoins. So just a temporary yellow flag there. Don't think it would have affected anyone too much. Let's see what DeLeon does as he comes across the line, and he's slower again.
Senna Proctor did improve, but he stays 6th in the time, so he did a 45.3, which is about a second and a half down on Tom Chilton. And already to the pit lane has come Tom Ingram going through those technical checks.
That's Tom Chilton's car. Tom Ingram's has already gone through. We assume it's passed, but I don't think we're going to see any changes in the top 6. So it looks like Chilton for the pole tomorrow. Just a few seconds to go before the flag, but Chilton on pole from Ingram, Doble, Smiley, DeLeon and Proctor.
What a qualifying session! Tom Chilton will take it with the checker flag falling. He has pole position. Fabulous run out there. Some serious stuff coming through. Look at the plane going through. No one improving.
Still pushing on anyway. His last lap was a 45.3, which was his quickest, as we said, but still slowest off the group.
So Tom Chilton, last on pole, Knock Hill, 2011, and could well be on pole, should be on pole here. So it's been quite a gap between pole positions, but it will be a very special one for him after such a long wait. It takes a point away from his teammate, of course. However, this is Senna Proctor coming up towards the line. If he can't take pole, can he at least improve on 6th on the grid? And the answer is no, he stays there. This is Daryl DeLeon trying to improve from 5th, and in the wet, the BMW not a happy car necessarily, so he stays where he is. And Chris Smiley is on his way into the last corner. Smiley did do a personal best in both sectors 1 and 2 of this lap, so Smiley has been trying as hard as he possibly can up towards the timing line. Let's get him across the line. He chases Doble, who's going to end up 3rd, and Chris Smiley goes through and he ends up 4th. His last sector was down.
Yeah, so the positions staying as they were, despite actually Proctor and Smiley setting their personal quickest laps on that last lap. They stayed in that same position, so congrats to Tom Chilton.
Well, indeed. 11th career pole, and that last pole position, as I say, coming from Knock Hill in 2011. So a fair effort. Tom Chilton fastest by 0.353 of a second from Tom Ingram. Mikey Doble 3rd, Chris Smiley 4th, Daryl DeLeon 5th, and Senna Proctor 6th. That, in terms of the grid, will put Ingram onto the front row, and of course a long way clear of championship rival Ash Sutton. So let's head to the pit lane. So from 2011 to 2025, quite a gap between pole positions for him, Louise. I mean, what's he been up to?
Well, do you know what the first thing Tom just said to me was?
Louise, by any chance do you know when my last pole position was in the British Touring Car Championship? And she told me the answer, and the answer was too long ago. It was 2011 at Knock Hill in the British Touring Cars, so it's nice to finally get another one. And I'll tell you what, they were tricky conditions, and I had to use all my experience to keep it on the black stuff. So this, I'm actually going to keep, even though it's just a water bottle, because it says pole, I'm keeping it.
Well, better than that, you get this as well, which you didn't get in 2011. You get the Wingfoot Award.
Do you know I see these all the time in my truck?
Now
Because
you know
this
what
young
they're
man
for.
behind me gets them all the time, and now I finally got one. Yeah, it feels good.
Congratulations,
Thank
Jap.
you
You're
very
good, your Wingfoot Award, so well done for that. As you say, it was all about just getting everything right at the right time. Yeah. Absolutely crucial.
Yeah, you have to, in those cases, you have to feel the tyre, feel the grip, and stay off the white lines. They're slippery as you like, and just not make mistakes. You just can't overdrive in those situations, and I just was so happy with that lap.
Well, despite the fact that you've taken that pole position point off him, which he would have liked for his championship aspirations, nice to see Tom being one of the first people to come up and congratulate you. T'other Tom.
Yeah, we are best mates and we're teammates, and we work very well as a team, and it's really nice to see Tom next to me here. We have been competitive all weekend, so regardless of the weather, we did both deserve this. So yeah, well done, Tom. Fantastic, mate.
Come on and join us, t'other Tom.
Well done, mate. Cheers, mate.
A lot of love here. I was just saying, nice to see you come up and congratulate him, even though he's taken a point off you. You'd have liked that, wouldn't you?
But if anyone's going to, I'd rather Tom do it. Yeah, really, really pleased. Obviously, Tom's, Tom's been quick this year, but just hasn't had the luck or whatever. It hasn't quite gone in his favour. So it's really, really nice to see. And as Team Virtue, you can't really ask for anything better than a 1-2 lockout. So it's a really, really good place for the both of us to start tomorrow. At a circuit that has been fairly good to us over the last few years as well. So lovely place to be.
I imagine there's going to be a little bit of a discussion about team tactics in the truck ahead of race 1 tomorrow.
I mean, there always is. It doesn't matter if it's the first round, the last round, whatever goes on. It's in everyone's interest we finish as strongly as possible for Tom. It's in everyone's interest we finish as strongly as possible for Tom. So, we both want a good result, obviously. But obviously, the big picture is we need good points for Team Virtue. We both need to stay safe. We both need to stay out of trouble. I would like to think we can just, hopefully, lock arms, head down, and see if we can't go from there. We're quick in the dry. We're obviously fairly fast in the wet as well, so it's a lovely place to be.
Dry conditions, I think, predicted for tomorrow. But one of the things that I think has been key, maybe not in terms of, well, yes, it was in your result as well. But thinking about the championship, obviously Ash is starting quite a way down from you. It was about getting your tactics right today, wasn't it? Being out on the right tyre at the right time. Was that for you guys an easy decision?
I think we had to be minimal risk, to be honest with you. We just had to go this side of the line, where you maybe could have said, would you have gambled a lap early to go on a slick tyre there? I came in a lap early to go onto a slick tyre just to see if we could generate a lap time out of it, but obviously not quite. Red light, yeah, whatever. But nice to think that come rain or shine, we're in a nice place. The car's feeling really, really racy. Feels good. It's a nice place to be. But as you said, we had to be minimal risk in that session. We had to sort of be thinking about stay on the right tyre at the right time. Be on the tyre that the circuit is correct for. Don't try and almost second guess it. So I think we played a blinder there. I think really, really do.
Fantastic, well done. Well, we're just waiting for Mikey Doble to come down and join us here, but I thought I might just walk in and have a quick word with Senna Proct, who's looking. What's that? That was a bit of a darn. I was hoping for more from that, was it? Expression I just saw on your face.
Yeah, it was wet out there, and I was driving around on the wet lines, and Tom Chilton was behind me and taking time out of me, so I let him go, tried to follow him, tried to follow his lines, because obviously he was very fast, and he just, was pulling away on the dry lines, but then I think the times came early in the session, so by the time I'd let him go and tried to tag back on, it was too late. So disappointed, bit of a rookie mistake for me, but just one of the things, you just don't know the grip level, and sometimes it pays off, sometimes it doesn't. I felt fast in the greasy conditions in Q2 and thought I had it all sussed out, but obviously not.
But the three of you up in the top 6, though, I mean, you've got a great car, so there's a lot that you can do from your starting position tomorrow. Yeah,
the car's great. We think it's going to be dry tomorrow. We're really good in the dry this morning, so looking forward to it. It should be in a good place. We'll work out the tyre strategy tonight and go from there.
Great stuff. Okay, right, let's dive in and have a word. He's still in the car at the moment. I would imagine taking a bit of a breath and taking this moment in, because actually whilst we wait for Mikey to get out, let's just go over and have a quick word with Adam Weaver, the team boss. You're looking slightly confused. No, okay. Sorry, a little bit of confusion going on down here at the moment. So we'll dive in and talk to Mikey, who, we talked with the team last time out at Knockhill about the awful things that they've been going through in the last couple of weeks. So even just to get on a car on the grid for Knockhill was quite something. But Mikey, could you ever imagine that a car that you sat in for the first time on Friday of Knockhill, you'd be way up here in the top 6 in qualifying? No, that look on your face is like, whoa.
I didn't think we were going to be in the top 6 of qualifying after FP2, let alone Knockhill. Wow, unbelievable. Just lost for words, really. I mean, to get that P3 to equal our best qualifying of the year in a car we still don't really know, and we're getting to grips too with the team at the moment. It's just, it's unbelievable, mega job.
We kind of got a hint that you're still learning, a couple of little off-track excursions there.
I'm just testing the limits. I already had my bank for lap timing, so I thought we may as well try and push for a pole when everyone else is going quicker. But yeah, just mega happy, and you know, everyone at the team has done such a great job to learn the car and, you know, prepare it and try and get us somewhat competitive for this weekend. So see what we can do tomorrow.
Where do you feel you are with the car in terms of percentage-wise? How much on top of it are you? How much are you able to get out of it? Are you at 80, 90, 60?
Honestly, I think we're nowhere near it yet. I mean, I think we're miles away from where we could be. You know, that session there kind of, whatever happened, we just played a bit of a blinder and got the conditions right. But, you know, I think there's still a lot of work to be done on the dry pace. But now, clean air tomorrow, try and get away with the leaders. Who knows, maybe we could cause a bit of an upset.
Fantastic. I'm really pleased for you. I'll let you go now because it's pouring down with rain, but what a result. Back to you guys.
Thank you very much, Louise. What an absolutely wonderful day it has been of running in action here for the Quit Fit British Touring Car Championship. From the moment that it all started, it really has been quite an energetic session and really quite brilliant as well. So we really are going to be in for a complete unknown coming into tomorrow.
Key for me, takeaway from Mikey Doble there, is that he was able to go out on the wet and hit it straight away, because you had to deliver that lap. We all saw the laps were all done on the first and second lap, and after that the wets overheated and went off.
I'm slightly worried though as to why we had technical delegate Sam Riches in the proximity of Adam Weaver and Adam not wanting to talk, and that bothers me a bit.
Yeah, I suspect there may have been an issue on the flat patch, either with ride height or weight. I certainly hope not, for their sake, but provisionally this looks like it's going to be your grid. But yes, you're right.
Yeah, so the story may not end here, we will see. However, for now, we can say Tom Chilton is on pole position, the 11th of his career, and the first since 2011. Tom Ingram is second, ahead of Mikey Doble, Chris Smiley, and then Darrell DeVee on fifth. Senna Proctor sixth, ahead of Dan Camish, Dan Rowbottom, Adam Morgan, and Dan Lloyd to round out the top 10. 11th, Ash Sutton, ahead of Jake Hill, then Gordon Shedden and Dexter Patterson, Aaron Taylor-Smith 15th. Charles Rainford's going to go from 16th, ahead of Aidan Moffat, then Sam Osborne and Josh Cook, with Nick Hamilton 20th. 21st, Max Buxton, and Nick Halstead is going to round out the grid. So that, very provisionally, is how it is going to line up. But as I say, there is still this question mark over what's happening around Power Max. We've seen in the past, haven't we, a car set up for the dry, not therefore coping with the differences that the wet will
The circumference
operate.
of the tyre and the wear on the tyre, which is much greater than the slick. So, yes, we'll see what happens.
Indeed so. As I say, the story might not yet be done. However, tomorrow we can look forward to a great day of racing here at Donington.
Yep, we are live tomorrow from 9 o'clock British summertime until 7:45. The whole day of racing here on JB Motorsports. You can join us for all of the action. This has been an amazing day then. Well, 7 hours on air. My thanks to everybody for joining us. It's been absolutely fantastic. We'll see you tomorrow for more action from the Quit Fit British Touring Car Championship. Bye-bye.